Yo, what up, Edge? What's going on, man? Crisis now. What are you? Would you rather me call you Edgy? Edgy the Fledgy. Got it. That's your new name. Hey, what up, Bing? I need to go and grab some water while the ads play for through Twitch. So give me just a minute. I'm gonna get some water and stuff. It's funny. Oh, all right. But yeah, Ing, I did have a question for you. So I brought it up day one. You said your name was a little wonky because you made it when you were younger. Why don't you just go into your YouTube settings and change your display name? I mean, unless you like your name, like Ingibor Grave Knight. I mean, if you like that name, then I mean, obviously it's fine. But I'm just saying, if you wanted to change it to make it a little easier or smaller or more up to date with your current enjoyment, I'm pretty sure you can change it. But I'm not 100%. I don't mess with YouTube all that much. Oh. Anyway, so we have dinner. We have some tacos, and then we're gonna jump into this grind. We got a lot of iron and ores and stuff to grind today. These tacos. Tacos. I like tacos a lot. All right, taco time. But either way, I appreciate you for being here. Thanks for stopping by. Hope your day is going well. Edge, what are you up to today? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, your brother really likes those kind of games, doesn't he? Like city builder resource management. I like those games to a point. I just think at a certain point I get a little overwhelmed. I'm just like, yep, I'm done. Especially in like satisfactory. Like at the beginning, it's not too bad, but then you get like very overwhelmed once you start adding even more upgrades and refineries and stuff like that. Because I almost feel like the intention to like a Factorio or a Satisfactory is to not have downtime. Like you don't want backlogs and downtime of things not processing. You want almost 100% uptime. And it's not that you have to. I just feel like that is the goal as you're trying to min-max it so there's no downtime in your machines. So you're efficiently not wasting time and or resources elsewhere. But I feel like you're not wasting resources no matter how you look at it, but yo, what up, Dig? I mean, that's just what was explained to me when I got into Satisfactory. As I was saying, you were trying to make sure there wasn't like dips and spikes in your production and your energy values and stuff like that. You wanted it to stay very consistent, not no fluctuation. So things weren't turning on and turning off and processing and not processing. Oh hell yeah, Dig. Congrats. That's huge. Were they hard with a duo? Or was it fairly simple as a duo, but would be like impossible as a solo? Even with the new gear. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's all about ratios and stuff. I was just saying, like, that's the kind of stuff that kind of overwhelms me because I'm like, all right, I need 50 to go here, 40 to go here, 30 to go here, 20, 15, 4, 5, 17, 29. Like, I got to keep track of all these different things. And that's what the signs that you were showing me are helpful for. But then you added a new process and a new line of like materials coming in. And then you got to like reorganize your stuff, which is, the organization and the pathing of everything. It just gets very overwhelming. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to the mounted ones with all the lag you were talking about. All right, I'm almost done with my last taco, and then we'll jump into the new world run. Just another minute. Also, welcome in, Topher. I don't know if I said anything yet. Yeah, even without lag, it's still meh at best. Oh yeah, I asked you yesterday. I don't know if I remember your answer. I got off the computer. I was like, oh wait, I don't remember Topher's answer. So I asked and said, well, what happened to your phone? You said you like turned it on and like 3 days later you like lost all service. Did you figure out what was wrong with it? Wait, what? That made any sense. Well, I guess I can understand it to a point. So from a computer standpoint, Topher, I can understand it. Right? So think about it like this. The way it connects to the cell phone tower, it's like kind of like Discord trying to connect to Discord servers when you lose internet. It tries to reattempt every so many like seconds, like every 30 seconds, right? It'll try every 10, then I'll try 20, then I'll try 30, then I'll try 1 minute. The difference is the apps on the computer won't stop retrying until you tell it to. I think the phone. Sorry, I was drinking. I think the phone probably has a maximum attempt limit. Um, so that's what I can think of. Yeah, I'm not gonna let that through Tover because I don't want to put that up. But wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, that's fucking stupid. That's ridiculous. It's funny. Yeah, it seems like a pretty scummy setup. That's pretty ridiculous. What I find funny is they're saying the Gmail one isn't a valid uh email. Oh, that's pretty funny, not gonna lie. But yeah, like I said, the whole not connecting to the cell phone tower after so many tries, I could understand. If I'm being honest, like that I can understand to a point. Because the phone app that connects to the cell phone towers probably has a maximum attempt limit. And then after that, the only way to get it to reacquire is probably to restart the app, which in your phone's case probably just requires you to restart your phone, which is ridiculous. But I mean, I could, like I said, I can understand it. All right, so let us 82,000 divided by 442 equals 186. I should have kept that open. 186 times 2. So we need like 400 hide, and then plus 182. Like 600 wood. And then we have to times that by 4. It was 2200 iron. Alright. So we're gonna be running some iron. Couple routes should finish it up for us. And then yep. We need 400 and 600 accordingly with wood and leather. We need to check attributes. Okay, so we're gonna go. Oh wait. We need. I might as well just put this on. I use it all the time. All right. And iron. I mean, it's one of those like learning curve things. Like once you know that that's a thing, over, and you know how to fix it, it's not that big a deal. It's just an annoyance. Yeah. You know, it's funny too. I've had someone do that to me. I'm like on the phone with them. I was like, you know, you're just breathing into the mic, right? And they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. Because like sometimes they just don't know. Because like every time they get on the phone, they put their mic down, right? And it's probably in a different position than, you know, on certain situations and other situations. Yeah, I probably would have just let her know. I would have been like, hey, all I hear is breathing. Oh yeah, sometimes they have really hard to understand. I have to deal with clients every once in a while, like once or twice a year. And one of the clients, a lot of their people I have to deal with in the middle of the night are overseas people. And I literally can't answer them because I have no idea what they're saying. And even after I have them repeat it like 15 times, I still don't understand. Eventually, they just get someone on that can decipher what they're saying and like translate for me. I literally can't understand them. So I think they've gotten used to like at night, if there's an issue, they get one person that's like from the States to log on to decipher what they're asking. And everybody else just does the work. It's so funny. Like, there's so many times where I'll hear them ask a question, and I don't know who the question's directed at, so I don't say anything. And then they're like, "John, are you there?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, were you asking me a question?" Because they don't say a name before they ask a question. There's like 30 people on the freaking phone call, and they just throw out a question out to the ether. Like, who are you asking a question to? Like, I'm the only person from my company on the phone call. So if you have a question for my company, for my side of the things, ask me directly. Don't just throw out a random question to the ether expecting me to know you're talking to me. I mean, I've had women do it, I've had dudes do it, like, but that's what I'm saying. Is like, even when they ask a question, I don't even know what they're asking. They can't understand them. Either they talk way too fast in the broken English, or the broken English is so broken, I can't even decipher what the words they're saying. They're very helpful people, and they're very nice. I just literally can't understand them. I can barely understand American, let alone broken American. Oh, taco is making my stomach hurt. I put you know the Hot Ones TV series slash YouTube series channel? How he has his own like hot sauces and stuff. The wife found me one to try. I don't know. 6 months ago. No, it's called American. No, not the bomb. I've tried that. That shit can fucking suck it. Um, no, this one was Barbacoa Los Calientes or whatever. It's like a 4 out of 10 supposedly. Um, and it tasted good, and it wasn't that hot, but because I tasted it before I put it on my taco, obviously, and I was like, oh, okay, that doesn't. I mean, my mouth's not even hot at all, and it didn't taste too bad. So I put it on my tacos. I ate my tacos, and now my stomach just hurts. I don't know if maybe I put too much on my tacos, even though my mouth doesn't really burn. It wasn't really that hot. Like, I don't know. Maybe my stomach just doesn't like it. They do. They have some really good sauces, but every sauce I've ever tried from them, except for this one, has literally fucked me up. Like, I got one of those, I don't know if you've seen them over. I don't know if they carry them at regular grocery stores or not, but like, we were at Costco one time, and they had like, boneless chicken bites or whatever, right? Like, kind of like chicken nuggets, but they're like more real chicken. And they were the hot ones version, so they had 3 different hot one sauces in it. And there was those things just absolutely fucking obliterated me. I took like one sip, like not a sip, you know, I like tasted it on the tip of my finger. All 3 of the sauces, and all 3 of them put me in the dirt. I was like, there's no fucking way I can even try any of these. Oh, I don't like skinning wolves. They only give like fucking like 10 hide. Like the amount of time it takes me to get that 10 hide, like I could just go and kill a deer and get 40 hide. You know what I mean? Like it's just I get 4 times the amount of hide killing like a fucking one of the saber-toothed cats or a deer. It's not worth my time. It's true, it was in my face. Bitch, get off my shit. Yeah, what was it? Dream Weaver, Misty Lake, something. Yeah, that was one Dig posted to us in the Discord the other day, and then you reposted it. Um it says it's supposed to come out on the 9th, according to what I looked at. Alright, I'll be right back. My stomach hurts. I gotta go try to fix this. I'm gonna break these trees down. Yeah, so what I saw is it comes out on the 9th. Oh, the other one. Yeah, the one that I posted, or like you posted and I posted. It was supposed to come out, and then it was like, oh, delayed or whatever. It went from like a countdown to a coming soon button. Yeah, they might have scammed people. It might have been a scam. Like 100%. That's why I don't like getting the games before they release. They might have had a bunch of people buy it. I mean, don't get me wrong. They could have had an unforeseen issue, right? Where they needed to postpone or something, right? But if you have that, you have to communicate it. You can't just. It's been. How long has it been? Weeks, and you haven't communicated any information on it? Like, that's a problem. Alright, guys. I'm gonna be right back. My stomach is killing me. Give me a second. All right, guys. Sorry about that. We are back. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Dover. It's like, so they had a countdown, and when the countdown hit 0, instead of it switching to play, it supposedly switched to coming soon. And like the community is like, why did that happen? There's no post, there's no update, there's no nothing. And then you said that the Discord link doesn't even work. Did the Discord link used to work? Because like if the Discord link used to work and now it doesn't work, that literally screams scam. Or something really bad happened. Thanks, Age. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Edge. Like, going from a countdown for release to coming soon, and then not being able to get to the Discord just seems a little sussy. But like Topher said, what if they used the wrong link? Like, what if they had like an expiring link, right? What if you know, something came up and like there was like a death in the family, or you know, catastrophic failure on release, or I don't know, there could have been 100 things. But the crutch that I think is like the sussy part is it's been a week or two and there's not a single message about it. Like, just give us any kind of update. You know what I mean? Wait, what is this? I'm confused. Oh, these are like don't recommend, don't recommend. It's all AI generated bullshit. I mean, now don't get me wrong. I'm not saying what they're saying is wrong, right? It is probably a very high amount of like AI generation, right? I didn't look into like I didn't click on anything else. I just kind of scrolled a little bit, but okay, I'll take a look at it in a minute. Like I said, I personally don't care if something has AI generation, right? Even if the entire game is generated via AI, it doesn't matter. If the game is fun, it's fun. Now, if it's a sloppy piece of shit, kind of boring game, okay, sure. It's AI generated slop. But the game was fun. You know what I mean? Like, if the game is fun, what does it matter how it was created? Like, enjoyment is enjoyment. That's truly all that matters. And removing something from contention of something, or removing something from like an option as a playable like game or something, or like not playing something purely because it was made by an AI or a specific dev studio or something, like, this doesn't make sense. You at least try it. It's like food, right? Just because you don't like onions doesn't mean you shouldn't try something that has onions in it. Now, I mean, obviously that's the pot calling the kettle black over here, because I won't eat anything that has onions in it. But it's like, it's something true. Like, if you can tolerate onions, you just don't prefer them, right? Not that they make you viscerally want to throw up, like with me. But if you can tolerate them, like if you don't, it's just that you don't like them, but you can eat them if they're like in something, then why would you say, oh, I'm not eating that because there's onions in it? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna eat that because it uses red sauce or it has tomatoes in it or there's broccoli. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless you're allergic to it or it viscerally makes you throw up, like actually, like you start gagging and you quite literally throw up at the table if you like taste it or touches your tongue or whatever. You should try it. Right? It's the same thing with video games. Just because you don't like AI doesn't mean it can't be good. Just because you don't like Blizzard doesn't mean they can't make a good game. Oh God. Gaming Bible? The fuck is this? So it's just an article about the game? I'm pretty sure I've seen that article, but I didn't even. I was like, okay, cool, whatever. That's funny. Well, they probably just. I'm not even gonna lie, Tober. Some of these articles are probably posted not from games that they've played, but just scrolling through, like Steam and seeing free games or whatever, or just seeing a game, looking at like the information on the Steam page, and just making an article based off of like the screenshots that are available that they could find. I guarantee you that's what a lot of these articles are like made with. And they're probably using AI to make them. Like it's probably an AI program that literally just pulls like a game off of Steam at random and makes an article like every day. Wouldn't doubt. I literally wouldn't put it past him. Well, that's what I'm saying. I just like it just looks through and it's like, okay, here's some images. What does it look like? And like it like correlates the image to like another game. And it's like, all right, it looks like Stardew Valley. And it's like, okay, what else can we pull from the images and stuff, right? What else can we pull from like the description or any of the information provided on the page? And then it just like correlates it to another game, and it's like just kind of writes like a puff piece on it, kind of trying to like make it a little bit more enticing. And like I said, I get articles like that every day for different games all the time on my phone. My phone just recommends me stuff like that. And I look at it, I'm like, oh, that's a cool looking game. But I don't actually look into the game to see if they're available or not. But like, yeah, like it's kind of funny that they made an article on a game that didn't even come out when it was supposed to. I mean, it could have been. It's possible it could have been in development for that long. Who knows? I don't know where that information comes from, but also this article could have been like worked on for like weeks, quote unquote. Hypothetically speaking, he could have done an interview with this guy a while ago before he went dormant, got a bunch of information, and then posted it like now. Because I mean, I don't know much about journalism or blogs or anything like that, but I'm pretty sure there are like stipulations behind some of it. It's like, hey, you can't post this until after a certain date, kind of thing. It even says that. That's actually really funny. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I think like I said, I like games like that, like just to try them. It might be like a day or two worth of like enjoyment, but at least it's something. Because you never know, you could always find a diamond in the rough, man. You could always find something really like fun to play out of nowhere, because you just never know. But it's like it's always kind of sketchy too, because Steam does a really good job of like scanning games and preventing, Trojans from being in the games and like, on their library and stuff. But you never know if you download a game if what you're gonna get when you download a game. That's like why these indie games, like these are like really small games that have no backing, come out of nowhere, kind of free to play. They can be very sketchy because who's to say it's not literally just a virus coded in a game? Like there's no way to truly know. Like even like I said, even with like Steam doing their due diligence, it still happens. I'm gonna be working, Dig, but I'm on the fence because when I play a game for the first time, I like to do it on stream, to give my actual thoughts and reactions or whatever. Uh, so I'm torn if I want to play it with you guys this weekend, off stream, or if I want to do it on stream on Monday. Take another day off for New World and play it on Monday. I'm kind of torn. Why am I picking up Star Mill? I don't need. Like, we'll come down here. Oops, wrong button. I'll pick up this iron. Oh, I saw an article on Elder Scrolls Online. I guess I don't know exactly when, but sometime soon. They're changing their model of how they implement content. And I don't know how I'll feel about it. So instead of having like DLCs and stuff like that, supposedly they're switching to like a seasonal model. And I don't know how it really works. But there's challenges and stuff for the season to unlock like different things and so on and so forth. So it's not like you have to do this one objective to complete this. You have to do the you can do whatever objectives you want and then complete the the stuff in the manner in which you want to do it. So it kind of opens it to be a little bit more sandbox style to complete. But I'm assuming it's kind of entwined with uh content. So they release the season with content, and then when that season's over, it becomes free for everybody. Like it becomes part of the core game, and then they roll out the next season, which is the new stuff. I don't know. I don't really exactly know how it works, but it seems kind of interesting. But I'm thinking to myself like, so there's a free to play, battle pass, and then there's the paid battle pass, and I don't know what the difference is when it comes to like either content or rewards or whatever. Uh, but you don't have to pay. It's just an optional pay thing, and you get the new DLC content without having to pay. I think that's interesting, but how do they like? That's a weird business model. Like, hmm. I'm gonna read that article or I'm gonna open that message in a second here, Topher. I just wanted to finish this route really quick. Yeah, I'm saying I don't know the exact like technical details that go into it, Dig. It seemed interesting. It's just like one of those, oh, it looks good on paper, but in practice, what is exactly does it look like, right? So wait, what game is this? Oh, the Punja Studios, for the game that for the developer that made the game that went to coming soon. Well, what I don't understand is the second message, number 92 here. It says you guys could have just seen the Steam page for proof of a scam. Wait, what? Wait, what site says October 31st? I'm so confused. I like that one message though. The devs sold $180 packs, then canceled the game. That's hilarious. Isn't that the game we played? Oh, it's not? Okay. I don't... I'm even more confused. So you sent me the site, but I don't see... Where does it say time? I don't even want to touch this. I don't even want to touch this. Oh, is the game launching on Steam? Got you. I mean, that could just be they didn't update the information on the website because maybe it was intentionally supposed to come out in October and then they pushed the release date and then now they're pushing it again, but they haven't said any information on it, which is like, that's the scummy part. Like, if you need to push the date and you need to, like, you know, whatever. Yo, what up, Joey? Joey? I'm gonna call you Joey. Hopefully that's okay. I want to say Joy, actually. It's Joy, right? Welcome. Thank you very much for stopping on in. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you're still hanging out. Sorry it took me a minute to reply. I was looking at a few things. I might have actually been going to the bathroom when you showed up. Joy? Yeah, I'm really bad with names, especially reading it from, you know, a couple feet away on my TV. What was I doing again? Well, thanks for stopping by. How's things going? How you been? How's your day? You playing some New World, or are you just skimming around, you know, trying to find something to watch? But yeah, I mean, like I said, Dover, it could just be something along the lines of, like, you know, something forgot to get updated. But like I said, for me, the scummy part purely is the fact that there's no informational update. Like, if you have to push the release, if you have a countdown for a release and it goes from play now to coming soon, you need to put out a release stating why it changed, and not like 3 weeks later. I'm talking like within an hour. There needs to be some sort of update information explaining to people why the game didn't come out when it was expected. Crazy. Oh, Joy, if you want information, I would be more than happy to give you whatever it is you're looking for. But if you want the cliff notes, the answer on if you should get the game or not, I would say 70% no, 30% yes, and the only reason I would say even 30% yes is because that's only if you're willing to spend $60 on a game that you might only have for a year. How's New World now? New World is great, other than the fact that it's gonna die. Yabu. Yabu? I'm gonna go with Yabu. All right, here, I'll pull it up and I'll show both of you. Yeah, I'll show both of you the information. It's on Steam. So here is the dilemma. So I'll read you the clip notes of this and I'll explain it to you. But long story short, they gave us this new update, the new zone, whatever you want to call it. Like they gave us the new DLC. They gave us this new zone. They gave us a new raid. They gave us, you know, new perks. They revamped like a couple. Like they did a ton of stuff. They even gave us a new weapon and everything. And then 2 weeks after, they gave us that DLC release, which that DLC was free, and they made Angry Earth free. So now, in order to play the entirety of New World, all you have to do is buy the base game, or if you already have the base game, you have everything for free. So if you already have the game, play the game. If you're gonna have fun playing the game, just play the game. But if you have to buy New World itself, I wouldn't recommend getting it. So with that in mind, long story short is Season 10 Night Haven update, which is the one they just gave us, is the final content release for New World, period. Going across the board. They're not going to give us any more new content. And then the rest of this doesn't really say much of anything, but in the frequently asked questions, the main one to take away from here is, are you sunsetting the game? And the statement was, no, not at this time. So currently they're not sunsetting the game, but it doesn't say they're not going to ever. And then it states that they plan, I mean, technically it says it up here, but that they plan to keep the servers running through 2026. So take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. They plan, keyword, plan, to keep it running through 2026. There's no statement on after 2026 what will happen. There's no statement on if they actually will keep it alive through 2026 all the way through. The only other caveat was that they stated that they would give us a 6-month notice if they decide to sunset the game. So we had 6 months pre in advance to them closing the doors. But with their track record of actually keeping us up to date regularly like that, or giving us notice on anything, it's pretty it's pretty slim odds that they're going to give us an actual like time to know pre in advance. So, like I said, if you don't own the game, Joy, I wouldn't spend $60 unless you really need a game to play, right? I would not spend $60 for a game that literally states on their page, this is the final update, servers will remain active through 2026. Like, it literally says it. So, I will say, for a fact, that $60 is a lot of money, but you playing from levels 1 all the way to level 70, exploring the professions, exploring the dungeons, exploring the game in general, possibly getting into some raids, and obviously this is all with the caveat that you can actually find groups, because there's not a lot of players currently. Let's see if we can check it for you. Yeah, currently 650 people in game on PC. This doesn't count console. So 650 people are currently playing the game on PC. Like I said, if you're okay with playing like an Ironman playthrough, or like I play Ironman, so it doesn't matter that there's not a lot of people around because I don't use the marketplace or trade anyway. But if I ever want to run a dungeon, it's pretty hard to find a group. If I ever want to run a raid, it's pretty hard to find a group. If you want to do some like PvPing, pretty hard to find people because there's not a lot of people. Yeah, and that's the thing. Now, if you have Game Pass, Joy, I'm pretty sure, can you not play with Game Pass for free? I don't know for sure. I've never had Game Pass. But if you can play the New World for free via Game Pass on Xbox, it's worth it. PS5 only? Ah. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you had a way to play it for free, it's worth it. It's actually a fun game, especially if you play it in like an Iron Man play setting like this. Now, I will say with the caveat, Joy, I don't know if it's cross-platform. I don't know if I can play with console players. I want to say probably, but I don't know for sure. I'm pretty sure you can, because I'm pretty sure, like, if I look in chat, I mean, there's not a lot of people chatting, but I'm pretty sure, like, this is Steam players, and then there's PlayStation players talking, so I'm pretty sure you can cross-platform. With that caveat, since I do still play the game, and I am going to be playing for a while, if you could play it for free, and you wanted to do dungeons, we could probably get a group together to complete some dungeons for you, so you can experience them. But like I said, if you have to pay $60, unless you have just money laying around and you literally have no other game to play because you've played everything and you hate everything and you're just down bad for a game, I don't think it's worth $60. Now, with that caveat though, there is a lot of free to play games that if you haven't tried, or they're cheaper games. If you haven't tried, or you haven't tried them in a long time, they're worth trying. Obviously, Black Desert is one of them, but if you don't like heavy grinding game, ignore this. Like, if you don't like living on the edge of your seat and getting murdered all the time, and you have literally no trust in society at all, don't play this. Um, but you have like idle games. Idle games are great. They give you something to do because this is like an active idle game. That's what I'm playing right now. Lord of the Rings Online, old school game. Can play. I mean, you're playing on PlayStation, Xbox. So I don't know if this is on Xbox, but this game free to play, pretty much as you want. With a small caveat, but super good game even though it's old. I actually really like this game a lot. Obviously you got Path of Exiles. You got Where When Meets, right? That's another really good one. You also have Lost Ark, because now you don't need, now you can do almost everything solo in Lost Ark. Yeah, so if you want to know anything about BDO, Joy, let me know. BDO is absolutely one of my favorite games of all time, but it's also one of my least favorite games of all time. It's one of those double-edged sword games. I love it, but I hate it. I have like 13,000 hours in the game, and I would say about 2/3 of it is AFK. The game is as active as you want it to. You want to make it. I do a lot of AFK stuff in the game because I play other games while it's doing stuff. So, for example, the cooking in the game. I can fill up my inventory with a bunch of cooking materials, and I can set my guy down to cook for 2 to 3 hours at a time while I'm playing another game. Right. I can also set my guy on a horse, and I can run him back and forth in an area to level up the horse to do horse training, so I can turn around and make money off of selling the horses and stuff. Um, I can AFK and fish for even more money and more materials for cooking and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of things in the game you can do, like AFK or semi AFK. So, like I said, if you want to know anything about BDO, let me know. I'm not a pro. I'm not like the highest tier player in the game or anything like that. I'm a general noob, average player, but I know a lot about it that I can give you enough information to see if you want to play it or not. And the fact that it's only $10 and you don't have to pay a single penny past that is really nice. Now, don't get me wrong, if you do spend money in the game, it's worth it because it gives you a lot of quality of life, but it's not required. And they have made a lot of changes recently that I'm not privy to because I haven't played it in a couple months, but they just revamped the whole loyalty system like last week. I haven't looked at it yet. But yeah, Yabu, if you're still here, yeah, they absolutely crushed New World in a good way with this DLC, and then they absolutely killed it with the announcement that they're no longer supporting it and it's gonna go bye-bye. Like, it's such a shit show, man. You're gonna get the $65 version? Why? So with the caveat, Joey, if you, what I would recommend, honestly, if you want to buy the $65 version, I'm not gonna tell you not to. I will give you the caveat though, is typically you can get the base version and then upgrade later if you like it. So get the cheapest one you can and then just buy the upgrade later if you enjoy the game. Not saying the upgrade isn't worth it, because the stuff that it gives you is pretty helpful. Like I said, it's quality of life. Everything in the game that is that you pay for is basically quality of life. The amount of bonuses or benefits you get from the paid items in the shop are so minuscule If that is the difference between you winning and losing, there's a problem other than gear. I'm just gonna say. What's five more? I mean, you're not wrong. So, Joey, do you want me to give you like I can log into the game really quick, Joey? I can log off of here really quick and I can log into that super fast. I can show you because I can't play these simultaneously. If you want me to just like show you the game a little bit, or I can just explain it to you before you, because I don't want you to spend 60 bucks on a game that you know aren't sold on or not. It's a phenomenal game. Like I said, the hardest part for people, the biggest problem people have with the game is the amount of grind that the game requires to feel like you're making progress. And I'm not gonna lie, it is insane. Like, you know how, like this, some people might take this the wrong way, but you know how like Korean players play like video games and they're like, oh, this is a really fun game, this is a really fun game. But then like, you know, American players play it and they're like, oh my god, this game is so grindy, but Koreans don't find it grindy, right? Koreans have like a different level of what's considered grindy to them. Like, right? Let's just say Koreans find Black Desert to be grindy. And that's saying a lot. That's really all I gotta say. Yeah, so here's the problem with the BDO grind, right? Is it's not that it's hard. It's just mindless. Right? Now there can be some difficult parts, right? For example, if you go to do a 3-man grind, so there's certain zones in the game that recommend a 3-man party to grind certain mobs because they have so much HP and they hit really hard. So usually you go with a party of 3 people, and then you're like applying like party buffs and potions and stuff like that to like boost your damage and your survivability, your damage reduction and stuff like that. And everybody's like attacking in certain burst phases because of the mechanic of the mob or whatever. And you can easily get insta-gipped, right? But with the added caveat that there's open world PvP. So if someone sees you fighting, they could show up and try to kill you while you're fighting. So it adds an extra layer of like living on the edge, right? I personally don't do a whole lot of combat grinding, so I do a lot of like life skilling and professions like I'm doing right now, and I don't normally ever get killed. People always pretty much always leave me alone, even though it's an open world PvP game. But when you're in grind spots, it's more likely that someone will show up to fight you for a grind spot, and there could be some PvP going on. But these mobs, they have different difficulty levels, right? So some require like, you know, an AP attack power of X amount to really be able to kill them efficiently. Some of them require a certain amount of defensive power, DP, to basically not get insta-gibbed. And if you, as long as you meet that criteria for that zone, it's mindless, right? There's no difficulty to it. You literally go in there, you hit a couple button combinations because the attack style in that game is more Tekken based, where it's like you have to do like E plus left click or S plus right click or left and right mouse button together to do another button. And then there's like flowing combos that you can do between one attack pattern to another attack pattern and so on and so forth. So you got to get used to your attack rotation and patterns and your button combinations to be really fluid in your combat. Some attacks don't flow into other attacks very fluently. There's like a dead space between the two animations, so you have to figure out your pattern that is the most efficient. So there's a lot of learning in the game, and like they hold your hand 0% of the time. So you have to either Google everything, live on wiki and stuff like that, or you have to literally grind your face into the pavement for thousands of hours figuring it out yourself. I wouldn't say the combat in particular is difficult when it comes to PvE. because like I said, once you figure out your ability combination and you grow your gear up a little bit stronger, the mobs become very easy and mindless to kill. You just do your ability rotation, they die, and you move on to the next pack. You kill them, you move on to the next pack. You move, you know what I mean? You're just rotating in a specific pattern, like I'm doing grinding ore right now, and you just do the ability rotation, move to the next pack, ability rotation, next pack, ability rotation, next pack, and then occasionally you might get into a PvP scuffle, and rinse and repeat. And then all you're doing when you're grinding these mobs is you're grinding them for specific loot drops to either sell on the marketplace to other players to make money for upgrades for yourself, or you're grinding for those materials to upgrade your gear yourself. So that's why people find the game mindless, because you kind of these combat grinders, they can almost close their eyes and do their ability rotation without even looking at the screen. That's how consistent the grind is. Like it's really mindless. Same thing when it comes to the life skilling. Life skilling, you go to a specific spot, you grind certain materials in a certain area, you bring it back to base, you turn those materials into a processing, you know, either you chop the wood into planks, you turn the herbs into potions, whatever it is that you went and grinded. But I will say the grind is endless. So there is no hard cap on combat level. There's a soft cap of like 62, but anything past 62 just takes a lot longer. And there's people at like 67 and 68 right now. But in order to get any type of progression on EXP past that point, it's ridiculous. And these are people that have been playing for 20, 30,000 hours, right? But the professions are kind of the same way. I think the max level on professions is like level 100 now. It used to be 50, but now it's like level 100, and I don't think there's anybody at level 100. Like, it's ridiculous. But there's a lot to do in the game. You can just do different things. Like if you're bored of combating, you can go and do bartering. So you can get on a sailboat or whatever. You can bring goods from one, island to another, and you can like trade the goods for different goods, and then you can sell the goods for money. You can go horse capturing and selling horses and learn how to breed horses and trade horses and stuff like that. You can do cooking, you can do alchemy, you can do wood chopping, and like there's processing things too, so you can like turn things from into planks, and a bunch of other miscellaneous things as well. There's houses that you can furnish and stuff like that. There's a lot of cosmetics. Now there is a variation of quote unquote what people like to call pay to win, which I don't call pay to win because it's absurd to think that someone would spend that much money in a game to actually get ahead. But you can swipe your credit card to buy cosmetic skins to then turn around and sell those skins in the shop in the game to other players for in-game currency, to then turn around and use that in-game currency to buy gear. But the amount of money you'd have to spend to actually obtain any gear of value is like, it's more than $10,000. I can tell you that right now. I haven't done the math in a long time, but it's definitely more than $10,000. Now, there are people that will definitely do something like that. But here's the caveat is, yes, you might have the money, like the in-game currency after spending, $20,000, $30,000 or whatever. But now you have to wait for somebody to actually sell you the item, and the odds of someone selling you the item is like less than 1%. So it's very slim that you would actually obtain the item even if you had the money. So you would almost have to obtain a lower version and then buy all the upgrade materials and attempt to upgrade yourself, which could definitely just fail, and you might end up spending over $100,000 even trying to attempt to get a best in slot item and still not obtain one. Trust me, we have people that have been that are not in this chat currently, but there are people that we know that have paid upwards of over $20,000 in video games before. Like I know a bunch of people that are like that, and I'm not, like I said, I wouldn't put it past people, but what I'm saying is in BDO, it isn't worth it, because the difference in the gear for the amount of price that you have to pay is so minuscule Same thing with like the pearl shop that I was telling you about. You can buy the cosmetic items that give you like 1% acceleration speed on your horse. But that 1% acceleration speed means nothing if you don't put it on the right horse. The right horse costs more than the actual cosmetic item does. So, and then skill matters even more. If you're not hitting the abilities in a correct, like in an efficient manner, and you're taking full effect of the abilities, you're gonna lose to somebody even without the cosmetic skins. The cosmetic skins mean nothing in the grand scheme of things. Give me a little, hey, it's all good, man. If that's what you like to do with your money, that's what you like to do with your money. I am never gonna knock someone for enjoying their, like, spending their money to enjoy their time. Here's what it is. I just hate to see someone dump money into a game that they turn out to not like after they put $10,000 into a game, right? Like, oh, it wasn't that fun of a game. I don't really like it. I would prefer someone to play the game and enjoy the game, and once they're like, yeah, I really like this game, then to put money into it. Because, like I said, the amount of money you'd have to put in to actually get really good gear is really, really high. But with the added caveat that the gear you would be paying for is only marginally better than what you can get for free in the game. Like, it's a lot better. Don't get me wrong. It is a lot better in general, but the amount of increase for the amount of price doesn't correlate. Right? For example, the top of the line best in slot piece you could possibly get in the game, let's just say, just to keep things simple, it's like 2 trillion, right? But the step right below it, which is like 2 or 3 defensive power less than the top of the line, is like 200 million or billion, sorry. So it's like an extra 0 for like 3 extra defensive power. Does that make sense? Like, the amount of money required for such a marginally increase in defense, it doesn't make that much sense unless you're super min-maxy in the in-game player. It just doesn't make sense, because that extra 3 defensive power truly doesn't help you. So there is a few caveats to the game, though. Like I said, I like to talk a lot about new games, or games in general. I like to give as much information as I can. One of the other caveats to the game I would give is, when you first play the game, there's a lot. There's way too much information. And people find that doing the quests kind of suck, and they get bored, and they don't really like playing the game because they don't want to have to quest. The quests are very easy, they're very simple, they're very mindless, they're not very hard. It's kind of grueling. But in theory, you only have to do the quest on one character all the way up to a certain point, just so you can unlock certain aspects of the game that don't become unlocked until you've completed the storyline to a certain threshold, right? But there are seasonal servers that give increased EXP gains. They have seasonal servers for the seasonal gear, which, like, this is what I was saying before. Like, if you complete the seasonal journey, you get free gear that is equivalent to, I would say, it's hard to like calculate it for you because you don't play the game, but I would say it's like 3/4 of the way up the gear list, if not further. It's really high up the food chain. Like, let's see if I can pull up a gear list really quick. BDO gear tier section. See if I can find you one really quick. All right, so this is what you would end up with if you played the seasonal gear. If you played season, right? Which is roughly 300 DP, 240 AP, right? Roughly. Okay. Now, when you graduate and you move to seasonal, like off of seasonal and into the real servers, right? You would convert it from Tuvala. Trying to see where it does the conversion here for you. Um, so this is when you do the conversion, right? So you switch from seasonal to the boss gear, right? Like, and obviously there's a few upgrades in here as well from completing some of the seasons, right? This is a seasonal reward. This is a seasonal reward. And then these are I think this is a seasonal reward, and so is this. Maybe this as well. There's a handful of seasonal rewards here, basically. But like these, you can obtain from doing certain quests in the game and certain seasonal rewards and stuff. And these are like higher tier weapons than what you would have had. So you see the AP jumps, and the DP goes up a small amount. But if you were to compare that to what you would go to from there, it's not a whole lot, right? The main thing is like you upgrade from tier 4s to tier 5s, which gives you a small amount of increase here, as you can tell, right? And then you go from those to the actual red versions. So as you can see, like some of these items are upgrading to reds and blue and reds and purples. You can start seeing the DP climb very slowly, right? The DP starts climbing very slowly, and then once again you see it jumping again. So you went from 373 to 381. So you went up 8 more DP for upgrading from this piece to this piece, and then switching out your rings and amulets and stuff to the purple gear. And that's a huge money jump. FYI, massive money jump for 8 DP. And don't get me wrong, you got a little bit of AP here too, 12 AP, which is pretty nice. That's what most of the jewelry did for you. But it's ridiculous. Like, some of these items you need are like really expensive. And then upgrading even further, you end up in the 400 bracket, right? Once again, like I said, it's an incremental gain thing. Now, the worst part about the game, literal worst, absolute part of the entire game, is the upgrade system. I 1000% do not ever recommend anybody to ever enhance in the game. Now, with the caveat that if you learn it, it's not too bad. If you spend time actually learning it, and you watch a bunch of guides on it, and you do a bunch of testing and all this other stuff, sure, enhance. But until you do that, don't touch it. Because there are items in the game, mostly your jewelry, like rings, amulets, belts. And there's one other one. I can't remember the other one off the top of my head. Rings, earrings. If you fail the enhance on one of those, it destroys it and you have to start over. So, until you know what you are doing, do not touch it. Chest pieces, legs, feet, hands, weapons, all of those, they have a potential to downgrade. So they're safe to a certain point. Let's say there's 10 upgrades. They're safe to like level 6, but going from 6 to 7, if it fails, it can go back down to level 5. Then you have to, free enhance back up to 6. And then you have to try it from 6 to 7 again. And if it fails, it can go back down to 5 and rinse and repeat until eventually you get to 10. And then on top of this, and to increase your chances and your odds of success, you have to do what's called fail stacking, which you're intentionally failing an upgrade to get a fail stack. So every time you fail, you get a stack. And that stack increases every time you fail, but once you succeed, it consumes that stack, right? So you need to intentionally fail multiple things to build a fail stack up to like 300, 500, 600, so you can use that big fail stack on a big upgrade that has a bad chance. So the higher the fail stack, the better your odds of succeeding that upgrade. Eventually, there's a pity system now in the game that if you fail it X amount of times, it will give you a guarantee upgrade. But let's say you have a guarantee upgrade from 8 to 9. Here's the catch. If you fail the 9 to 10, you start back at 8 with no pity. You have to re-pity your way back to 9. But if you fail the 8 to 9, you go back to 7. And if you fail the 7 to the 8, it goes back to 6. It's dreadful. Absolutely fucking dreadful system. Now, there's ways around that. And this is where pay to win can come in. Those cosmetic outfits I was saying you can swipe your credit card for. If you consume those, aka you salvage those in game, it can give you what's called a cron. And crons are used to prevent downgrading when failing. But you need a lot of them. So what some high level crafters will do, or enhancers will do, is they put pre-orders on the marketplace for outfits, so they can just salvage them for crons all day, every day, right? And obviously that correlates to whales buying them and selling them so they can get in-game currency and so on and so forth. So, yo, mate, thanks for the hydrate. Appreciate you for being here. What's going on? I think I failed 120 because I was trying to save for. I didn't use any of my abilities to try and like save it. I didn't do anything. I literally just straight up AFK'd it. But instead of upgrading some stuff, because I was like, oh, maybe I can make it, maybe I don't. I was trying to get another Kraken, and I failed to get enough for the Kraken. I needed like another 100,000 points. Since I failed to get the Kraken, I ended up failing it all outright. And I was like, I didn't really care enough to put that much effort into it. But I got like a 110 success, and I failed the 120. It wasn't. I mean, I could easily have completed the 120. I just, like I said, I kind of just gave up. But so that's what I was saying, Joey. So there are sorry, I want to call you Joey. I don't know why. There are a few things in the game that are kind of just meh. One being that it's very solo player based. There's very few group oriented things in the game. There are dungeons. Most people don't do them because they're not worth it, really. I mean, they're like, you can go in there and get loot like once a week, and you can do it solo. So most people don't even group to do it. There are world bosses that a lot of people show up for, but they don't group for because there's no need to. There are the few grind spots I was talking about where it's like a 2 or 3 man recommendation to grind in certain spots. But other than that, there is like everything is solo. Like if you want to go and do professions, you do them by yourself. You want to go and do like certain combat grinds, you do them by themselves. Do you know what I mean? Like there's nothing to really do with people. Unless you're PvP. PvPing is everywhere. But you can group up with people to PvP, you can do guild versus guild, you can take over towns. Like if you're in a guild and you do guild versus guild to like to acquire like a town, just like New World has. You could fight for town territory. You can do a whole bunch of other like guild versus guild stuff. There's guild bosses you can do as with guilds. So you can fight certain world bosses with guilds. You can also do what's called sailies. And basically what that is there's sailing daily missions for getting your sailing level up and a couple other miscellaneous things. But long story short is well, there's a Discord that does it. I'm part of it. That people will host a sailies event where basically they allow people to jump on their boat while they go around and complete the quests for everybody. And you just basically AFK on their boat while they complete the missions for you. And they bring you to the quest turn-ins and stuff like that. And you get to complete all the quests while they do all the work. They do have stuff like that, but very minor amount of like actual group content in the game. So if you want a heavy group thing, you have to PvP. You don't like PvP, I wouldn't say BDO is the way to go. Like I said, if you enjoy playing like Ironman and you enjoy playing kind of by yourself, grinding out materials, crafting foods and potions and like maybe enhancing gear or whatever, like if you enjoy like combat grinding to grind rare drops to sell to other players or to scrap for yourself to do for crafting and stuff, it's a great game. The combat is second to none. I cannot think of a single game that has better combat than BDO. And the only reason why is because it's super, super, super fast paced, fluid. It flows very well. But if you're not keen on the whole button combos, because you can't just assign, I mean, you can assign a few skills, but not very many skills can be action barred. So if you want to use a skill, you have to use the button combination, like the keyboard mouse combination, to use the ability, right? And if you're not keen on that, you're not going to be able to do the combat very well. It's not going to be fun. I don't know how the button combinations work on console, because I've never played console, but they're going to have button combinations for the abilities on console as well. Like, do you want me to pull up a video really quick and I can show you like what the combat kind of looks like? I can pull one up really quick. There's also like 30 classes. So like, if you do decide to play, and you do decide you want to try it, your first thing you're going to be hit with is, what do I play? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, for console, I don't know how the combat truly works. I've never done it. But I will say on mouse and keyboard, the button combinations can be a little rough sometimes. For like, until you get used to it. It's all about muscle memory, obviously, right? But one nice thing you can do in this game, which I wish more games would do, is you can disable certain abilities. So if you accidentally fat finger ability, it doesn't actually trigger it because it's locked. It can't be used if you lock it. So you can lock some skills so it prevents you from accidentally hitting a button combination, messing up your combo, right? That's kind of nice. So there's a lot of guides for like combos and stuff, and a lot of guides recommend that you disable or you like lock certain skills to prevent yourself from accidentally hitting them, because it'll just mess up your combo. But like I said, do you want me to pull up a video or two and show you some combat so you can kind of see what it looks like and what I mean by like fluid and fast paced? And obviously the combat is completely different from character to character. Like I said, with 30 different characters or more, because there's like, I want to say like 20 classes, and like almost every class has two play styles. They have what's called Succession and Awaken. So it's like two different talent trees basically, and they're played completely differently. All right, let me get to town, and I'll pull up just a basic one. I'm not gonna pull up anything crazy. I think I'll pull up. I don't know. I'll just pull up the first thing that pops into my mind. Okay, to make it more interesting for you, do you want to see a melee or like a ranged / magic user? Because there's a little bit of all of them. There's a lot of crazy characters in the game, so. 17T Pow. Wow, let's go. Lucky Snail as well. Let's go. That's huge. Let's go. That's insane. Yeah, Joy. Do you want to see melee, ranged, or magic? You play ranged, so okay, we can show you like an archer or something. Let me pull up an archer. BDO archer PvE combo. There's a couple rangers, right? Like ranged players. Let me get to a part where he's actually showing the combos and stuff. There. Let me. Okay. So I'm gonna just back up a smidgen. So he kind of just shows off some skills here, but you see how like flashy and like movement skills these are just a few abilities he's using, right? There's a lot of movement, there's a lot of flashiness, there's a lot of attacks. This is him like fighting mobs, right? But then he like talks about the combos a little bit, and like this is the talent tree, right? So you go in, you lock things, and you turn things off. Right, so he talks about some of the abilities, and like this is, he has the buttons here. See how he's like, he has to hit like Shift plus E, S plus F, Q plus S, Q, Shift, right mouse button. Like there's a huge combo list here, right? Once you get used to it, it's fairly easy, but it takes a while of muscle memory to, deciphering it. But you see how like he does it in slow motion, and with all those buttons he's hitting so many different abilities on one mob. This is what makes the game insane, is the combat is so fluid and fast paced. And obviously things are fluid because
you want to hit certain abilities in specific order, but a lot of rotations are priority based. So when a skill comes off cooldown, you want to use it as soon as possible. Or in a certain situation, you might opt out of doing more damage for a movement ability to reposition yourself so you don't take damage, right? There's a lot of different variations when it comes to the combat. But let me, okay, so this is when he goes and grinds underground. Right? So he shows up, you know, he's doing the little jump back, snipe, right? So he jumps into the next pack, right? Comes behind, he waits for them to spawn, he shoots them a couple times with the AoE, does a little backflip into his barrage, into a snipe. Like, kind of see what I mean? The PvE is fairly simple once you figure out the grind and the combos. But you see how he does the fan shot into the backflip shot into like the snipe shot. Like that's his combo, right? Same combo. He just one shot that group, right? Because he has enough AP to one shot them. And then on this group, he does it slightly different. He does the arc shot into the backflip shot into the snipe shot into another shot because he needs a little extra damage. So that's kind of like, but you see how mindless it is? He goes from one group to the next group to the next group in a circle, and he just kills them as they spawn. And he's getting all this loot because he has pets to auto loot for him, and this is how he makes money. This is the combat. Now, it could be a lot faster pace in certain areas. So this is the nether zone, right? He just used a movement skill to reposition. He uses backflip, snipe shot, you know, rapid fire shot. That group's down, and now he's like a lot. So you see, so a lot of things in this game as well is about speed. It's about movement between packs to be efficient for grinding, right? So you saw how he did like the dash jump backflip thing to reposition behind him. Backstabs do more damage. Attacking from behind does more damage. But using certain movement skills to traverse the area to get to the pack faster. You see how he like double triple flipped forward to get to the pack faster so he can fight it? Those are the same movement skills you have to get used to if you want to effectively grind. Right? If you're running from pack to pack, like just sprinting, it takes a lot longer. But this is literally what you would be doing if you were combat grinding. You show up, you hit him with your ability combo, and then you're like, all right, jump to the next pack, ability combo. Boom, 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 boom. They're all dead. This is a lot higher AP requirement as well. But then, yeah, movement skill to the next one, jump in, start whooping their ass. This is why these things aren't dying as fast, because they're a higher ability bracket, right? And then, like, these are even higher ability bracket as well. He's showing, like, the higher ability brackets as he goes along, so. These mobs have even more HP, and he's, like, he has the chance to actually take damage here. You see how he had to reposition to get behind them? And this one, like, if you actually will look at this one, he's fighting him for now, and then he uses this backflip to get behind him to finish him off. So like what I was saying, sometimes it's not so much about doing the damage in a specific order. It's about situational awareness to know, hey, everything's facing me. I need to jump behind them to kill them. Because if you stand in front of them and you don't have a front guard or super armor on, which are abilities in the game, he took a shit ton of damage there as well. You can get stunned and staggered and just insta killed. You got to be careful with that as well. Anyway, that's one of the classes, right? And that's like how the combat kind of works. Like I said, you got to get used to the abilities. You got to learn your rotation. You got to muscle memory, grind it into your bones of like how to use the abilities. So, hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. Like it's a great game. It's phenomenal. And the combat, like I said, there's nothing like it. Like other games try, and there's no lock-ons as well. You have to actually target. You like it aims where you're aiming. So if you have a snipe shot, you have to literally point the snipe shot at the mobs you're trying to hit. So it's not this tab target auto locking bullshit. It's free fluid, free open action, fast-paced combat. And when PvP gets in there, the speed at which the combat goes through the roof. It goes from 100 to 1,000 real quick. especially when you're dealing with like assassins that are teleporting on the screen. It just gets wild. But you have rangers, you have archers, you have a gunslinger. And you say you like ranged, but like I said, you can also do magic, right? Magic is also technically ranged, but it's magic style instead. Some of the magic people are pretty insane. You also have Wusos, Dosas. There's look, just look at the list of characters. Video character list. I like using the actual website for this, but this is the classes, right? So you have the warrior, which once again has he has a sword and shield setup, and he has a two-handed setup, so awaken in succession. You have the ranger, you have the sorcerer, which one of her setups is a scythe, hands down the best looking weapon in the game. Berserker, yeah, there's so many. The berserker, he runs either dual axes or he has these fisticuffed hand cannon things. They're kind of crazy. Tamer is the only person in the game that actually gets a pet. She gets a wolf as a pet. It's pretty cool. Musa is more like ninja, but not ninja. It's like a samurai, but not ninja samurai. Like he has katana, right? And he also has I don't know, it's like a war axe, like a polearm axe thing as a secondary. And then this is the female version, the Meiwa or whatever. Valkyrie, she is either a sword and shield or a like a lance shield. She's pretty cool for low end content farming because you can literally just with enough gear and lower tier content, you can just shield charge indefinitely and just one shot everything. She's kind of funny. The Kinuichi and the ninja are obviously the assassin types that teleport. You got the wizard and the witch, obviously magic users. Striker, it's literally like you're playing Tekken. You're literally punching people and kicking people to death. Same thing with the mystic. The lawn, which is my favorite combat class, is I don't even know it's like pendulums and stuff. She has like a chain weapon that has weapons on either side, and she swings them around and spins in circles, and she can fly. She can jump into the air and like, you know, coast through the air and like jump down and slam on people. I really like her. She's really fun. Archer, obviously another range type. Dark Knight, one of the most sexy characters in the entire fucking game. Hands down, sexy. Sexy, sexy, sexy. She's literally the epitome of sexiness of the entire game. She's the only character in the game that has like a 4-foot statue made of her. I don't know why, but she's the only one. But she is like melee / mid-range magic user. Shy, one of the most adorable characters in the entire game. It is a little child that rides around on a boomerang. She can like slide on it like a skateboard, and she can throw it around and boomerang things together. She's pretty cool. I don't know. She's more of a life skiller than she's anything else, but she's really good at buffing people. She's a healer. She can heal people in parties. She's really useful in group content. Like I was telling you before, if you get into like group grinding, she's like one of the required classes to bring with you. Guardian, she's the Viking, and she's hot. She's either a two-handed axe or a one-handed axe and a shield. Hashin is like a desert dude that controls sand. It's kind of interesting. He's pretty cool. Nova, really fast-paced shield user or mace user. She slams things. She does a lot of slamming and poking. She's mostly melee. Sage Daddy, he's obviously like a mage-style person. He uses like arcane magic and stuff. Corsair, she's the pirate. She's pretty cool. She has otters, she has cannons, she has pistols and knives. Draken, she's the dragon themed version of two-handed sword. She can go into dragon form and like dragon fly and weird shit. The Wusa and the Meiwa here, or Megu or whatever you want to call her. These are the art style ones. So they have like a lot of, I don't even know how to explain it. Like she uses like a fan. It's hard to explain. And this one uses like a different type of fan. They're both fan users, but they just do a lot of AoE, mid-range, like close range combat. The Scholar is a two-handed mace kind of slammer. She jumps through the air and slams things, and she does a bunch of bonking. I don't know much about the Seraph. I haven't seen or played her yet. But the Dosa is another sword user, and the Deadeye is another ranger. Wukong is another magic melee user. You can click on these too, and they'll give you like a preview. So yeah, he uses the staff. It looks like. So he's just very like I said. If you watch these, you'll get a lot more idea of like every character. That's why I was asking. Like, so if you want, I can show you each video for the ranged people, since I can break it down to range versus melee. But you see how fast paced he is. He does a lot of like flipping. It's just so satisfying seeing all these flashes, all these AoEs, all these explosions. It's just such a satisfying combat style with how fast and fluid it is. It's wild. That's whoa, he can fly? Okay, that's actually sick. He can fly. I haven't played this character yet. That was dope. I didn't know he could fly. That's sick. That's actually sick. Okay, that's he's really cool. I've never seen him before. But then like I said, this is the Seraph. I haven't seen her yet either. She looks like she has a big ass sword, so I'm assuming she's a sword user. Yeah. Looks like a male warrior or a female warrior. She doesn't look as flashy. Like she looks okay, hack and slash style, but it just doesn't look as flashy as Wukong. Wukong looked insane. Like she has a bunch of hack and slash movements, AoEs, stuff like that. Like that doesn't look bad. But compare that to Wukong. You know what I mean? Like, do you think this looks better than what you saw with Wukong? Like, Wukong looked a lot more mobile and a lot more flashy. The fact that he could fly was ridiculous. Wait, what's this? Wait, what's this? What the fuck is that? What the fuck was that? Okay, she just went into demon form? Okay, I think my opinion has changed. My opinion has slightly changed. If she can go from angel form to demon form, I think she's pretty insane. Because that demon form looks nuts. That demon form looks nuts. Like that, we can watch some of these if you want. I don't really care. Like this is the kind of stuff I like to do on stream. So, like, so this is the Deadeye, right? It's a gunslinger. You run and gun. I guess you can fly through the air with a rope and shoot things. Not, in my opinion, not super impressive. It's very, if you like this type of like Nat style of gun shooting and play style, it's perfect for certain people, right? It's very fast paced. Like if you play Lost Ark and you like playing a gunslinger on Lost Ark, you'll probably like this. Because they got some cool abilities. But if it was me, man, I'd rather play something different. Like, it's cool. Like I said, it's very movement oriented. Dashing backwards, dashing sideways, attacking while sprinting and jumping. Like, it's pretty cool, right? But if it's not your playstyle, it's not your playstyle. Like I said, you wanted range, so I'm not gonna like the Dosa and like the Scholar. I won't like mess with those. I wouldn't call these particularly ranged, but I mean, it could be. It's I don't know. But like I'll just show you some of the rangers since that's what you want to see. So here's the archer. We showed you this earlier. Right, some of these aren't as good. Like the older videos aren't as good. But you see how he can like dash and dodge? So he slides and he attacks. He has like a small crossbow on his arm. He does a lot of dashing. He does a lot of dodging. It's kind of like almost more movement than the Deadeye. He does a lot of backflips, sliding, dashing. And then you got the ranger, which is the female. But she used an actual bow. So she's a little bit more stationary oriented. She does a lot of jumping and stuff. I think this is what we were watching before. I say more stationary oriented, and she's like flying through the air. She does backflips and flight dashes, but it's not as movement oriented as the archer was. As you can tell, like she squats down to do a rapid fire. You know, she does a backflip, reposition. She has some few melee knockdown kicks and stuff, but you can see a big playstyle difference. She plants her feet to do like big attacks in comparison, right? Those are pretty much all the rangers in the game. Also, this one, her succession form. Oh, sorry, this is her awakened form. She switches to daggers. So her succession form was the two-handed bow, and this is her actual awakened form. So she switches to more of a dagger style, which is kind of insane. Like I said, with a playstyle like this, you can alternate back and forth to a point. You can have two presets, one for succession and one for awakening, and you can play each build differently. So if you're feeling more of a succession playstyle with the bow, you can switch to succession. If you're feeling more of a melee playstyle, a character like this gives you the freedom to do both, right? Versus other classes don't. I'll show you my favorite character really quick. She has awaken and succession as well. So her awakened form is a little more flashy in my opinion, but I prefer her succession form. So this is her somewhat flying ability. You jump off of a tower, it's a lot more apparent. What's crazy about her, Joy, is this combo is two abilities. One ability does all of that. That's one ability. It's like 30 attacks in one ability. That was another attack. Like, how it hits like 20, 30 times. Like, that's what makes her so fun. It's because there's very few buttons you have to hit with her to do a lot of hits. There's a lot of other characters that require like 40 or 50 attack buttons. I can literally, with this succession form, I can rotate 3 abilities indefinitely, and I can kill anything. With enough AP DP, obviously, and I have to reposition a little bit, but like jumping across the water to reposition for another group. Pendulum kick, that's one ability. That's literally one ability that she just did. And then when you fly off of like a high place, I don't know how to do whatever the fuck that she just did. That was one ability. That's a second ability. That's a reposition into a big attack. So that was total of 4 abilities she just did there. The reposition is just directional button plus left click for the reposition. She's one of my favorite characters, and she's hot. But like I said, you have a lot of other characters that aren't technically ranged but can be played semi-ranged, like the Wusa. Like I said, it's technically magic. It's just really cool. Now you can have multiple characters, right? For free, I think you get 6 or 7 characters, free character slots. I think there's ways to get other ones, like from events and stuff like that. But like she's butterflies and like wind and seasonal. You see how she's calling him like a hurricane? Like it's interesting. They're all played differently. They all have their pros and cons. They all have different intensities at which you have to press abilities. Like some are higher than others. Supposedly the least buttons to be pressed on any character for killing things is the Awakened Guardian. Supposedly the Awakened Guardian's ability rotation is literally like 2 buttons. I mean, maybe more than that, but they're so slow at which you use them. It's the intensity of using the abilities. It's just like literally you hold like one button, you slam a bunch of stuff, You hold the second button, you slam a bunch more stuff, and then you just rotate between like 3 or 4 abilities. And like I said, it's very similar to the lawn that I play, but it's more big, slammy, staffy, explodies. So as that, the best thing you can do is watch these videos, kind of get an idea of what looks good to you. But at the end of the day, every character is good, Joy. Obviously, there's metas that are, which ones are stronger than others at certain times of day between nerfs and buffs. But just play whatever aesthetically pleases your eyes, because they all are viable. Every single character in the game is viable, and play it how you want, right? It's just finding what you like. So if you just go to, you know, playblackdesert.com, go to the classes section. I don't even know where it would be found, honestly. I just Google it usually. Yeah, class introduction right here. So overview, class introduction. And you can just literally go through all the classes, watch the videos, kind of see what looks good to you. And whatever aesthetically pleases your eyes, choose that character. Like I said, I picked the Musa because I like katana style, you know, whatever. This is his awakened form. But this is what the Musa looks like. This is my main life skiller. And I don't combat with him. But this is the character I picked as my main. And then I made the lawn for my combatter. He just doesn't... He has a bunch of, like, whirling slashes and tornado attacks and stuff, but it's nothing flashy. Nothing insane. His awakened form, on the other hand, which I do not like, this is flashy. This is super flashy. Flames everywhere, big slams, big slashes, big explosions. Pretty cool. Like I said, there's a lot to choose from. There's a lot. And like I said, if you do decide to play the game, you have any questions, period, we do have a Discord. More than welcome to help you out with anything that you have questions for. It's easier for me to answer questions on stream. But when I'm not streaming, I can easily try and answer your questions in Discord as well. But there's a lot. Take it one piece at a time. Literally, if you are going to play it, take it literally one piece at a time and just start with learning how to do combat and just pushing through the storyline and the quest line. That's all I would recommend. Ignore everything else if you are going to play. You got to 79 on Emperor? That's insane, mate. That reminds me, I need to do my Emperor tonight. Because I have a bunch of saved up ones, and I need to do the achievement to unlock the rest of the Emperor gear. Mate, I also finished my smithy for Godshard armor. So now I have that completed, so now everybody has the benefit from the Godshard armor completion. But I did mess up, and I'm kind of pissed about it. I upgraded my Godshard warship skull to the next tier. I don't know what that one is. It's like the green one or whatever for the new zone. And I didn't realize, I didn't check it beforehand, that I need a level 150 warship to equip it. So I had to make another lower tier one from scratch to equip it to my my character, so he had a skull on. So I was a little sad. A little pissed about it. So now I got to option A, gimp that character along to 150 because he's like 130 something right now. I think my closest character is 139. So I either have to gimp that character to 150 so I can put the best one on him and then move the second best one over to the other guy. Or I have to get 3 million of the World 5 souls to push it to the second tier, you know, second from the best warship skull, and basically have an extra one for no apparent reason. Unless we make an 11th character eventually, because I'll have 11 skulls then, and like I don't have 11 characters, so it's like fucking pointless. I'm a little pissed about it, but this is what it is. But yeah, Joy, feel free to ask anything. Like I said, I have a lot of knowledge in the game. I have done thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of research and, you know, Googling and wikiing. There's a lot of things I do not know still, but there's a lot I do know, so I can at least give you a decent amount of knowledge to push you along if you decide to pull the trigger on BDO. Like I said, super phenomenal game. With the caveat, there's a few kind of dog shit ass aspects of the game. But every game has its flaws, right? So take the good with the bad. As long as the good outweighs the bad and you're gonna get your money's worth out of it, that's all that matters. Yeah, that's it. If you get it, you get it. And if you don't, you don't. Like I said, we can always talk about other games too. Like BDO is just the first one that pops in my head because it is my favorite. Yeah. Just um, like I said, if you don't want that game, like I said, we can talk about other games. Like I said, there's always, like I said, there's Lost Ark is a pretty phenomenal game and it's free. Um, its combat is more top down though, so some people don't like it as much. But it's very fluid. It's very enjoyable. It's very satisfying watching. Have you ever played Dynasty Warriors? Like back in the day on console. I mean, maybe they still have them now, but you like go in as a one-man guy and you like blow up thousands of mobs and like with one guy, you know, just the explosion of killing thousands and thousands of people at a time. That's what Lost Ark feels like on a daily basis when you're doing a lot of your daily grinds. Lost Ark is pretty dope. It does have its own pay-to-win wall and stuff, but it's a super fun game. I really enjoyed that game a lot. Where Wind Meets is also a pretty phenomenal game that's free to play. Once again, I don't know if either one of these is on console. Yeah, so if you joined it, make sure you accept the rules or it won't fully allow you into the server. Just an FYI. And preferably, I'd like you to read the rules as well. Because most people, they just scroll to the bottom, accept the rules, and they're like, hey, why can't I do this? It's like, did you read the rules? It's like, it's like, that's what I thought. Doesn't matter one way or the other. But, yeah, it's the best place I can answer questions if I'm not streaming. But when I'm streaming, I do my best to answer anything and everything that comes across me. So if you have questions, even if I'm not playing the game, Joy, don't feel bad. Don't feel like you can't ask me a question on a game if I'm not playing it. Because as you saw, I don't mind switching games. I don't mind pulling stuff up and answering questions and showing things off. Because that's what my stream is all about. It's about answering questions. It's about helping people. It's about increasing the gaming knowledge across the board for anybody that comes across for us. All right. You can make everybody Marby. Oh, you should do that. Yeah, that'd be huge. I think I can too. I just haven't got around to it. 100 Emperor. I think with the amount of damage and boost that we've gotten, I think you can do it. Like, your character's a little bit stronger than mine. I mean, and I don't know what I can even get to. But off the top of your head, Joy, do you have any other questions? Like either BDO related or do you want to see some other games? Like, do you have any other, anything else that you want to chat about or you want to pick my brain on or something? What are we up to? 300. So we're almost there. I need to get to 400 of this. I need 600 wood. Wait. I know, just ignore BO's 7 questions. Wait, what's BO? Crimson Desert? I would say I haven't fully like played it but from the few minor clips I've seen and from what I know from just um the designer, I would say it's gonna be a really good game, like at least combat wise and environment wise. But isn't it like a single player game? I thought it was like a single player game, unless they changed that. I thought it was like single player. Unless they finally opened it up to at least like co-op or something. I don't know. I'd have to look into it a little bit more, but it looked good. It looked like it would be really good. I think there was a few curious points that I saw that I was kind of like meh about. But I think overall, I think it'll be a good game. Because like I said, coming from a person that plays BDO from the same developer, if the combat is even remotely is even half as good as BDO's combat, the combat in the game will be insane. But I don't know if they're gonna have a class system since it is a single player game. I maybe it's gonna be more like a Souls style class system where you kind of fluidly play it how you want, kind of thing. Because that's what makes BDO's combat so good, is the class system. Because everything is played slightly differently, you know. Everything has its own abilities. Everything has its own flash, its own style. And if you don't have that in a game that's designed, oh, Black Ops 7, bro, Call of Duty can suck it. But I don't mind talking about Call of Duty. It's just I prefer to stay away from FPS because the thing is, like, you don't even have to ask me about a specific FPS game for me to help you out in any FPS game, because every FPS game follows the same principle. Find a gun that you it kind of works with you, you know. Doesn't have to be the most best in slot weapon. As long as you are very good with that weapon, it's the best weapon to use. If you suck with the most meta weapon, it's not going to be good for you, right? So find the gun that you're the best with and head glitch everywhere. Show less of your body than they're showing and you usually win. That's literally all it boils down to. Don't stand in the open, don't over peek, right? Always conceal most of your body whenever you're getting into a gunfight. That's the general basics. You do those few little things, you'll get a lot of kills. It's that simple. Obviously, there's some caveats to that depending on like who you're playing against and, you know, over peeking versus under peeking versus slow peeking. Like there's a lot of like advanced tactics as well that can really get you fucked if you do them wrong. But generalistically speaking, stay further away from the wall than your opponent, like further away from the angle than your opponent, and obscure as much of your body as you can. Literally, if you do those two things, your survivability rate goes up by like 80%. Not an exaggeration. Yeah, so that's the same thing with me, Brian, is like I'm an MMO player through and through. I do not play single player games pretty much ever. But Crimson Desert looks good. Like in general, like the generalistic playstyle, the graphics, the environment, like all of that just it looks pleasing. Now, obviously that's first looks. Who's to know what it's actually gonna look like on release? Who's to know what it'll look like on, you know, my PC if I was to get it because of my graphic settings or whatever. There's 1,000 other, you know, stipulations that go into it, so who's to know what we actually get at the end of the day. And things might look good on paper, but theoretically, like when it comes to actual reality, like what exactly is it going to be like, right? So my hopes are high, but if the trend holds for what games have been doing for the past 10 years, it's going to fall very short of what my hopes are at. Because no matter how good it looks, it's going to have some sort of detrimental problem that ruins it. Every game has done it in the last 10 years. It's a bannable offense. I mean, don't get me wrong. I used to host my own online tournaments for Call of Duty. I used to coach like amateur teams and stuff like that. You know, I never really played on like a high level because I never really cared that much about competition. But it's funny because like I have a lot of these people that come in and like they have like less than a 1.0 KD. They getting shit on by all these players in pub matches and stuff like that, or even in like game battles or whatever. And they're like, how are you so good? Because I think when I quit playing Call of Duty, I was like averaging like a 3 KD or something like that, and it was nothing insane. It's just, I just held to my play style, which is, finding like an area in the middle of the map that I can lock down and I can play very well. And I like it's like usually in a place where there's like a lot of cover, a lot of head glitching spots, or a lot of like crouching positions where I can like see down a lane or a hallway or something. And it's not that I'm camping, because I'm literally like I'm controlling like at least a third of the map. I'm overlooking the center of the map. I'm taking out people that are peeking windows that are sniping. I'm taking people out that are crossing, the fields or like the courtyards and stuff. I'm like holding down a good portion of the map, and I'm just holding it, right? And like I do the same thing in Search and Destroy. I do the same thing in Team Deathmatch. I find like an area that I get really comfortable at playing it, and I just hold it, and I get really good at it. And these people are like, how do you do that? You must be cheating. You must be cheating. What? And I'm just like, no, I'm not cheating. You pick a gun that you're good with. It's that simple. You pick a gun that you control very well at the range that you want to play at, and you find a position in the map that suits your play style again, that has a lot of cover, so you're not like exposed everywhere, and you literally just pick people apart. It's that simple. Now, obviously, things change when you have to be on the move, right? When you have to move from position to position, like on Search and Destroy, when you have to take over the bomb site and you have to plant it, or you have to move from your bomb site to another bomb site to defend it. Like, things change. So you got to get used to being able to play in those movement situations as well. So come up with like pathways and patterns that you're comfortable with taking, and obviously you have to have backups to those, so you don't want to be so rigid that you're predictable. They know you're going to come through this one doorway, so they just camp it, or you're going to go down this one pathway, right? So you need to have multiple pathways you can take and multiple like alternatives and stuff. But like the gist, cover, and the main thing that people get fucked in any FPS, I'm not saying specifically Call of Duty, but any FPS, is what a lot of people fail is they're too close to a corner when peeking. So mathematically speaking, this is just based off of math, right? The closer you are to a corner when you're peeking, the sooner you're visible to the person on the other side, right? So whoever is further away from the corner will see the other person sooner. So if I'm this close to the corner, but you're this close to the corner, you will see me slow peeking that corner and be able to kill me before I can see you. If I am further away from the corner than you are, I will see you first. Even if I'm slow peeking, I will see you before you see me because I have a further angle. And that is one thing everybody fails, is they pick a spot really close to the wall, like right here. They pick this corner, they crouch right here looking at the corner. The problem is if this person is further away from the wall, so if they're way back here, and then they're looking, they're gonna see your shoulder before you see them, right? So I'm gonna go to here, I can see their shoulder, and they're just gonna shoot you and kill you because you can't see them. Even though you're head glitching, even though you're behind a wall, you're too close to the corner. And that's what everybody has the most massive mistake in FPS games, is they pick a spot too close to a corner and it gets them killed way too often. You're thinking about how you play. You must be cheating. It must be AI. So COD got boring for me roughly around, I mean, I kind of lost interest with it after Modern Warfare 3, if I'm being honest, but I still played Black Ops 2 and 3, and they were just kind of meh. Like, I didn't really enjoy the jumping jetpacks and the like the slam abilities and the flamethrowers and the pyro guys. Like, it didn't feel like Call of Duty. It really didn't. I felt like I was playing like PlanetSide 2 or something. It got really stale because it was like they just copy and pasted the game and just changed like the textures pretty much in like every game. And then they're like, oh, well, this game's got abilities. It's got classes. It's like, I don't want that in a Call of Duty. like, holy fuck, we already got radars. Yeah, so that's the thing. Is like you want to be comfortable in the route that you run, in my opinion, Joy, but you don't want to run the same exact route. Now, you can have the same route with variations, right? It starts off the same way, but you have like a variation. If you don't see a certain thing at a certain point, you take a variation and you're like, oh, I gotta take this hallway instead of that hallway. You get comfortable with a certain pattern. You know exactly what you're looking at, you know exactly what you're looking for, you know exactly what times people are going to be peaking, you know, depending on like play styles or loadouts and stuff like that. You want to run the same pattern regularly so you get so comfortable with it you are like basically a god at that route, but you need multiple routes. You can't rely upon a single route to carry you, because once again, like you were like saying as well, if you run the same exact route every single round, round after round after round, unless they don't catch you, right? If you run it one round and they don't see you, right, and they don't know you ran that route, okay, sure, run it again until you eventually run into resistance. Now they know you're running that route, right? Now you change it up. Like, that makes sense. But if you don't change it up, they're just gonna be like, all right, he's gonna run right to here every single time. So then they just wait for you. And then there's those dumb people that they get killed and then they run the same route again and then they get killed and then they run the same route again and they get killed, and they're like, bro, how do you always know I'm coming? Bitch, you've run the same route 100 times in a row. Of course I'm gonna wait for your dumb ass. But then, you know, on the flip side of that double-edged sword, if they know you're running the same route and you know that they know you're running the same route, you can use that against them. You know where they're going to be waiting for you. You can either pre-flash it, pre-nade it, pre-fire it, or you can preemptively like long jump past it to like throw their aim off and like try and get the advantage, right? There's a lot of ways that you can use it to your advantage, but once again, it's like, I thought that you thought that, I once thought that, he thought that, I thought that, you knew that I thought you thought that, right? It's one of those kind of situations. Like, who the fuck really wins in that? Like, it's like you're trying to think what he's thinking what you're thinking, but you're thinking that he's thinking what you're thinking, and it's just too much. Just have a different route. Go around him. Catch him off guard in a different way. Trying to outthink people is a losing battle usually. Grappling and throwing? Interesting. So are you saying they have like a grapple system similar to... Okay, when we say grapple and throwing, are we talking about combat? Where you can grab someone and throw them? In like a combat style? Or are we talking grappling like objects and walls to like fling yourself? Because Thorn and Liberty has the grapple system where you can fling yourself into the air and then like you can flying mount past that and you can fly and stuff like that. That was cool, but I don't know if that's what you're talking about. You're talking about an actual combat grappling and throwing. BDO has that as well. Not used as often. It's used in PvP pretty regularly, but not as much in PvE, obviously. All right, so we're almost done with that. And also, Joy. Once again, back to the question of this game. There are downsides to this game as well. I will admit, just like any other game, it does have its flaws, it does have its faults. But yes, it's $60. I'm cheap. I find $60 way too expensive for this game. But you know, if $60 is an acceptable price for you, I mean, you have it a roughly, even if it's only 6 months, right? You will get your $60 worth out of 6 months of this game. If you enjoy the way that the graphics look, you enjoy the way that the movement works, like the combat is, like I said, my problem is the combat is a little clunky at sometimes. It feels a little sluggish and unresponsive at times. Fighting mobs can be a little tedious at times because they have knockbacks and stuns and mini staggers. There's a lot of dodging. There's a lot of like attack windows and like there's a lot of like minute little details that comes with the combat. But the dodge rolling is cool. The gearing system is mind-blowing. It hurts my fucking brain to even think about. I refuse to gear up my character because I hate thinking about best in slot gear. Hurts my fucking brain. But leveling up your professions, exploring the game, like the environment and stuff like that, it's all decent, right? Just got the deluxe version. Oh my god! All right. Well, I'm assuming since you're not paying with USD that you're an EU player. I don't know how many players, like I said, are going to be online because last I looked on Steam, at least it was 650 players. I don't know how many people play on console, so I don't know how many people are playing in total on this game. But you can try to make a character on my server if you want. You might have a little bit of lag, but if the lag is tolerable, at least you could, you know, play with me if you needed someone to play with. But if you'd rather just play on your server, you're more than welcome to. I can still show you some things via the stream and answer questions best I can. I just won't be able to like queue with you to help you, I don't think. Yeah, I figured you were over in like Europe area. So it's up to you. Like I said, the lag might be too much for you to play over here. I think it's like 150 to 200 ping or something like that. I had to guess. It's not something small. But at the end of the day, I don't think the lag is too terrible for most of the game. I knew a few of my friends that lived in the UK that played over here, and they said it wasn't too bad. Yeah, it's just this. So the thing is, it's not the distance that's the problem, it's the servers. I'm gonna be real with you, Amazon sucks at server configuration. And even me living in the East Coast, playing on an East Coast server, I still have like 70 ping. Just saying. It's pretty terrible. They have really bad server management. So that's what I was saying. You might have 150 to 200 ping. It might be tolerable. It might not be tolerable. I don't know. Everybody's different. But I said, if you don't like playing on the server, just make a character on EU. It doesn't matter. Or just play on EU. It doesn't matter. I'm just giving you the option that if you did want someone to, you know, hold your hand a little bit, show you some stuff, and help you out with if you get stuck somewhere without having to try and make a friend on the UK server. You know, you could join over here if you wanted to. The option's just there. Open invite. You can always join you can join Rage and his beaches. Sorry. This is what I call my guild. Yeah, so just give it a shot. I mean, at the end of the day, like it doesn't take long to get to level 70. Right? So if you played on this server and you were like, "Nah, I'll just play on the other server," right? Getting to level 70 doesn't take very long. It really doesn't. Well, especially once you know the quest. Really? It showed up as medium? Interesting. Yeah, I know it's definitely doable, Brian. I just know there's certain people that I've talked to that said the lag was too much for them playing from Europe. And then other people said it was fine for them. So I think it really depends on where in Europe you live or your personal preference. Some people find 150 ping unbearable, and other people find it to be perfectly fine and acceptable. So I mean, I guess it's a personal preference. So if you have 10 minutes, Joy, is there anything about this game you want me to like explain or go into details for you before you jump in? Or do you want to just go in blind-esque and try and figure it out yourself and ask questions as you need them? Because there's a few things in the game that I can explain to simplify some aspects without going too deep or too over your head. Basic stuff. Personal preference. I would say anything with range is the best way to start. Because what it boils down to is at a certain point you have to do what's called trials, and you have to fight these like kind of harder mobs that hit really hard. And if you try and fight them in melee range without some sort of leech or sustain or really decked out gear, you're just gonna get your shit pushed in really fast. But if you have range that you can kite, so you can run away, dodge roll, and you can like do damage from range, you will more often than not succeed. So I prefer to play as ranged to start and then segue into a melee build later. Because mobs have weaknesses. Some are weak to thrust, some are weak to slash, some are weak to strike. And each weapon style has its own attack style. So sword and shield is slash, but if you do a heavy attack, it's a thrust. Rapier is thrust. Hatchet is slash. Flail is strike. Daggers, I have no fucking idea. They suck. I won't touch them. Spear is thrust. Axe, I fucking hate, but it's slash. Warhammer's strike. Greatsword is slash. Bow, musket, and blunder are all thrust. Pretty sure blunder is thrust. I'm like 90% sure. Obviously, fire staff is fire, life staff is nature, ice gauntlet is ice, and void gauntlet is a void. Now there are special weapons in the game that can make you do lightning damage. There's special perks in the game that can convert damage to other types, things like that. But for me, like I said, the best way for me to level, the safest way, is to play with a bow. So what I like to do for leveling purposes is I like to do the brain dead build, what I call it, which is spear bow. Literally pure dex build. The more dex you have, the less intelligence you have. Not a joke. Literally, like attribute wise. You literally put all your points into dexterity and that's all you do. And then the rest goes into con. And I call it the dumb build because every person you run into and that has a DPS that has a spear and a bow, they have the mentality of bigger numbers mean bigger PP, right? Like they can't understand that there's mechanics in a game. They lose brain cells the more dexterity they put into their character. I swear to God. So I call it the dumb build. But in their defense, no matter how dumb they are, they do a lot of fucking damage. So I mean, I guess it's warranted. It's like they bashed their face into the keyboard so hard they lost all their teeth and all their brain cells, but they do a lot of fucking damage. But starting with the bow gives you a lot of damage. So what it allows you to do is do a shit ton of damage as they're running at you. And if you don't kill them before they get to you, you switch to the spear and you have CC abilities. So you can like sweep them onto the ground to stun them and stab them. And then you can vault kick them if you want to go the route for like pure CC. You can go to the vault kick after that, and you can do even more CC. And if you want to take it a step further, you can then dodge roll away after you knocked them onto the ground, get some distance, pull your bow back out, and then finish them off from range. But you can also kite with the bow, right? There's certain passives that you can I think if you shoot them in the leg, you can like cripple them to slow their movement speed by a certain amount of distance. Or I think there's an ability in the bow as well. Yeah, there's like evade shot where you can leap backwards and do damage at the same time. Where's the crippling one? Is it this one? Hitting your foes with 100% health inflicts a 10% slow. So when they're at full HP, the first hit will put a 10% slow on them for 2 seconds. Not super helpful, but it, it's something. I wouldn't recommend it personally, but usually you can. In worst case, like I'll even go to show you like something I would do. Right, I'll just go to a high tier mob really quick, relatively high tier, something I can't just insta game, and I'll show you what I mean about like kiting. Right, I couldn't do this with melee. Now technically you can do it with a hatchet, but I don't prefer the hatchet because the hatchet just feels very. It feels like I get stuck too much in animations. With the bow, you can cancel most of your animations very easily. But with the hatchet, sometimes you get stuck in animations. And that's one of the things I was talking about with it being somewhat clunky. Is sometimes if you hit an ability, you have to wait for the animation to finish before you can dodge roll or cancel it or get away. So if you time your ability incorrectly and they go to do a big hit while you're in the middle of an animation, you can die. Like you can get hit by a one-hit ability and just die because there's nothing you can do to avoid it. So there's a lot of abilities or a lot of weapons I don't like using for that reason. But then there's a lot of abilities that aren't as good, but they give you more mobility and stuff like that. So it's nicer in that sense. But I don't know. Like, it's personal preference. All right. I'm gonna run past a bunch of mobs. I would not recommend running past mobs like I'm doing either, because they will easily get you killed thousands of times. Especially since certain mobs have certain abilities that can catch you off guard. You can just like dash and jump and kind of kill you out of nowhere. All right, reset. Woohoo. One cool thing about this game is getting into an unpathable area. You can reset aggros for everything but ranged. So if you get used to like certain like climbing on top of a rock or you know, behind an area like I'm at, right? Can't see shit where I'm standing. Oh! 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 That was close. That was close. Ah. All right. Anyway, so that kind of stuff is something that, you know, you got to keep track of. So this guy here, he's like a named guy, right? So you wouldn't be able to fight this guy melee very easily, especially at his level, right? But as arranged, right, I can cut. Oop. You see how hard he hits with like one hit? Then we come up here, he's gonna do his ability, we're gonna wait for him to finish. And he's dead. So you wouldn't be able to easily do that with a melee, right? And this is why I say range is the way to go. Because when it comes to the trial battles and it's you versus like a big named mob, you don't want to face tank them, right? It's just, you're going to lose 99.9%. Just not worth failing 100 times to finally finish once. So playing with range gives you the ability to win 80% of the time. You'll die occasionally because you'll get hit by a ranged ability or you'll get caught off guard and get comboed or something. It happens. But I highly recommend bow spear, or at least bow with any other weapon you prefer. Bow is the main thing you want to pick up, in my opinion. That's gonna give you the best bang for your buck. And then, like I said, just go full dex. If you want to try to somewhat min-max, go to 50 Constitution. You get 5% phys damage reduction. With a little bit of extra HP, and then all of it in dex after that. Yeah, it's so when you get further in and you actually get to level 7 and you start finding gear, that's when you, in my opinion, you can start segueing into some melee builds. Because like I said, everything is weak to a different element or a different attack style. So like the guy I was fighting just now, he is what's called Angry Earth. Angry Earth is weak to fire and slash. So if I wanted to min-max my damage against him instead of using a bow, now take this with a caveat, right? I would use a slash weapon to get bonus damage for his weakness, right? So I would either use like a great sword or a hatchet or sword and shield, you know, maybe even a great axe, you know, something that has slash damage. So I get a 20% damage boost for his weakness. But keep this in mind that some weapons organically just do more damage than other weapons. So if the bow already does 20% more damage than a slash weapon, even though he's not weak to the bow, you're going to do just as much damage with the bow than you would have with a slash weapon, right? So there is the caveat there that if you have like a really ridiculous bow setup, you can still use a bow. You'll do just as much damage as somebody else. But if you had just as an equivalent amount of like geared out slash build, you would probably do more damage, right? But as a melee build, it's a little bit harder because you got to be in melee range. You got to deal with, you know, dodge rolling and evading, because Dark Souls dodge, like iframing hits, is key to not taking damage in the game, right? Obviously following mechanics as well, but when they go to hit you, you saw how like I dodge rolled before he hit me. You got to dodge roll hits, you got to dodge roll slams, you got to dodge roll punches, and dodging obviously takes stam, and you only have so much of it. Hey, typically you can only dodge roll twice before you run out of stam, and then your armor type plays a role in how much stamina it consumes. You have heavy armor on, you won't dodge roll, you'll just jump half an inch away, so you basically don't move at all. And it takes 50 stam, versus light armor gets this huge dodge roll and it costs 45 stam. Yeah, so you might really like the combat once you get used to it, but it just takes a little while. Like I said, you got to get used to the dodge rolling. You got to get used to like somewhat timing of the hits and, you know, the combat style. Get used to having the two weapons, so you have a weapon swap, right? One thing to keep in mind is you're not locked into any build. That's what I love about the game the most. Alan was done? Hell yeah, let's go. You're not locked into a build ever. You can change on the fly. As long as you're not in combat, you can change out your weapons. Each weapon has their own talent tree. You can respec your character with a little bit of gold, which gold is easy to farm. So you can respec your talent points. You don't even have to respec it. If I'm being honest, something you should do in the very beginning is, you see how you have presets here? Always leave one preset, save it with no attributes assigned. So like what I do. So you see how I have this gear set right here? This is my profession one. See how it says strength 5, dex 5, int 5, focus 5, con 5? I have no attributes assigned to this, so when I hit equip, all this strength that I have will go away, and it'll load my other preset. Right, it'll load this preset. All my attributes will be reassigned to me for no gold. I don't have to pay anything for this, so then I can respec as often as I want. It's free. So I always recommend you do that at least once on one of your setups. You can put gear on it and other things, but always leave the attributes unassigned, so you have a free respec, right? Whenever you want. That way, like as you're playing through the game, if you want to respec, you just respec and then throw your gear back on. Because the problem with it is like it loads everything that's on that. So if there's no gear, it won't load any gear. It'll load you naked, right? It'll load whatever gear is attached to it. It'll load whatever attachments are attached to it. But like I said, you can respec anytime you want with a little bit of gold, or by doing that trick. You can put on gear on the fly as long as you're not in combat. You can change out your weapons on the fly as long as you want. You can respec your trees on your weapons. You're never locked into anything. So just tinker. What I tell everybody when they first start playing this game is to try every weapon and every ability on every weapon. Except for the daggers. Fuck the daggers. Daggers can go in the trash can. They didn't fully make the daggers. They just kind of gave it to us out of pity. And they're dog shit. They just feel awkward and wrong. Alright. Working on my professions. Warrior dungeons are kind of easy for me. Okay, that's good. What about that one boss that was like annihilating us, Dig? We walked in, we both died within like 5 seconds. Did you ever figure out how to do that boss? Oh yeah, Brain, sorry, I saw your message, I forgot to answer you. Yeah, PvP in this game is the only time that I would say ping really matters. I will definitely agree with that, 100%. 1000% agree with that. All right, so let's go farm some more stuff. 75. All right, time to get rolling. We're gonna get some more iron. Let's do another respec. And bars and souls. Yeah, I think that's actually pretty good, mate. The bars won't take too long if you do like 1 hour claims or something like that, depending on where you're at. Maybe 5 minute claims if you're doing like too much or something. And then the souls, obviously, once you have some worship, you know, saved up. Yeah, I should be. I should be. I'm trying to think of the name of the server. Hold on. I don't know if I can see it. Ugh. Valhalla, there it is. I was like, shit, what's the server name? Yeah, I'm on Valhalla. They just merged us in together. Who's taking my iron? Bro, we need to have a fight. We're gonna have a fight. World 16. Oh yeah, you gotta do world. You gotta stick it to your TD. Okay. Okay, hold on, TT. I gotta let my dog out in a second, guys. Give me a second. I might run off the Kepler really quick too. All right, let me let my dog out really quick, guys. We'll be back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Doggy had to go potty. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it'll take a while, mate, but I mean, at the same time, the bars might take a little while as well, depending on how attentive you are to, um, like Archer claims, you know, for, like, sports production. Yeah, just pick US then, because they probably merged all the servers together on US. Like I said, they kind of are killing the game, so they probably just have US all merged into one thing. They don't have it segregated into East and West anymore. Sorry, I was outside. East. And then you should see Valhalla there. If you do not, I will log back out and I will check. You know, I find it funny, Joy. I just thought about it, but your name has TTV at the end of it. But yet you're not in my Twitch chat. I just find it funny. Yeah, 130 isn't too bad. Yeah, so that's not too bad. Now I will say some games 130 ms is unplayable, and other games it's very easy. But like Brain said in my chat, the ping difference, like the 130 ping, isn't a big deal in this game unless you're doing PvP. Oh, you need to change it? Okay. I was like, what? But you're not in my Twitch. Like, why do you have a Twitch name if you're not in my Twitch? I don't care. I appreciate the support over there, you know, on the VODs channel, so. Which is what we call it. We also refer to it as Bruno. So, you ever wonder why I'm randomly saying we don't talk about Bruno? We're talking about that. Oh, Destiny 2. Yeah, I liked Destiny 2. It's just I didn't like the progression. Oh, I quit when they right around the time when they decided to make it free to play, move it to Steam. I was like, yeah, I'm done with this game. I'm not gonna keep buying every DLC every fucking 20 minutes to keep up with the game. It wasn't worth the time anymore. But it was a fun game while it lasted. Oh, but I mean, at the same time, like I always encourage people to stream. Anybody that has done it in the past or is like interested in it, purely because like it has the potential of just like giving you a small, like maybe like I don't know how to explain it, but like it gets you out there a little bit so people can find you, so you can possibly make friends, right? For me, I play in a time slot that there's not a lot of people in the US, right? I play literally in the dead of the night while everybody's sleeping. So yes, there are a bunch of vampires like me, but meeting them is hard because people are assholes. People are shitty, people are not kind, and to try and make friends on a game, there's a lot of good people. Don't get me wrong. A lot of helpful people. But majority of the helpful people are doing their own thing and they're not paying that much attention. So the only people that you do get answers from or that do respond to you or interact with you are the assholes that are looking to piss people off, that are looking to troll people. So you always run into those people, and it's very rare to actually find decent, genuinely nice people. That's the problem I usually run in with. So I started streaming a while back to basically just because I need to stay awake at night, because on my days off, you know, when I'm not streaming, or days that I actually am working, like my real job, I work at night, right? So on my days off when I'm streaming, I need to stay awake so I don't mess up my sleep schedule. And if I'm not streaming, if I'm playing a game by myself, I will fall asleep straight up on the keyboard. I just get so bored without talking to people. So I started streaming to find some people that were, you know, in the same time slot as me, that were interested in the same kind of games, and, you know, trying to build a small little friendship community kind of thing of like-minded individuals, and, you know, share my knowledge best I can and learn from them best I can. Oh. Yeah, there's a handful of viewers that have come by that I've you know, helped get streaming, get started, and, you know, whatnot. Talked into restreaming and helping them out. It works for some people. It doesn't work for others. It's not something everybody can do or should do. I just thought it was funny when I was looking at your name. I'm like, wait. Yeah, my struggle bus, Joey, is like, I cannot get any traction where you're at. And it's because I'm lazy. Right? On Twitch, I don't care if I'm big, I don't care if I'm popular, I don't care if I have lots of viewers. I don't do it for that reason. But over here on Bruno, like, I would like to at least hit 1,000 subs. Like, that's my goal. But that means I have to actually make videos. That means I have to post regularly. That means I have to do anything other than posting my VODs. I have to put more work into it. And I have way too much anxiety for that. Oh. That's badass. Is this you? Is that you? Did you already swipe your credit card? Is that you? You're already level 20 swiping your credit card? But yeah, I would really like to get some traction over here somehow. I just don't know how. Other than putting more effort into it, obviously. Yeah, work always fucks me up. Because I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, my job is consistent. I work the same days, the same times every week. Well, every other week, because I have a bi-weekly schedule. So it's like, I know what days and times I'm going to work. It's just sometimes I get more stressed out than others. And it prevents me from... Because while I'm working, I can do a lot of YouTube work. Like, I can edit my videos. I can, you know, I can put up timestamps. I can work on stuff. But it's just like, sometimes my job is just like, I get stressed out at work and I have a lot going on. And I just don't have free time to do it. In the same role as me? You can add me. It's RageUMad, Iron. All one word. If you want that, I can even post in general chat and you can see it. You can add me. If you want, I'll add you to the company if I can. You don't have to. It's up to you if you want. Doesn't really give you any bonuses, FYI. It literally does nothing for you. The only time being in a faction or in a company, aka a guild, does anything for you is if you're actually part of like the PvP warring system where you're taking over towns and cities. Yeah, they did have a lot of HP, Dig. Though, like I said, we were able to clear that dungeon all the way to the final boss, weren't we? Where we had to, like, we ran in and we like lit the statue, and the boss just one-tapped us, and I was like, wait, what? Because the other boss, we had to light the statue so we can actually do damage to him. So I assumed that was like the same thing. We had to stand on the statues to prevent us from like being in the darkness. But why did he one-shot us? Like, I didn't understand. Like, he killed the stone and us in like less than a second. It was crazy. So whenever you get to that, like I said, I don't know if we were just doing it wrong. Oh, you're in that one? Oh god. Yeah. Yeah, there was that one sucks too. Oh man. Yeah, you gotta get to the tutorial first. Joey. Why do I want to call you Joey? I don't understand. It's that brain, man. It's my brain. I was talking about this yesterday. It's like the first time, the first thing I see when I look at your name is what I usually call people. Oh, there you go. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Unexpected, unnecessary, but I appreciate it. Any support is always appreciated. But yeah, like when I look at someone's name, the instinctful first impression I get out of someone's name is usually what I tend to call them. And for some reason, I saw Joey when I saw your name, and now every time I see your name, I want to say Joey, even though I know it's not Joey. It's kind of annoying. Yo, Topher, you missed it. You didn't claim the first redeem for the day. Oh, you slipping, Topher. It's gotta be that track phone, man. That track phone fucking with you. Yeah, you beating everybody to it. Let's go, Joe. Let's go. Oh man, oh man, oh man. We're making progress though. We are finally 175 engineering. We're almost 176. We're making progress. This is fucking taking forever. Getting to 250 is gonna fucking be a drag and a half. Oh man. Alright guys, we got about 3 hours left to stream. 2 hours on New World. And then an hour on Eidolon. But hopefully we can get... I mean, we'll be able to get one more level out of engineering. I don't know if we'll get 2 levels. Boo! Boo-hoo! Well, hour stream. I work tonight, so that ain't happening. I mean, there are some nights that I will stream longer, but not normal. Like sometimes, like so, I usually get off at 5 my time, but sometimes I'll stay up till like 6:30 and stream. Just depends on the wife and the animals and stuff. Sometimes they get up a little earlier than normal. Sometimes I stay on a little later when they get up late, when they don't get up like early. Because, you know, I got to do breakfast. I got to clean up the house a little bit. You know, sometimes we got to go run some errands before I got to go to bed and stuff. So, usually why I end up getting off around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Which is roughly 4 or 5 hours. Or, sorry, 3 or 4 hours. Wow. Can't do math. But, yeah, if you want help with anything, it's either ask questions, chat. You need me to come help you do something or explain something or show something, kill something, you know, feel free to ask. Here to answer anything or help with anything I can. Like I said, when you get a chance, just throw me a friend's invite. That way it's just easier to help you out later if you need a party or something. Oh, sorry. And the best way to level, my personal opinion, is follow the main story quest pretty much solely. Eventually you'll fall behind in EXP and you'll need to do some side quests. You can grab some side quests, but if you notice that you're not going in the area or the direction for the quest, you can abandon it. Or you can keep it until you're done with the zone and then just abandon anything in that zone. So you don't have, because you can only hold so many quests, but sometimes it might not take you in that direction right away, but like maybe part of the chain quest will take you in that area, so it's good to have the side quest just in case you go into the area. Yeah, the start stuff's pretty easy. You know, you got the cutscene, you got the little swimming scene, you got to kill like the first couple, you know, dudes with pretty much a gimme. And then when you get out, then they like ask you to pick an archetype, which obviously just pick the one with the bow. You can get all the other weapons later. It's not a big deal. You can play with them as much as you want. To try them all out and test them, see what you like. And then, yeah, that's when you kind of start on the story quest and you start pushing through the game. And typically, you should come into the game around. I think it's here. No. Is it over here? Yeah, it's over here. You come into the game over here. I think in theory, there's something you can do over here. I think maybe you can start this area as well somewhere. But every time I've ever started, I've started here. You come in on like a boat, and then you like go around and do the quest here, and you end up in the city. And then you start doing the quests around this zone. And then if you want, you can come over to Monarch's Bluff and do the quest in this zone. And then you move your way up into Everfall, which is where I usually just hang out. And then when you hit level 20, you can get your mount quest and get your mount, which I highly recommend you get that, because anytime you're running from place to place and you're running on the road, use your mount. It'll run faster. If you level up the mount by doing the mount quests, the mount will go faster as well. And then, just kind of daisy chain your way, because then you go from here to Brightwood to Weavers to, I don't know, I think it takes you from Weavers to Greycleave. I can't remember exactly. I think it skips Restless, even though you can go to Restless. Eventually, I think you go from Greycleave to Eden Grove, and then into Shattered into Ebonscale to Brimstone into Elysium Wild, and Elysium Wild into Hiding Haven. So it doesn't hit every zone, but it hits most of them. But just so you're aware, basically, if you go to the map, you can see the map, the quests on the map. All these yellow marks are quests. So it's an easy way to tell, oh, you have a quest here. Oh, you have a quest over here. Oh, you have a quest over here. You can tell I don't have very many, because my first goal was to complete every quest in the game. The only ones that I currently have are repeatables, which are these. This zone that I haven't finished yet. And then quests that require a group. Elite quests, dungeon quests, expeditions, stuff like that. So that's the best way I can tell you to navigate the map, so you can know where quests are as you're running around the map. The only other thing I would say is, like I said, stick to main story quests primarily. Follow that, and then do side quests that are near it. And the best way to know if it's a main story or not is up here. Main story looks like this. It's got like the axes through it, but if you scroll down, you'll see like this one has like frills at the top. These ones are just straight diamonds. That's it. Right, these are all side quests. So each one has like their own emblem. So to keep up with what you want, the main story specifically has the little axes through them. So that's what you want to mainly be tracking. And like I said, if you pick up the side quest as well, so if you're in the same area or you're running past it, you can hypothetically get the side quest done too for a little extra XP. Unless you're like me, a little OCD, and you want to complete every single quest as you push through the game, it will slow you down significantly for the leveling process. But at least you want to have chickenpox of quests all over your screen. Oh. Oh, get our proficiency. What did we get? Another pan. I mean, not get another pattern. Oh, what the pattern? Need the armor, bro. Help a brother out. All in the room. Chicken. Ooh, that sounds delicious. I'm hungry. Going off G-Door. Welcome in. Appreciate you stopping on by. Hope all is well. Are you back to work now? Yep, that sucks. Yeah, those are the rough ones. You like get home, get a shower, eat some food, and you just fucking pass out, bro. those days, man. Those can suck. Those can definitely suck. Ad starting in about a minute, everybody. Yep, that's the pay. That's the plan. Yep, exactly. I remember those days. You know, and I don't hate those because you bust your ass for 4 days, right? Not saying you only have a 4 day, work week, but a lot of times they'll hit you with like 4 12s back to back, and then they're like, all right, have 3 days off. And I'd rather work 4 12s where I have very little free time, right? Where it's just like I get home, I eat, shower, relax, fall asleep, and I rinse and repeat that for 4 days in a row. And then I have 3 days off where I can just go play video games, I can go and watch a movie, I can go hang out with my friends if I had any. I can do whatever I want to do for 3 days. Instead of working an 8 hour shift, getting like 2 or 3 hours of gaming in every day, but still having to go to work 5 days in a row. Ugh. What madness is this? I mean, my stepdad, he works 7 12s a lot of times. Like, he literally will be on a job where he doesn't get a day off for like months. So he'll work like 7 12s every week. But he gets, so any day that he works more than 8 hours, he gets time and a half. And any time past 40 hours in that week, it's also time and a half. And then weekends is double time. He makes a ton of money. when he does 7 12s, he makes a ton of money. Gotcha. Yeah, that sucks. So you need at least one other person to be able to do some damage, I guess, Dig. Like, you can keep aggro on the boss and stuff while one person just beats the boss, I'm assuming is the way it needs to go. Alright, another run. We'll have over 2,000. Mindless numbing time. Hey, that's where it's at, man. That's where it's at. Turn the brain off, have some fun. Just get some relaxation and some numbings. Yeah, so you spend the whole time running around killing the ads before they get to them, so you don't get to stand next to them to do damage. Yeah, makes sense. 2.15 mil. Uh, yeah, that's rough. I mean, you're not wrong. Elden Ring is like hard mode compared to this. Elden Ring is much hard. Is way harder. Like, watching people do Elden Ring fights, like, I'm amazed half the time. Watching people do fights in here and fail, it brain rots me. Like, all you had to do was lay on the ground. All you had to do was hit shift. All you had to do was run away. Like, it's so brain dead and people can't manage to do it. Once again, why I call it the brain dead build, because every single person that fails at it is running this build. That's why I always say the more decks you have, the less intelligence you have. It never fails. Whenever I see a 500 dex user, they usually have the brain of a walnut. There's only one exception to that rule, and that is one of the streamers that used to main a bow build. In every MMO he plays, his name's Arrow. Fitting person, fitting name. But yeah, he's a bowman and he is cracked. Absolutely. He quit New World obviously when they made the announcement, and he moved over to Guild Wars 2, and I think he's doing Ashes of Creation right now. But absolutely cracked bow player. One of the few bow players in the entire game that I would never, ever, ever want to engage with. He literally would one-shot me. Yep, mount. You haven't even done the mount quest yet. They changed that? Or did you swipe your credit card? I'm assuming you probably got it because of the package you bought. Because you bought the bigger package. I don't know if the bigger package comes with the mounts or not, but there's a mount quest. Learn to use a mount. So I'm curious if the bigger package actually gives you a mount early on. I didn't know that. That's pretty insane. So yeah, anytime you're running on a road from quest to quest, just use your mount. If you don't know how to summon it, it's X by default. Well, on the keyboard. I don't know what it is on controller. Got you. Okay. Interesting. Is it like a big bear? Is that what you got as a mount? I don't even know how to change my skin of my mount. Yeah, because did you get this thing? Yeah, you got this, didn't you? This thing's sick. That's what that guy was running past me with earlier. And I was like, did you swipe your credit card? Because this is what you get. Ride it? Yeah, because you have to do the actual mount quest to unlock it. That's why. That's the same thing with like the Hearthstone slot here. You have to do a quest to unlock it. So there's some items in the game, like even these over here, I'm pretty sure you have to do a quest to unlock a lot of this stuff. So it's only level 20, it doesn't take very long. As long as you avoid doing professions and you, like I said, main focus the main storyline, and do a couple of side quests, you'll level pretty fast. I will say, I think there is a main story quest that requires you to do the lowest level dungeon. I can't remember off the top of my head. If you do run into that factor where you have a main story quest needing you to do a dungeon, we could probably get a small group together to get us in there, because it requires 3 people. So me, you, and then I could probably talk one of these gentlemen in game just to log in to do it. Just so we can get the quest done for you. Yeah, I mean, you have your mount, you just can't ride it. You haven't learned how to ride it yet. How they get you. Another question I have for you, Joy. Are you going to be playing like an Ironman style, or will you take handouts? RageUMad. Basically just like my Twitch name. but it's all one word, no underscores. And then it says Iron at the end. I can show it to you in just a second. You're gonna play Iron Man? Okay. That's fine. I just was curious if I can give you handouts or not. All right. It is this RageUMad Iron. Oh, oh, it does say my world right there. Interesting. Ta-da. All right, so if you're gonna play Iron Man, one thing I will say, you don't have to do professions to keep up with your gear. You get plenty of it from just doing the quests. But a lot of quests will give you boxes with the gear inside it instead of just giving you gear. What I mean by that is they'll give you like things that end up appearing in your reward section, and it'll be like a box like this, but it'll be like a helmet box or a chest box or a weapon box. And when you open those, whatever you're currently wearing is equivalent to what you will receive. So if you're wearing a bow, it will give you a bow. If you're wearing a light chest piece, it'll give you a light chest piece, right? Typically what ends up happening. And that holds true with gear that drops as well. If you're wearing heavy armor, it will mostly drop heavy armor. If you're wearing like medium armor, it'll mostly drop medium armor. And I'll show you what I mean by that in just a second. You've probably seen it already. But when you pick up gear, right? So like this piece here, if I hover over it, you see how it says epic named light headwear? Light headwear means it's a light piece of armor. This one says light chest wear. This one says light gloves, light legs, light feet. But if you look at my other gear, I have a medium chest piece. I have a light helmet. I have, so I wear all light except for my chest piece is medium. And the reason for that, if you look at this bar, this weight bar, or you see how it says light 10 pounds, you want to stay in the light section, which is under 13 pounds. If you hit 13 pounds, you end up in the medium section, which changes your damage multiplier. It changes your dodge. It changes your damage received. It changes all of that to the medium section instead of the light section. As a DPS player, you want to always be in light. And you never want to be anything else. So, with that in mind, put on a medium chest piece and wear everything else as a light piece of armor and you'll be good to go. So when you receive gear, don't put on heavy pieces and don't put on anything that doesn't match the criteria you're trying to get. Because you will still occasionally get pieces that aren't what you're wearing. So you'll occasionally get heavy pieces of armor, you'll occasionally get medium pieces of armor even though you're wearing light, and so on and so forth. So that's the first thing you want to check when you get new armor. Make sure it's the correct weight style for the slot that you're putting it in. So if you hold right click, well, for me it's right click. I don't know what it is for controller, but it'll compare the one that you're looking at to the one you're wearing. So if I'm looking at this chest piece, right, and I'm like, oh, that's a medium chest piece, but I'm supposed to be wearing, whatever, then you're not going to use it because it doesn't meet the weight standards that you're shooting for. You need to make sure the weight is consistent. And then once you confirm that the weight is correct, like the chest piece is the right, medium size, right? It's medium, not light, and it's not heavy. Then you look at the stats from there and see if it's a better fit for you. Lower level gear, you're not going to find very many perks or abilities. So it's mostly about just getting something with a higher gear score because it has more armor value than it is about anything else. But occasionally you will run into a lot of pieces that have like small perks on it. It'll give you like more damage, it'll give you more HP, it'll give you like stun recovery or conditioning for shock or something that'll like reduce damage taken by something. Sometimes you can even get leech or weapon perks and stuff like that. So it's very various, but that's where shit starts getting very complicated when you get 60 plus, because you start looking into items that have sockets and changeable perks, and it just, your mind just starts to melt thinking about what's best in slot. Is this piece usable? Is it not usable? Can I make it work? If I combo with the other item, can it work? Can it not work? Is it just dead? Is it good? Is it the best? Like it, I I refuse to actually best in slot my character for combat because I refuse to combat. Even as an Ironman player, I'm going to consider my Ironman playthrough completed even when I don't have combat. I'm going for 100% quest completion minus the raid. The raid's the only one I will not do. Because unless I can get a carry through a raid, that means I have to farm 800 gear score pieces, and I just don't care to do combat, if I'm being completely honest. I've already done it in multiple other playthroughs. I just don't care. My main goal is to get as many achievements done as we can, getting all my professions maxed out, getting 6 of my 9 trophies completed. Because I'm not going to do the profession trophies, the ones for like armoring and engineering. I'm not going to do those ones unless they happen to just happen. And then I'm going to max out all my weapons. So that's my playthrough of what I'm shooting for, and I'm going to craft myself best in slot bags. And once I've done crafting the best in slot bags and maxing out all my professions and stuff, maybe I'll look at crafting some decent combat gear, but I'm not going to be worried about it. Yeah. There's a lot of grinds that require 2 people, Joy, for completion stuff. And there's one of them in particular, it's a trophy grind, that you can technically solo if you have like a really baller-ass build, but it's ideal done with 2 players with pretty solid gear, or 3+ players with bad gear. Like with me having not very good gear, that means you would have to have like really good gear in order to like kind of carry me through the grind. But the mob is ridiculous. I'm not even gonna lie to you. He has like a 10-minute spawn timer, and you have to kill it a maximum of 300 times, a minimum of 3 times. So the short of it is this guy, he spawns on a boat. He's a named guy. He hits really fucking hard, and he drops one of the trophy pieces. Now he has the potential to drop a full item, like the full-fledged trophy item required to make the trophy, but it's a very rare drop. Right? It's a legendary drop. But he is guaranteed to drop a pity piece if he does not drop the full-fledged item. And you need 100 pity pieces to make 1 trophy item. And you need 3 trophy items to make all 3 trophies, because you have 3 houses. So, if you just take that into consideration, 10-minute spawns, 300 kills, you can do the math. It's a very long grind. And it's boring because you're sitting there waiting for the guy to spawn for 10 minutes at a time. The other ones have like 1 to 2 minute spawns, and they're really easy to kill. He's the hardest one to complete. Yeah, so when you pick an archetype, it automatically increases the level of a few of your professions. So if you go to this page and you go to trade skills, you should have 2 trade skills at like level 50 or something. Every archetype gets a bonus to a specific trade profession. Yeah. I don't know if yours is engineering or not, but if it is, you kind of lucked out, because engineering is one of the worst ones to level. That's what I'm leveling right now. So engineering allows you to craft yourself tools, which the better tools give you better gathering speed. Better gathering speed means you get the ores faster. So instead of like 15 hits, it's like 1 or 2 hits, right? So you want to make better tools. So you need to level your engineering to make better tools. But engineering, it just takes so long to level because the way you level up professions in this game is typically you do first time crafts. The first time you craft an item for the first time, it gives you like 5 times EXP. So you want to make every single craft at least once, even if you're over leveled for it, because it gives you 5 times EXP. It's a huge jump in XP. But engineering doesn't have a lot of crafts. So once you get to like level 150, the EXP dramatically slows down because there's not a lot of crafts to make. Now, I will say, with the caveat, when you hit 200, that changes. Because there is a gear grind spot that you can farm gear in a cave indefinitely. And when you salvage gear, you get what's called journal pages, or engineering pages or whatever, and you can use those pages to actually give yourself engineering XP. So once I hit 200, I can basically hit 250 with no problem. But the level from 150 to 200 is a pain in the dick, which is currently where I'm stuck. I was 165 yesterday. I'm 175 today. I think I was 173 when I logged in. Now I'm 175. I might hit 176 before I log out. But I got to get to 200 because I think I have a bunch of the pieces I need. These things. But that's armor fragments. So I need these ones. I have 75 of these infused engineering fragments, and I can farm these. I can literally go sit in a cave and I can farm them from a gear farm, and it's easy peasy lemon squeezy. But farming the lower tier ones, so the ones from level 150 to 200, is way more tedious, and it's not time. It's more time consuming to farm those than it is to just farm out the materials to level it. So that's why I'm just farming materials. Ugh. But yeah, if you can make steel, I would recommend making yourself steel tools. And it's not that, hey, spend a lot of time working on your professions. It's more along the lines of, if you can keep your professions up to date with the zones that you're in and you can gather resources while you're questing, you'll have a stockpile of resources by the time you sit down to do your professions, and you'll be able to bust through a bunch of the levels early without having to go and farm a lot. And there are certain resources that are a little bit more scarce than others that are more time consuming to farm, that if you gather it in small quantities as you're leveling and you have a stockpile of them by the time you get to them, you don't have to tediously go and farm them later. So it is worth taking a few hours maybe early on to push your profession levels, specifically the gathering ones. Specifically, the logging, harvesting, skinning, and mining. These 4 right here. And then when you're running around, obviously, like, pick up resources. Now, I wouldn't worry about for mining. I would push your mining to 100 and only mine if you see star metal until you hit 150, and then get star metal and orichalcum. That's what I would focus on as a miner. When it comes to trees, obviously, level up your wood cutting to 100 so you can do weird wood, and then same thing. Get your weird, anytime you see weird wood, pick it up, and when you get to 150, anytime you see iron wood, also pick that up. I think all curries are spicy. I don't know. I would say red curry is probably spicier, but I don't know. I don't really eat curry. I mean, I could see red being spicier, but I can also see green being spicier depending on how they make their foods. Also, it just depends on the ingredients. Like, I don't think color really matters. I think it matters the peppers and stuff they use, right? Because if they use a lot of jalapenos, that's not going to be as hot as like habaneros, right? So it just depends on what peppers and stuff they use. So here's what, if I was you, Joey, and I was just, or Joey, and I was just getting into this, what I would do is, like I said, I would level up all of my gathering professions to 100 minimum. And then anytime you come across the level 100 materials, I mean, if you want to go to 150, you can, but 100 and 150 resources are the scarce ones, right? Anytime you come across them, you want to get them. The logging is weirdwood and ironwood. Mining is just a little janked. It's technically star metal because this is incorrect. It's a glitch. It's star metal and orichalcum. I wouldn't worry about the rest of this stuff. Just star metal and orichalcum specifically. Harvesting would be silkweed and wire fiber. These two. And then tracking, that's just whenever you kill something, skin it. It'll just help you in the long run, getting all the hides and stuff. The only reason I recommend that is because weirdwood is very scarce. Ironwood is just as scarce. Silkweed is annoying to farm because there's not a lot of good places to go and farm it that are easily accessible, you know, that you're regularly running around unless you're specifically farming for it. Same thing with wire fiber. Star metal is very easy to farm, but you need a lot of it. I mean, you need a lot of the other stuff as well. So there's no technical scan in the game, but if you saw on the tracking thing, I'll pull it back up in a second here, at a certain level, like gathering level, it becomes trackable. And what it means by trackable is it shows up on your, you see at the top of my screen how it has like a wolf, a bunny, another wolf, a wolf over here, an alligator, a boar. That's what they mean by tracking. It'll show up on your little like compass at the top. So like in logging, when you hit 125 logging, weirdwood will now show up on your compass. At 200, you'll see ironwood, and that holds true for mining, harvesting, and logging. Skinning is a little different. Small preys is at 15. Medium preys, which are boars, are at 40. Large stuff like bison and bears, or bison and deer, 65. And then predators are a higher tier stuff. But I recommend, like, it won't take you long to do that, right? There's certain areas where you can just go and chop trees for hours and not even pay attention to it. There's certain places where you can just farm tons of iron while you're doing quests. You'll run across tons of iron, mine all the iron you can find, you know, skin all the animals that you run across. Like, just if you spend the time to do that and you get to those thresholds that I was talking about, as you push out of the starter zones, you know, out of Windsward, out of Monarch's Bluff, out of Everfall, you'll start running into these more often. And if you can't farm them, you're wasting resources because you have to backtrack and get them later anyway as an Iron Man. So you want to make sure you can get them when you see them. This used to be more of a problem when there was more players because there was people camping these places, so it was harder to get the resources. Now that there's nobody playing, it's much easier to obtain, so you can just go out and farm them whenever you want, but there's no point in not getting it when you're near it, right? Yes, and like Brain just said, I don't say every week, but typically they try to do weekly buffs where they give 2 times XP to certain skills or abilities or something. I know the other week it was all of the refining skills were double XP. Actually, I think it was gathering skills too. So I think it was these 9 or 10 skills. I think fishing was part of it. So it was these 10 skills were like a week or two ago that they had double XP. So you get double XP occasionally in certain things. I've never seen double XP for crafting skills, like engineering and stuff, but it's possible. All right, so we got 2,200 there. All right, let's go work on leather and stuff. All right. Goes on back in Constitution and it. Intelligence is... That's harvesting. Dex, right? For skinning. Yeah, that was the one I was just thinking of. Yeah, I forgot about the weapon one. Yeah. So it was all the bottom skills and the weapon one. Yeah, that one was really good. But Brian, have you ever seen a crafting one where you can get like double XP for like armoring, weaponsmithing, and stuff like that? I haven't seen one yet. I will give you a little food for thought, Joy, since you are going to be playing Iron Man. When it comes to crafting your gear and stuff, you're going to notice when you go to craft something, there's a section that says perks. And you can actually add an item that forces a perk onto a piece of gear. And those items are obtained randomly from doing objectives in the game, whether it's killing mobs. Certain ones come from killing certain mobs. Some of them come from certain chests. Some of them come from rare drops from mining rocks or mining iron or chopping young trees or mature trees. Like everything has a specific drop from something specific. So you'll run into some like banging on some boulders. You'll run into one. It's like a shard of adder or something like that. And it's used when you're crafting bags to guarantee that the bag has extra pocket space, so it holds more weight. It's a really, really, really useful perk. It's like best in slot perk on almost any bag you're gonna get. So, banging on rocks isn't a bad thing. I leveled up my my mining in the beginning by banging on rocks. I think I got like 30 adder stones, so I can make a bunch of bags later. Right. But then there's other ones that you need for other crafts that like come from iron, and there's other ones that come from banging on mature trees and so on and so forth. So at a certain point, like you're trying to get the rare drops from these things while you're leveling as well, because you're gonna need them later. When you go to craft specific pieces of gear for specific reasons. Because you don't want to spend like 100 hours farming resources leveling up your professions to then have to go and spend even more time to farm for the rare drop just to craft gear later. You want to do it at the same time. So what that entails though, and what that like kind of translates for you is at some point, if you're spending time farming resources, you want to respec your character to a 350 of the stat that you're focusing on. So if you're focusing on skinning, you want to be full dex, right? If you're focusing on cutting trees, you want to be full constitution. Focusing on mining, you want to be full strength. If you're focusing on harvesting, you want to be full intelligence. The reason for this is because when you're at 350 of a stat, you get 10% luck, and that luck is what puts you into a bracket to be able to actually get these rare drops. Plus, you can get gear to give you even more luck. So this is like what I was wearing earlier. I have like a pair of goggles here that gives 4.7% luck when mining. They have that for all professions as well. So the more luck you have, the more chances you have of getting those rare resources, and that's really what's going to carry you in getting those material drops and stuff. Time to pass out. Sounds good, Gidor. I appreciate you. Take it easy. Sleep tight. Thanks for stopping by. Hope work isn't too terrible for you going forward. I'll see you next time. I'm going to be working the next couple days, so if you need me, hit me in the Discord. I know that's a lot of information, Joy, but okay. Are you going to bed, Joy? Or are you saying goodnight to Gidor? Okay. Yeah, that's for the one shot, but the 350 brain is for the 10% luck, right? At 350, you get the 10% chance to find rare materials while logging, and then you get the one hit chance at 300. You gotta grind, you gotta work. Bro, I wouldn't put it past me, man. I did that when I first started playing this game. I was addicted. Um, so it depends on what. Are you gonna grind quests, Joey? Joey, or are you gonna actually do some professions? Because if you're gonna do some professions, I can give you some routes that will simplify your grind efforts. So you're not just like winging it. There's also a couple websites I can give you that can help. Well, typically just one website. It's an interactive map I can give you. So you can look it up yourself and kind of plan out something in an area that you're at. Or you can use it to like find stuff where you're questing and stuff. Depending on how try hard you want to go. Okay, yeah. So, like I said, I would say the first goal I would set for you is try to clear out most of the quests. Like, I don't know if you want to do side quests or not, but clear out most of like the main story missions in Windsward and Monarch's Bluff, which is here and here, and Everfall. Those are the three zones that I would focus on first, getting all the main missions done, maybe some side missions, and get your mount done at level 20. When you get to Everfall, there will be a quest chain to pick a faction, whether you want to go green, yellow, or purple. Personal preference, do whatever you want. I'm purple. It literally doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is when it comes to PvPing or if you're going to get into some wars or something. So you can join a faction with a corresponding you can join a guild with a corresponding faction so you can do wars against other factions. So it does, I mean, you can change it later. The only time you can't change a faction is you can't change to a faction that's dominating the most of the map. So these people have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zones, and then green has 4 and purple has 4. So you couldn't join yellow unless yellow loses a zone. So that's the only caveat to changing your classes or your faction. So join whatever you want. You'll get a quest to join all 3 of them, and it's really annoying. Because you can't delete the quest. It's just forever in your inventory. But like I said, even if you're doing those quests, I would still try to like level up your professions a little bit. Like I said, whenever you see this hemp, grab the hemp. Whenever you see like the herbs, grab the herbs. Cut down. I would say just take a day to cut down trees. Don't cut trees while you're going because you'll never stop cutting trees. Just take a day to level your tree cutting. Pick a day, pick a couple hours, go cut trees for a few hours, deal with that on its own. But whenever you run across like iron, obviously mine the iron. And if you start getting full, you can throw it on the ground because you can farm thousands of it later. It's not a big deal. It's more or less just getting the levels up so you can get the more rare resources when you come across it. And it will give you combat XP for leveling up your professions as well. Technically, you can level all the way to max level by just doing professions. You don't even have to actually do combat to level. Kind of cool. I remember on one of my playthroughs, I leveled from level 40 to level 70, or 65, just from fishing. We have an ad! Oh no! Panic! We're at 180 hide. We need to get to 400 like we did before. Alright, so we're at 3 a.m. Got about an hour left of New World. So we definitely won't get 2 levels today. But we'll definitely get to 176 today. That's at least something. But I can definitely preemptively farm some resources for tomorrow, for the next time I play. I won't hit 177, but at least preemptively farm some like iron and stuff. We have some resources farmed for this weekend. Or Wednesday, Thursday, whatever day it is. I don't even know what today is. It's Friday, right? Yeah, so it'll be Monday, Tuesday. Come back. Oh. The game is for degenerates. So true. Yeah, I mean, so the problem is like there's no way that I know of to not have ads, because if you turn off like your scheduled ads or whatever, they play ads whenever they want to play ads. I don't know if there's a way to like disable them completely. Uh, but I have mine scheduled to play every 36 minutes because that's the longest I can space them apart for the amount of time that they need me to play ads. It's kind of sucks. I mean, I know there's like what ad block people run. Some people in the UK don't get ads from me at all. But yeah, it can be frustrating. Like that's the only thing that I ever say is like, hey, just buy Twitch Turbo so you don't get ads. At least that's like for the whole site itself. Unless you have a Prime sub, and then like, yeah, sure, use a Prime sub. But I don't ask people to sub to me just so they don't get ads. Like the only people that do that are the people that truly just want nothing to do with fucking ads, and they just can't tolerate it. I don't offer anything as like a sub reward, so I feel bad if people sub to me. It's like the only thing you get is no ads. And yeah, I know ads are annoying. And I try to do my best to not have conversations during ads so you guys don't miss anything. So I don't advertise for it. I don't ask for people to do it. I do my damnedest to like shoo people away from subbing to me. Like I said, the only thing I can say is like, hey, if you want to sub so you don't see ads, cool. But at the end of the day, like, unless I know you're a sub and I'm like having a conversation with you, I'm gonna stop my conversation 9 times out of 10. So we don't like I pause the conversation until the ads are over, so we can continue our conversation so everybody can hear it. So it's like doesn't really matter. The only time I don't do that is if I'm talking directly to like one of my subs, like Gito, if he asked me a question, I would answer him during an ad because I know he doesn't have ads. But it's just like, why not just buy Twitch Turbo for a few extra dollars and you don't get ads on the site? Oh, 90%. You didn't have to do that. This is not reverse ecology. I told you. This is not reverse ecology. But at least Twitch Turbo like takes care of the whole site for 90% of the ads. Right? You don't have to deal with it for most of the site. It's so funny Like, it's so funny. Like, I have this conversation with people all the time. I'm like, yeah, don't sub to me, you know? Don't do it. Don't do it. And then they do it anyway. I'm like, this is not reverse psychology. But at the end of the day, like, it's personal preference. Like, you know, if you don't want ads, hey, that's your personal prerogative. I'm not gonna stop you. I appreciate the support. I feel bad knowing that you're only doing it because you don't want to see ads, but you want to, you know, you want to interact, you want to have conversations, you don't want to be interrupted by ads. I get it, but it just sucks that you have to sub to get away from it. But I'm not gonna lie though, I make a lot more money off of ad revenue than I do sub revenue. Actually wild. I think I make on average like $1 to $2 a stream just from ads. And I only, you know, you only make a couple bucks from each sub. And it's 30 days of no ad revenue from that person. I don't know which one's better. It's true. It's true. It would be nicer for you to sub to me so at least I get the revenue rather than Twitch getting. I mean, Twitch gets part of the revenue anyway, but Twitch wouldn't get the whole revenue, right? Like, they wouldn't get all $7. They only get like half. So at least I get something out of it. But here's the caveat though. Is when you're Twitch Turbo, I still get ad revenue for the ads that get skipped from your Twitch Turbo. So I still get money. It's all ad revenue, but you don't see the ads. So it's kind of nice. So I indirectly do get paid still. But it's just different. I don't know which one's truly better. If we were like calculated it out, I don't know which one would actually equate to more money. I'm assuming the sub would still, like, per person, I think the sub is better. But that would mean like everybody would have to sub for it to be better than watching ads, right? Yeah, Twitch Turbo is a little bit more expensive. I mean, obviously, I think it's like $10 USD, which is a little bit more EU, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Or do I have that backwards? Yeah, I have that backwards, sorry. You guys, your currency's worth more. A little bit more, but not by much. I was thinking Canada. Fake money, for some reason. Yeah, and like, if you think about it too, it's like, if you pay Twitch, let's say you pay Twitch $12 of your currency, right? How many ads would you have to participate in those 30 days on my channel alone to give me like the $2 that I would have gotten from you just subbing to me directly, right? Like, because I want to say it's, I don't know what the revenue like split is for the ads, but it used to be like 1,000 ads, like ad views for like a penny. It used to be really bad, but now like I don't have that many viewers, right? And like I said, and I only stream for like 6 to 7 hours a day, which is, I don't know, it's roughly, I would say, if I had to guess, 5 minutes per hour. So it's like 30 minutes of ads roughly every stream. And I make like $1 or $2 for 30 minutes of ads. So I feel like, in theory, if you were here every stream for the full amount of time, I would probably make more with Twitch Turbo. In theory. Like, obviously, I'd have to actually see the real numbers and the real math. But theoretically speaking, it's possible. That puts a lot of weight on you being here for every stream, every day. Like, the whole stream. Like, it's just not viable. So. Yeah. And like I was saying too, Joey, I stream 50% of the week. And it's a bi-weekly schedule. So, like, I'm going to be working Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, so I'm not going to stream, obviously. I will be on my computer. So, like I said, if you need me in Discord, hit me up in Discord. Just at me in Discord, and I can answer any questions and help you with what you need. But I just won't be streaming because I'll be working, right? Uh, but then I'll be back Monday and Tuesday, and then I'll be working Wednesday, Thursday, and then I'll be here the whole weekend after that, and then it rotates, right? And then I'll be working Monday, Tuesday, and then I'll be here Wednesday, Thursday. It's literally week A, week B, week A, week B, week A, week B. It just rotates back and forth. One week I stream 5 days, one week I stream 2 days, one week I stream 5 days, one week I stream 2 days. It goes back and forth. Okay, your laptop adjust. That's what I do with my laptop. That's how I monitor my Twitch. I have my laptop above my monitors with a monitor attached to it, and it's just logged in, and that's all that laptop does. It's just always logged into my stream so I can monitor my stream. So I can like see when ads are playing. I can see like I have like an extra chat window open on it, so that way I can like monitor chat from like another angle if I'm like not paying attention to like my left side of my screen and I'm paying more attention to the right side of my screen. I can see it. I can also see like if I'm on the right scene, or if I'm showing something I'm not supposed to be showing, or vice versa, or whatever. It helps me out a lot. Gives me multiple perspectives. Oh man, this has been a grind and a half. So is there any tips or anything that you're looking for? Like anything that like you'd like to know? I know you're just working on profession or questing right now. Um, is there anything like you want me to like touch on, give my thoughts or advice on or anything? I know I asked a lot. It's just I know a lot of people they won't ask anything unless they're prompted. Some people are very like shy with it. Like, oh, I didn't want to interrupt. I didn't want to bother you. I didn't want to like take up too much of your stream time or blah blah blah. Bro, I don't care. Ask as many questions as you want. They never grasp it. So I got into the habit of just asking often, even if you guys don't have any questions, even if you don't need any help. Like, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm like, all right, and then I ask like an hour later. Because like some people just they need to be prompted. Yep, sounds good. Yeah, because are you still down here? Down in Furry Bay? Kind of running back and forth, whatnot? Or did you actually make it out here already? Out in the middle of the Windsward. Oh. Mm. Oh man, I'm thirsty. Okay, I figured you would have been out of there by now. Okay. Are you finding it hard to like navigate the quests? Like figure out where it wants you to go and like what it wants you to kill? Is like, or are you just like exploring and having a good time? Book. Are you looking for the journal book? The documents? Please don't tell me you're doing that. Oh god. Oh god, don't do that. Don't do that. If you want to do that, use the interactive map. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Use this if you want to do that. It is not worth your time. You can select all of them, and then you can scroll in on Windsward. And here's where they all are. So you got like these 5 here, 2 of them over here, 3 of them down here, and there's two way up here, and then you got a bunch more. Like they're everywhere. They're literally everywhere. I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but they're so obscure. They give you no indications of where they're gonna be or how to find them. It's not worth your time directly looking for them unless you're using the interactive map, because you will spend thousands of hours looking for them on your own. And it's much better just to push through the game and come back for them because you're at max level and you have stuff to do at that point, right? You're looking for content to pass time. Because right now, like level 1 to 5, like that, in my opinion, that shouldn't be the goal. Like, completion is completion. I'm okay with completion. Like I said, I completed every quest in the entire game basically because that was like my OCD thing, right? I want to complete all the journals in the game, but that is something I'm going to do towards the end when I'm completing achievements and stuff, right? I'm going to go through and I'm going to complete all the memory fragments in the new zone. The new zone has memory fragments. I'm going to get the rest of these fast travels as well. And then I'm going to go through and try and get all the journal pages for all the zones as well. Like that's like one of the last things on my Iron Man playthrough list. But none of that really gives you anything. It gives you a little bit of XP, but I'm telling you, it's not worth the investment time for right now. I understand the OCD, you want to get it completed, but there's so many. It's just like there's 48 or 84 of them just for this book, 46 for this book alone. This is just Brightwood. This was just Cutlass, Ebonscale. In each zone has its own like system. This is just the game itself. It has its own book system throughout all the places. And then once you get past those, you have Brimstone, and then Tales of the Isles Divided. I don't even know where that is. Then you got all the expedition ones, which you're gonna need to find parties to go in to do that. Vanguard Knights, don't know where that is. Tales of the Sea, I'm assuming that's something with boats on the oceans. Never done it. Blood and Sands, I don't know what this one is either. But I mean, some of these you will complete just by going around. And this is the new zone. 241 of them in the new zone. Like, there's just so many to do. It's worth getting this completed, but not. Like I said, in my personal opinion, that's another day's problem. But you know, everybody teach their own. Hey, I ain't gonna tell you not to do whatever you want to do. I'm not gonna tell you how to play the game. Okay, I think it's not the best use of your early game time. Done with Lotro for the night. That's okay. Congrats. Did you try the other dungeon that we got our ass kicked by the final boss? You gave up? Like I said, you can cheat and use the interactive map. I can send it to you if you want. I know some people like to organically do it themselves and figure it out themselves without, you know, using wikis or anything like that. I can send you the map if you want it. If you don't, that's fine. But you can always come back and navigate and look for them. Right? Once you have your mount, once you're leveled up, you know, and you can just run around all nonchalant and just explore little crevices and, you know, figure it out. Like, it's definitely viable. I would just, like I said, I would put that on hold until later. When it's like one of your last things to do, Joy. You don't want to be there. Yeah, it would have took you forever, I think. Those mobs have a lot of HP. Yeah, I'm definitely I definitely will say, Dig. It's not that I'm not going back to Lotro. I definitely am going to. I think that's going to be the last half of the year, though. I think I'm going to go back to it towards the end of the year, depending on what games pop up. Because I definitely want to hit Windcraft first. That was very interesting. That was very enjoyable. It's new for me. But I think my fallback is Lotro right now. And as long as there's something else on the chopping block, I think Lotro will always be behind it. So it might be a while before I get back to Lotro. Just because of the streaming aspect of it, and I want to stream the progression of the Bjorn, not just, hey, look, I'm max level Bjorn now out of nowhere, right? I mean, I could always start another character, but I just don't have the urge to do that. I'd rather play other games. But yeah, I definitely still like the game. It's definitely interested in continuing the exploration of that game. The game was really good. So, just sucks that you're still progressing and I'm not there to progress with you because I'm interested in other things right now. That's always been my biggest problem with gaming is like everybody's interest is always changing. It's like it's always hard to find somebody that has the exact same interests as you at the same time for the same amount of time, right? So finding somebody that's interested in Lotro as long as you're still interested in Lotro. And then what if you leave Lotro before them, now you're leaving them hanging. But then you feel obligated to stay. And then if they leave and then, you know, now you're still playing, like one of those things. So it's like you shouldn't feel bad for like following your interests. So I never really fault someone for following their interests. Because I don't feel like I should have to be forced to play a game that I'm not interested in anymore just because somebody else is, right? So I feel like if they're not interested, I shouldn't feel obligated either, right? It shouldn't be a one-way street. It's just, I don't know, it just makes me feel, I don't know, I feel a little bad sometimes because like you were the only person I really played that game with, and we played a lot together, and I enjoyed playing with you and hanging out and doing like duoing stuff together. And now that I'm not there, you're finding other people to do it with sometimes, but now you have to like over level to like do a lot of things that we could do as duo as lower level. I just feel kind of bad about it. And like I said, it's not that I don't want to play it. It's just I know I have a limited time with New World, and I was interested to come back to it with the update to complete it, and then they hit me with that whole "go fuck yourself" announcement. So now I'm like even more pressured to want to finish this, and not even pressured. I like this more. I have more of this willpower drive making me want to do it. Now I really want to complete it before it goes away. And then like we tried out that Windcraft, and that really piqued my interest. So now I'm like, oh shit, now I really want to play some Windcraft. Like now my interests are like hella split. All right, so we have 10,000. Okay, so we have more than enough wood. We have more than enough everything. All right, so we'll do a hell of a big craft. We're gonna probably run out of leather because I think that's the one thing we were short on. Yeah, we were short on leather. Maybe at 176. Huge. Oh, we're actually really close to 177 after all that. All right, so what are we missing the most of? I think it's iron. We have a little bit of wood still, so we need leather and iron. We might actually, okay, so we have 40 minutes. We can do an iron run into a leather run and see if we can actually get to 77 tonight. That'd be kind of nice. Dude, reading the fucking in-game chat in this game makes me lose brain cells, I swear. Oh. Oh, Joy. There is one weapon I kind of recommend as a secondary weapon that you won't use very often, but it has a situational ability that is very useful when traversing the map. So whenever you're like jumping off of a mountain, instead of having to like tinker your way like, oh, you only jumped like 2 inches off the mountain and then you have to jump again and then you have to jump again and then you have to jump again, and like it's tedious because you have to keep jumping and falling and jumping and falling because the mountain is so wide or whatever, you can't jump far enough out. The one weapon I would recommend is a sword and shield with a leaping strike, because that shit will yeet you off a mountain so fast, like it is crazy. Like I can show you, that shit's nuts. You legit just fly. Because typically what ends up happening, like I'll show you on this mountain right here. Right. So like let's say you're up here and you're trying to jump down, right? You only jump so far, right? So then you tumble and you roll. Now on that mountain it's not too bad, but when you get to like the higher mountains where you only fall, like you jump out a few feet and then you get stuck, and then you jump again, you get stuck, you jump again, you get stuck, and you finally get all the way to the bottom. Taller ones is really where it becomes apparent. But with leaping strike, you literally just hit the button and it like yeets you off the fucking mountain. It's actually hilarious. Do I even have a sword on me? I don't have a sword. I can't I? Okay. So here's the sword that I was talking about. The leaping strikes is this, right? Right, just dashes you forward. You can have a shield on with it as well, which I prefer. But you use that off of a mountain and it lunges you forward. But it's the only skill in the game that doesn't stop its forward momentum when it's in the air. So it allows for you to lunge off of a mountain with some serious force and just fly through the air. Minecraft collectible, let's go! That's huge. That reminds me, I need to check my my collectibles. Yeah, that's pretty good. So like this is a small demonstration, Joy. But like, you know, you're on the mountain, you're like, oh, I need to get down, right? So instead of like jumping down, you just, you know what I mean? Like you yeet off the mountain. And the higher you are, the further you go. So you can kind of get the idea of like having that as your backup secondary, or it's just in your backpack, or in your, you're basically running around with the bow the whole time and the sword's just sheathed. So whenever you need to jump off a mountain or something, you can use it. It's also useful in a situation where, let's say you're shooting someone with a bow, they get too close and you need to block. You switch to the sword and shield, you can actually get a pretty solid block in there to protect yourself while they're like doing certain heavy attacks or whatever. It's not the best if you run out of stamina because then you get, you know, staggered, but it can be useful to have the bow or to have the sword and shield as a backup. Because like I said, there are other abilities that do traverse the map, aka the fire staff has burnout. This thing right here, it has burnout, which is just this, right? It's a little bit of a distance, but the problem with burnout is once it doesn't have ground to traverse on, it stops moving. I'll show you over here in a second. And the Great Axe has charge, and it works the same way. But the reason I don't like charge, I like burnout over charge, is because charge has a longer animation. So when you get to the end of the charge, you have to wait for the animation to finish before you can dodge roll out of it. With burnout, right, at the end of the burnout, you can just dodge roll right at the end of it. So it's a lot more fluid and fast paced. But burnout's better than charge. But they both have the problem when going off of mountains where they just stop. And I'll show you that right here, so you can see what I mean. That's why I said I prefer the sword and shield, because it doesn't have that bad, like, so if I, like, you know, do this, it kind of goes, but this is as far as it would make it, because it doesn't have a long distance, and it stops the momentum.
Cause you look thirsty as
So on a
right
big, on a, like, jumping off of like a big mountain, it would barely go anywhere because it would stop the momentum and it would just fall straight down. In comparison to the sword lunge, like, I can actually go up there and I can show you. That's actually hilarious. Sword lunge is so funny. Wrong button. Oh, I've been working on the railroad. M and K? Oh, mouse and keyboard? Oh, okay. Is it really bad on the controller? Oh, thanks, mate. I appreciate it. I feel like this game doesn't have a lot of key bindings. Right? You have Q, R, F, which are the 3 skill buttons. You have the weapon swap, so that's 4 buttons. And then you have the 4 consumables, and then like directional and dodge roll. I feel like that's not that many buttons. But I mean, 4 buttons for your buttons. 4 buttons for healing, so your little trigger buttons. Yeah, the D-pad still available. Yeah, I mean, I can see that being a little much. Oh, going into your inventory, moving stuff around. Yeah. Being able to use the mouse for that would be nice. Is there a way you can run both simultaneously, so you can use the mouse and keyboard when you're, like, you know, just grab the mouse when you're messing with your inventory, right? But then use the use the controller for combat? Can you have them both plugged in and both, like, operating simultaneously? Because that wouldn't be too bad. You get the best of both worlds, so you can just combat and play with the controller. But then whenever you wanted to, like, mess with the gear, you wanted to mess with, like, the items and stuff like that, you can use the keyboard and mouse. Something I will share with you, Joy, it's not really given to you in the game or explained. There is a way to search, to, like, filter things in, oh, there's an ad, so, oh, you don't have ads. There's a way to filter things in your inventory so you only see things that fit a certain criteria. So at the top up here, you have the search bar. If you do bracket, and then let's say a perk name, let's say luck, right? And then you bracket again, it'll only show you gear in your inventory that has the key word luck as like a perk, right? So if you want to find something with, like, I don't know, I think light works as well. Maybe not. I don't know how to do it for, like, armors that are like a light value. But you can do it for perks. You can do it for names specifically as well. But the reason I bring that up is because, like, if you're when you start getting a lot of gear, if you're looking for specific perks, you can type that perk in. And if you don't see any items with that perks, okay, cool. And then you type in another perk. If there's nothing with that perk, cool, you move on. But if there are items with that perk, you can actually hit L and then left click with mouse and keyboard, obviously. You can hit L and left click and it'll lock the item so you can't accidentally salvage it. And if you do that for all the pieces of gear, all right, here's what lunge looks like. right? Coming off this mountain, right? Versus me falling way back there and like having to jump possibly twice and stuff. It's just a lot faster. Anyway, so what I recommend people to do is use that to find the perks you're looking for, and then instead of salvaging it one piece at a time, because there's a quick salvage button. If you hold C and you left click on an item, it lets you quick salvage an item. But if you're trying to quick salvage a yellow item when you get further into the game, it prompts you. For example, it prompts you like this on every single item. But if you do the salvage all button, you avoid that. So if you lock all the items you want to keep first and then salvage all, it's much more efficient. It's much faster. It's a lot less clicking. So you can skim through your gear, see what looks good for you. Like I said, you can search via the perks, like I was telling you, or you can just go, you can hover over each item one at a time. You're like, oh, not good. Oh, not good. Oh, not good. Just go through all the gear first and then lock what you like or what you want to reevaluate later, what could be a potential. Just lock whatever is potential, something you want to double check or, you know, look at later or hold on for later, and then salvage everything else. Just do the salvage all button. It's much easier than doing it one item at a time. You'll spend hours salvaging if you do it one item at a time because there's too many button clicks. Low level, you won't run into that much problem because most of the gear is going to be pretty straightforward. It's either a higher gear score or it's not. Literally all it boils down to at low levels. But once you get to above level 500 gear scores, when you're going to start running into a lot of perks. You're going to start running into a lot of purple gear, a lot of yellow gear that have a lot of perks on them. And you're going to be like, okay, well, this has higher gear score, but it doesn't have any good perks. And you're going to be like weighing the pros and cons between a higher gear score and better perks. So you're going to have to like prioritize. And that also holds true with your storage system too, Joy. You can do the same filtering system inside the storage. So it helps you be able to find items in the storage as well. One downside to this game that I absolutely despise, they partially fixed it, but it's still not fixed, is every storage in the game is separate. As in, like, you have to do the drop down and change from storage to storage to see what's in every storage item, every storage of every city you've been to. But you can put storage in any city from any city. So you're not limited to where you can put things. You're just limited to what you can see depending on the drop down that you select. But they did change it to where if you have crafting materials in any storage in any city, you can craft from the crafting bench and it'll pull storage stored items from any storage in the game and auto craft using those stored items. That is one of the things that they fixed recently, and that's been a huge quality of life help. But it does suck to have to, you know, oh, well, where is this piece of gear? And you have to go to like 15 different storages to find the piece of gear you're looking for. It's just kind of annoying. Also, storages have a weight limit and an item limit. So does characters. Your weight limit is dependent based off of the bags you have for a character, and then the weight limit for towns is based off of territory standing. So as you kill mobs, as you gather resources, if you craft gear, you get territory reputation, and then when you level up, you get options to spend it on. One of them is storage, which is the god tier one. Other ones are like crafting fees or property upkeep, but you only have 3 properties, so it's not really useful in all places. And then the other one is like territory standing or gathering speed. It doesn't really matter which one you pick. You can pick whatever you want. Gathering speed's really good to a certain point. Territory standing can help level up faster. Max territory standing is 300. You'll never hit it. But that's how you increase your storage capacity in each town. You level up your territory standing, you get territory standing increasements. And if you have a house in a town, you can put up to, I think, 3 or 4 storage chests inside of the house, and it'll increase the storage of the capacity of that storage in that specific town that the house is in that has a storage inside the house. It's a lot. It's very convoluted, but Typically, I only recommend doing that in towns that you mostly store bulk stuff. So if you store a bunch of like iron in one place or a bunch of like ores in one spot, make a house there. If you frequent a place for crafting, right, and you want to have a fast travel there to a house, put a house there. Now, it doesn't really matter where it's at, since the storage will pull, like when you're crafting, it'll pull from that storage even if you're not at that town. So it doesn't really matter where you put the house, but you can have up to 3 houses. And the tier of the house matters and doesn't matter. So there's 4 tiers of houses, 1 through 4, ranging from 5,000 gold to 20,000 gold. The only difference is how many house items can be placed inside the house, and how many storage crates can be placed inside the house. Tier 1 house, 5,000 gold, can only have 1 storage chest. Tier 4 can have 4. So you obviously eventually want the tier 4 houses, which are 20,000 gold each. And you can have 3 of those, so 3 places can have 4 storage crates inside them. I think it's 4 storage crates. It could be 3. I don't remember exactly. It's been a long time. But they all can have the same amount of trophies. And you can increase the amount of items inside the house as well, with territory standing once again. But the gist of it is the higher tier houses can hold more storage crates, and the storage crates give you more storage capacity for that town. There is a quest in the game that is like a guide to buying property, and it will give you 5,000 gold. But it also gives you a tax or a purchase reduction on the first house you buy, up to 50% off. But it makes 5,000 gold houses free, but you can only use it one time. So what I tend to do is I keep that quest and I buy a $20,000 house for 10,000 gold. And then I save up another 40,000 gold and I buy the last 2 houses. But once again, don't worry about doing this quest till later. You don't need a house until you're very far into the game when you're actually putting trophies in. Because, like I said, there's no real need for them anymore. And except for increasing your storage and putting trophies in, and you're not going to need trophies for a very long time. So don't worry about houses. Save your gold. Use it for crafting. And respecs and stuff for now. But when you get to 70, you're going to be looking into doing trophy farming. Because you have combat trophies. I think there's 5 of them, maybe 6 of them. And they increase the amount of damage you do to that mob type by, I think, a percentage. I think it's 5%. And you can have 1 in each house, which gives you 15% damage increasement to those mob types. And then you have luck, gathering luck trophies, which increases your luck with all the gathering resources. So mining, skinning, logging, harvesting. There's actually a basic luck trophy as well that you obtain via, well, there's 3 different items you need, but one of them comes from skinning rabbits. You need that one for combat luck eventually as well. And then you have crafting trophies, which those ones we're not even going to talk about because the odds of you getting one of those with an Ironman is basically non-existent. I have 1,800 hours in this game and I've never obtained one. As an Ironman, I've never obtained one. Nice. So yeah, they only need like 1 day on Div Dig. Once they all level up like to level 2 to 5 or whatever they're gonna get to, then move them into something else. Like, you know what I mean? Because then Doot will take effect. You'll able to put them into lab without them being in lab. They'll end up having 6 times prints going forward because they have both. They're both counted as being in lab and having hair attached to them, so they'll have 6 times prints. And then you can just leave your bubonic conjurer in there to level people's lab up, and then you can have the 9 people running around the map doing progression and horizontal stuff. Much better use of your time. You're gonna go call her early? Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Thanks for having a good time. You know, hope you enjoyed at least. And yeah, we'll catch you Monday, Tuesday. Like I said, if you want to chat this weekend about that new game, Dig, let me know what you think about it. Feel free. Like I said, I don't think I'm gonna start it this weekend purely because I think I want to do it on stream. So I'll probably play it Monday and Tuesday, just to try it, or at least Monday. So up to you. If you want to play this weekend, go ahead. If you want to play with me on Monday, feel free as well. Options there. See you later, Dig. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. You're a real OG. Oh, there's Topher. Nice of you to finally wake up and join us. All right, Topher. Have a good night, man. I appreciate you. Take it easy. I don't even remember what I was talking about, but you were involved in it. And I forgot what it was. Oh, it's small nap. Yeah, it's only 2 hours. It's fine. uh. Oh, was it 3? 7. Did you die? Did you die? Did you get eaten by a zombie? A dog zombie? No! Poor doggo. It's got Topher in the teeth. Yeah, you're telling me that shit's nuts. I don't remember exactly what all it gives you, but I heard it's pretty insane. Oh, okay. So it's kind of like Project Zomboid, or like you can take perks that give you positives and negatives. All negative traits? What? Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. That sounds dreadful. I'm trying that, and you fell asleep. Uh, that just sounds dreadful, Tover. Wow. 20 to 50 hours to work. Wow. Hell no, I'm good. I have to really like a game to invest into something like that. That's the thing. If I really like, 'cause, I mean, I don't mind 7 Days to Die. It's okay. Nothing. Not my favorite game. It's like if I liked it a lot, I could see me getting into something like that, right? Something like that would be sick. It's like a huge challenge. He challenged me to try. Yeah, that's about as far as the challenge would go. Just trying it. I'd log in and be like, hell no. Yeah, I wouldn't make it very far. That's for sure. 24.5. Let's go. That's a huge one, mate. That's massive increase. Wait, you can get grand discoveries? Wait. What do you have to do to unlock Grand Discoveries? Isn't it just a potion? Or is there other criteria you have to do? You got a Mega Feather 18? Let's go! I got Mega Flesh 5 yesterday. I gotta put some effort into that. Almost 20 on skinning. Yeah, skinning is the easiest, Joy. You'll fly through skinning. So that's what I said. Just kill whatever you skin. Like skin whatever you kill. It'll get done really fast. You have to put effort into the other ones though. The other ones don't just organically come to you. Like I think the closest one that's gonna organically like happen is gonna be iron, because you're gonna run past it pretty regularly, and you're just gonna be like, ooh, piece of candy, right? And you're gonna mine it, right? And you're just gonna regularly do that, and mining will just get done. Mining isn't a big deal. But tree chopping, it's one of those things that once you start, you can't stop. It's like a Pringle, right? You can't just have one. They're everywhere. So you like never stop chopping trees. So it's like, that's one of those things you just set a time away. You're like, hey, I'm gonna go chop trees for an hour, and you're just gonna go deforest an entire forest basically, just to get your chopping up, because you just don't want to deal with it. And then once it hits 100, then you're picky. You only hit weirdwood trees. And then when you hit 150, you only hit ironwood. You hit weirdwood and ironwood trees. And like that's how you kind of do your wood chopping from there on. And then you just chop regular trees as needed. Same thing with herbs, or for harvesting. You could sit down and farm herbs and hemp all day long, but like you don't come across it that often, because when you do, you come across it in massive bulk. So there's certain fields that are just full of hemp. You don't come across it just by itself. It's just huge fields of hemp. But when you do come across it, you're just like, fuck. Well, it's hemp hour. And you just run around and you grab all the hemp for like the next 30 minutes to an hour. And then once everything is claimed, then you move over and you start going back to what you're doing. Like that's usually how it works. And it's kind of frustrating. So you have to put effort into those two specifically. And that's why I was saying, like, I would suggest at like a low level, when you're like right around the time when you get to Everfall, before you leave Everfall, make sure you get all of your professions to level 100 before moving on, because then you're going to start running into those higher tier resources more often. And then I would say you want to hit 150 before you leave Weaver's Fen. If not, by the time you get to Weaver's Fen. I would say 150 is kind of like, you want to be there around this point. Possibly like somewhere around here. Like between leaving here and leaving here is where you want to be at 150. Because you don't really care about the 205 items. That you can farm as much as you want later. It's literally the 100 and 150 resources that you need a chunk of, but you don't regularly go out and farm them. You can. There's certain ones that you can. But specifically, like I said, the harvesting and the logging ones, they're not very good to just organically just go out and directly farm, because they're not in bulk. Like if you look at the interactive map that I pulled up earlier, you'll see what I mean. Like there's a lot on the map, but there's not a lot in clusters. So there's not a lot of daisy chaining you can do. There's not a lot of like routes you can do that have a ton of it. You get like a couple trees here, a couple trees there, a couple trees over there. You know, it's just like very sporadic. So gathering it while you can, when you can, like on my iron route, if you watch my iron route, I have iron, star metal. There's technically one orichalcum node that I've been skipping because I don't need it right now. I should be grabbing it, but I'm not. But it has 4 ironwood trees and like 5 weirdwood trees. And I'm farming the weirdwood and ironwood every time I go through this iron route, even though I don't need it right now, because I know I will need it. All right, we have 177. That was my goal. I am happy. That means, so I think, guys, I was gonna do New World going forward, but there's a new game coming out tomorrow, and I'm thinking we're gonna try it on Monday. And if I like it, I'll play it on Tuesday, and we'll switch back to New World Friday, Saturday, Sunday after that. But if I hate it on Monday, I'll just go right back to New World on Tuesday. But it is Red Mist, I think is what it's called. It's this. The top-down, old-school-looking RPG that comes out tomorrow. But I think we're gonna try this on Monday. It looks kind of cool. But we'll see how it is. Like I said, it looks kind of lacking because it's going to be brand new and obviously going to be lacking combat or content. It's going to be lacking game polishment and refinement. But if it has a good core base, then it might be worth giving a try, you know, a test. Seeing what it feels like, see if it has potential. Because it looks like it's got a lot of abilities. Party system, it looks like it has bosses. I think there's probably classes in it as well. There's PvP, which hopefully I can avoid. But yeah, this is what we're gonna try on Monday, I think. So if anybody wants to join us on that, you're more than welcome to join us. I don't know if it's available on consoles or not, but it's what we're gonna give a try to on Monday instead of New World. Woo! Not saying we won't talk about New World, not saying we might not stop play it, but that's the plan at least. I want to try that game out. Alright, let's put our points in. So we got that. That. I think we just re-roll. Ready? Get some stuff done, and then we'll come back tomorrow. Or, I'm gonna come back tomorrow and do that, but I'll do it another day. Okay, so that takes care of everything that we wanted to do today, guys. If you have any questions, we'll stick around. We're gonna be around for at least another hour doing Eidolon stuff. So if you have any questions about this, feel free to ask us anytime, and we'll pull it back up and help you out. But that's it for New World for tonight. If any of you are gonna leave us because we're switching games, feel free to join the Discord. One thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody out, feel free to chime in at any time. And on the days that I do not stream, that's the best place to reach me since I do work from home. And any of you that are possibly leaving us, if you ever want to catch up on a stream, rewatch a stream, or catch something that you might have missed, go over to the VODs channel. It's in the About Me, and check out the VODs channel. That would be pretty appreciative. But in the meantime, like I said, we're gonna play some Eidolon. We're gonna hang out for a bit. And just chat. I'm gonna throw on some RuneScape music for y'all on Twitch. And yeah, we'll just hang out. This is my wind down time. Gotta get all chilled out for freaking breakfast in bed soon. Alright. Ooh. Oh shit. Oh yeah, Joy. I don't know if you're still hanging out or not. New World 12-hour stream. Man, that was me back in the day. But you want to see, like, I was gonna show you the interactive map for the woods and stuff that I was talking about. Like, this is the Weirdwood, right? So this is why I tell you, like, get to the point where you can farm Weirdwood, because like, here's where you are right now, right? Windsward, it has like 2. Monarch's Bluff has like 1. Everfall has like 1 down here. Has like a couple here. It has a few here. Right? It doesn't have very many. But then like in Brightwood, right? You have a couple here, a couple here. Like they're not close together, but you can run across them doing quests, and you can farm them, right? You can pick them up while you're there. When you're running down this road doing a quest, you can grab them. When you come down here to do this quest, you can grab all this. Like, it's a lot of Weirdwood you can grab while you're questing, right? Same thing in Weavers. There's not a lot of Weavers, but if you're in this area doing a quest, you can grab this up, right? And then when you head up to Great Cleaves, same thing. You can grab it while you're near it. That's why I recommend to have that, the 100 for that. Now, taking it a step further, Ironwood is even more scarce, right? So there's 1 patch here, 1 patch down here, there's 1 patch here, Same thing here. They have a couple patches around the outskirts, which you might run into these two, but you won't run into these two. This patch you might run into. Right? You're just not going to run into a whole lot of it. But when you see it, you want to get it. Right? This is the most in the entire game is pretty much right there. Like there's a lot here, but this is full of mobs. This is full of mobs. And this is full of mobs. So it's like the best place to farm it is technically right here. But it's full of trees and it's hard to see. Like it's pretty decent over here in Reekwater. This is where I usually get it when I'm doing chest runs. But you can see what I mean. It's like there's just not a lot of those resources on the map. So getting it when you can get it is worth it. But then you compare that to the equivalent when it comes to ore. This is star metal. It's fucking everywhere. And you can farm this in mass quantities. Or calcum. Everywhere. You can farm in mass quantities again. Right? So ores aren't a big deal. But then when you come to the plants, once again, the silkweed, right? This is one of the ones I was telling you to like get to. Once again, there's a lot right here, which you can farm pretty easily. And this is where I farm mine. I come out here when I need it, I teleport here, and I literally just run up and I farm all of this. Like all the way to the city. And I'm like, all right, that's enough. So it's easy to farm it when you need it. But when you're running around, there's not a lot of it. There's literally 2 places to farm it. Everything else is like super scarce. There's very, very few of it. But then you go to the wire fiber, which is the actual hard one to find. There's a few places, but they're so spread out. Like you have to run from this patch across the field to this patch, across the field to the next patch. It's just there's not a lot of it. So the way the spawns work in the game is there are what's known as tiny, small, medium, and large nodes. Tiny and small roughly spawn between 5 and 10 minute spawn timers. Mediums are between 7 and 15 minutes. And the larges, also massives, which I feel like are in the same boat, are between 10 and 20 minutes. So the ideal timing, so you don't have dead ones, is usually 20-minute rotations. So the iron route that I was doing is a 20-minute rotation. So the rotation that I was doing, I'll turn on the iron ore really quick. So here's the iron. I'll throw in the star metal. I'll throw in the orichalcum, and I'll show you the route that I run. So the route I run, I come out of Everfall. It's funny that they have an iron node inside Everfall. You can't actually get it. But I come over here and I grab this. I grab this. This. Right? And then I jump down and I grab all of this. I grab this. This. Grab the ironwood that's right here. Technically, if I'm feeling like someone's taking my stuff, I'll wrap around, go on top, and I'll grab this as well. And then I'll run across. But if not, I'll just come over here, grab this. If I want the star metal, I'll grab it. If not, I'll skip it. I come across here, grab this, grab all this, run across, grab this, run down. Once again, if I want the star metal, I'll pick it up, and then I'll wrap through. And if I want extra iron, I'll come through here and grab all of this. If I don't, I'll come down here. I'll jump down. I'll come down this way, grab these ones. Like I'll skip the star metal, I'll come down here, and I grab the weird wood that's right here, and then there's a fast travel point right here. That is roughly a 20-minute route. So by the time I teleport back, I smelt all my stuff down, and I go to run out of the town again. Everything is respawned no matter what size it is, unless someone's running the route. If someone's running the route, then I run into a bunch of dead spots and stuff. But by the time little people are playing the game, that route is never taken. Same thing if you were to run a star metal route. You teleport here, you run through here, you zigzag back and forth. So you go to the left side of the tower, you go to the right side of the tower. You go to the left side of the tower, go to the right side of the tower, and then you're back at town. And then from here, you could technically try to run this route. I don't like it personally, but there's that's where you can go over to where my route is. You can teleport to here, and you can grab all this, and you can teleport back out, and that's roughly a 20-minute rotation. doing this route into this route. It might be a little short, but there's no mountains involved. There's no weird things involved. Like there's a lot of other routes you can technically run, but they require you climbing up and down mountains and stuff, and like zigzagging in and out of like places and stuff. Like you can technically get a bunch here, along with orichalcum, but can be tedious and annoying. Uh, but anyway, yeah, that's kind of like where it's at now. There are a few orichalcum spots, so teleport here, run straight down. You can mine all this orichalcum. Once again, you can either fast travel back home, or you can run back up because the other one is on top of this mountain. So technically, you can just run back and forth. You can come up here, you can farm this, run down, farm this, run up, farm this, run down, farm this. It's probably a 20-minute rotation. So there's a lot of ore rotations that are easy. But that's why, once again, I was talking specifically about wood. Always grab wood when you can, because the best thing you can do for wood is there's what's called chest runs in the game. So there's certain items that can only come from large chests in level 55 plus zones. And Breakwater is the one of the few places that is a 55 plus zone that has large chests that you can gather. Some of them are in this cave. And if you come to this cave has weird wood inside the cave. It has chests inside the cave. And it has ironwood outside. One of the best places to gather both ironwood and weirdwood. But it doesn't respawn, 20 minutes respawn timer. So you come through, you grab all the resources, you grab all the chests, you run off, grab a couple more chests, and then you teleport out to Ebonscale, do the same thing. You teleport to here, you can grab this ironwood, jump down, grab some chests, go a little bit more chest run if you want, or you can just teleport back at that point and start the chest and start over with the weird wood and stuff again. It's just there's not a lot of wood. That's why I was saying it's like whenever you see it, you want to grab it because it's just super scarce. Oh, I know, Giggle. I know. Like that's why the biggest the one recommendation I usually have for every person starting New World is get your professions up so when you see it you grab the resources. Even if you don't need the resource, stockpiling it for when you do need it is worth it because it's going to save you a ton of time in the future. Because if you have to go out and specifically farm weirdwood, you have to teleport to one place, farm a few trees, teleport to another place, farm a few trees, teleport to another place, farm a few trees, and you got to find a few trees that people aren't farming and you rinse and repeat these like rotations, and it's tedious and it's annoying. Same thing with ironwood. Now obviously silkwood weed is one of the anomalies. There's a couple places that you could farm it in bulk. Firewire, certain places have a bunch of it, but they're a little spread out. You can technically farm that in bulk as well. It's not nearly as scarce, but it's just better to grab it when you can see it, when you're running quests or running faction missions or doing chest runs or something like that. So you don't have to physically go out and farm it like manually. I wish there was a way to move all of my guys at the same time. Huh. Hey, Giggle, I got a quick question. First off, you're about to hit an ad, but I just unlocked this floor, and before I moved all my guys up, and it already had 8.96 times flour on it, even though I just opened it on a new mastery. I thought these reset on masteries. Then I'm confused. Because this dead guy, I didn't move up until after that. Okay. Okay. So it's supposed to, but it didn't. That the consensus? Okay. I was pretty sure it was supposed to go away. All right. So we're gonna go from a 19.19 to 24. Deal with these in a minute. Gotta get rid of it. All right. So 792 is 228. Doom, 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 doom. I have another thing for you, Joy. Remember I was talking to you about like obviously crafting yourself some like steel weapons or something like that, right? If you want to get through your early levels of your mining and your chopping and stuff like that, remember I told you like there's certain items that come from certain resources in the game that can force perks. I would recommend when you make yourself like steel tools, because you can make them already. You try to get yourself some steel miner's charms, at least one. Get yourself one of these, because you can get a different one for like mining. You can get a different one for logging and stuff like that. But it's gonna give you mining experience whenever you mine, so it makes it so you mine faster. Like you get through the levels faster. And these come from, it looks like chests. So this one might be a little difficult to farm, but you know Monarch's Bluff and Weaver's Fen and like low level zones basically. So any zone that's level 9 plus can drop these. So opening up all the small supply crates, all the like the little boxes you see around the map, you have a chance to get one of these. So if you happen to get one, it'd be helpful because then you can force mining XP on your steel tools so you can level faster to 100. That's one I would recommend. And if we were to talk about discipline, did I not spell that right? Okay. Log. I don't want yield or luck. This is annoying. I don't remember what it's called for logging. So give me a second. So lumberjack's discipline. So this one comes from a steel lumberjack charm, which once again comes from chests. So I'm assuming all the EXP ones probably come from chests. I'm not 100%. Obviously, New World DB can help you with that. But with the short of it is, make sure you're grabbing all of the storage chests that you see. Remember I told you earlier about the chest runs you can run? Every chest in the game except for elite chests, which are a later thing, they have a 1 hour respawn timer. So when you're running by and you see chests, just grab them, open them up. It's going to give you refining materials, which you're going to need anyway. It's going to give you a bunch of, like, sometimes it'll give you armors and weapons and cooking materials and patterns and just a bunch of crap. After all these years, let me post links. I mean, you can post links. I see it. You can always ask, and I can permit you. Oh, Giggle, did you actually hit 1 million of those? That's crazy. Yo, congrats, Giggle. But yeah, just make sure you open up all the supply chests and stuff. Oh, it definitely will ban you if you post links too many times, but I can actually do a command to permit you to post links temporarily. But I also see the link, so that's not a big deal. You get banned, I just unban you. It happens. And I also got to remember how to do the command. It's like permit and then like your name or something like that. Yeah, I don't want to like take away from your gameplay, Joy. I don't want to like overwhelm you. It's just there's a lot of things that just keep popping in my head that if I knew it when I was first playing the game, I wouldn't have ignored it and had to backtrack to do it over anyway. So I want you to know going into it, hey, make sure you're doing these things, even if it seems tedious, even if it seems like it's slowing you down or whatever. It'll save you time in the long run because then you won't have to backtrack to do it anyway. Oh, yeah, that happens. That happens, yeah. There's a lot of people I've actually had people get timed out and then they message me in Discord on the general and say, hey, I got timed out. Or they DM me in like Twitch or something. They're like, hey, I got banned in your chat for sending links. I'm like, oh, didn't even see it. There's so many fucking nuggets. It's crazy. And I still haven't gotten a better nugget. With how many nuggets I've been getting, like I still haven't got a nugget upgrade. It's crazy. Like I think my nugget is somewhere between 600,000 and probably like 600 million. And I still haven't gotten an upgrade. Granted, I did get a lucky 128 mil like last month. And it was pretty lucky. I think I was rolling between a 400,000 and a 400 million. 47 billion? Bro, that's wild. That's wild. Well, you don't need a new nugget anytime soon. And let me guess, you're already done with gaming anyway, so what's the point of having a nugget that big? Yeah, Bait's still stuck at 36. Yeah. Well, just look at my nugget, bitch. It's like Giggles walking into the bar with his nugget. And it's like he plays the game. Whoever's got the biggest nugget doesn't pay for drinks. And he's like, I know I got the biggest nugget, bitch. It's like when the military guys go to the bar with their chips, like trying to one up each other. Like, bro, if you wanna see who's got the better chip, why don't we just go play fucking rummy? At least we don't know who's gonna end up with the bigger chip. Like, the first time the guy throws down like a fucking Commodore's fucking ring or something, you're like, all right, well, we know he's gonna always play that one, so there's no point in playing this game anymore. Yeah. It is crazy though, Giggle. Like, you have some insane stats, but you have been playing for a long time, so it makes sense. Like, it's not like it's impossible. You play very efficiently, you play very hard, and you have bought like all the packs. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Wait, do you have more AFK hours than Griffey does? Oh, please tell me you do. Oh, we got the wrong one. Because Griffey is like, he's like the top 7 for AFK hours. Last I looked, he was like top 7 on the leaderboards for AFK hours. And he still hasn't got the nothing trophy. Oh, are you number 1? Okay. So yeah, you're definitely beating him. Do you have the nothing trophy at least? No nothing trophy still. Oh man. I have not, but I'm pretty much able to, Giggle. I just need to go talk to the dude. So, to answer your question, I farmed up my million power. I have 2 million, 2 million, 3 million, 1 million, 3 million, and then I'm working on like World 2 right now. So I have like 3, 3, 3, 1, and I'm working on these two right now. But then I have like 2 million here, 1 million here, 1 million here, 1 million here. Uh, and then I got my 1 million of the holes. So I'm working on it right now. I haven't turned the quest in to actually do it. Which I probably should. 0.25 FPS. 8,000 orb. Oh my god. Yeah, I saw somebody had the same problem. Like the Zenith cluster conversion couldn't keep up. Yeah, that shit's crazy. The drop rate is just ridiculous on some of these like setups. Like especially on the day reset where you get all those extra crystals. Oh my god. Do it on a DK as well, like whoo. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. That's crazy, man. What kind of commercial is this? Bro, I haven't even got to my Omniprox yet. Like, I've been doing this for almost 20 minutes and I haven't even gotten out of my gotten to do my Omniprox yet. Gaming can suck it, bro. But I'm like so far behind in it, like I have to do it. Oh. You know, I really wish she would give us like a harvest all option where it says which ones you want to harvest. So you can deactivate certain ones, and if you can put them in a specific order, that'd be sick. So it always claimed like the cactuses first, and you wanted it to skip like mushrooms. That would be sick. That way you could like just click harvest all while you're still working on the logbook. And you don't have to manually click like cactuses every time you're trying to like juice out your. Oh my god, that would be super helpful. Be such a nice quality of life. Like it wouldn't increase the game per se, but it would make the quality of life of doing gaming much better. I also think the log game should just be click one card, and whatever fucking card you flip over is what you get. So it could be a 2-day card, it could be a 1-day card, it could be a 1-hour card, it could be a nothing card. I don't want to have to click 50 fucking times, wait for the cards to spin 100,000 times just to do the log game over and over and over again. That's just such a time sink for no apparent reason. Like 2 quality of lives just in one like part of the game that could just greatly increase the efficiency of the game. What truffle guy? Wait, what? Wait, Joey, what are you talking about? What truffle guy? What's his name? I can look him up in New World DB, but like what? What truffle guy? I'm assuming it's one of the quest guys. This guy? You know, it kind of looks like that creeper on the side of the on the corner of the like, I got what you need, man. I got what you need. You tell me what you need, I got it. That's all I can think of. It's like selling drugs, man. The drug dealer on the fucking corner. Brands!
Oh yeah.
Brands! What are you doing to me? Oh, Brands! How's life been, man? Then it should tune in and just listen to the rants. Yeah, man, we vibing out. Vibing out. Fucking hating life in gaming right now because I can't fucking get out of it. I fucking hate it so much. Oh, I appreciate the raid, friends. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for bringing the community on over. I hope you're having a good day. Hope your stream went well. How's the V-Man grinding coming along? He's still your main character, right? This is a game, bro. Fuck gaming, dude. Gaming can suck it. God. Yeah, I tend to tune in occasionally when I see you live when I'm working, and I just like I just tune in and I'll put you on the second monitor and I just listen. It's like, sometimes you're like, you know, like talking to somebody in Discord or something, and it's like I'm listening to you guys back and forth banter, but you should skilling god. I mean, he is a skilling god. That is true. That is definitely a true statement. Bro, I just can't leave gaming. I just can't. Bro, I'm like fucking stuck here forever. And I'm making no progress. That's the problem. I just want it to be over with. I'm still stuck on Snail 24. I've failed Snail 24 to 25 like 20 times already. And it took me like 2 months to get back to 24 because I kept fucking failing 23. I'm so done with this fucking snail. Jesus. God. Fucking snails for days. Fucking hate gaming, bro. Bro, my snail luck is awful. I mean, my luck in this game in general is awful. But my snail luck is ungodly unlucky. Like, my sailing luck was also unlucky. Mate was here when he witnessed it. Fucking, I was stuck on the island before Relic Fury. From basically the first week World 7 came out until like last week. I was stuck trying to get the one fucking artifact from that island for like over a month. It was crazy. Took me forever. And now I'm stuck on fucking Fury Relic for the last week or two. Can't get past Fury Relic now. Actually, did I get Fury Relic? I think I'm the one past Fury Relic now. Sorry. It's got like 2 artifacts that I need from it. I haven't got a single one of them yet. Ugh. Oh, you're getting successful sneaking Master 7? Nice. I finally actually started working on my masteries on my sneaking like last month. And now I'm on like mastery 2 or 3. I didn't even know I could do it. Like I was so hard stuck in like non-mastery sneaking because I hadn't done anything in it. I wasn't even master 1 yet. That's how fucked I was. You outraged or friends? I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Have a good rest of your night. Go get some sleep. I'll talk to you later. See you. See you. Bye bye bye. Thank you for the generous host. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bye bye bye. Frost prevention. uh, that's a funny way to put it. Oh yeah, so I'm done with that one now. Like I said, I just didn't know I could do it. I forgot all about it, and I was done with the tower. I just never moved to Master 1. Actually, sorry, I was on the last door to unlock it, and I just couldn't break it. I was on it for like 3 months with like 10 people swinging at it. I couldn't break the door. And then Topher was here, and he's like, oh yeah, just do this and this. And I upgraded a few things. Like, oh, door's broken. Cool. And then I jumped into Master 1, and now I'm like Master 3 or 4. Like, that was like a couple weeks ago, like maybe a month ago. It was like right around the time World 6 came out, or World 7 came out. Like, I'm just like, kind of flying through it. I was just doing it completely wrong. Not in particular, Giggle. The only thing I was told was it's easier, but it requires more mail or something like that. The only thing I heard. I don't know exactly how it works. Like the percentage of success chance is better, but it requires more stuff. Oh, so every time you encourage, you get a free failure? Oh, I definitely forgot, mate. 100% forgot. So are you saying like you encourage them and then you try and then you encourage them and then you try? Is that like kind of how you do it then? Oh, gotcha. Interesting. So it's basically there's no way to actually fail back down because you always have a shield. Whoa, that's a big shield, Giggle. Do you need that big of a shield? Wait, how are you supposed to level it if it's negative? What? So you have to keep encouraging to get it positive? Oh, wow. So you still have to encourage to bring the percentage chance up, but every time you do encourage, you do get a shield? Gotcha. Okay. So at least that makes sense. Bro, something I found out just recently because, you know, my shit's so far behind you guys, is the fucking cooking can suck my dick. I noticed that when you level your meal from level 110 to 111, the amount required to level to 112 is a ridiculous jump. It goes from like E94 from going from 110 to 111 to E134. Why does it jump by over 40 E? That's just stupid. Because I still have to go from 112 all the way to like 150 eventually. How the fuck do you expect me to finish that shit up? Yeah, so I already prismed my Diamond Chef, and that's how I was able to hit 111. But I can't go above 111. It's not possible, not even on turkey. I can't even push turkey past 111 with my cooking speed. It's crazy. Actually crazy. And I even like ribboned all of my cooking speed things. I'm at a complete loss. I just saw that. I'm like, there's no fucking way. I'm missing something. Really? Bro, he can suck it. He can actually just suck it. Because now, in order for me to get to 150, no meal left behind has to do all the work. And that's never going to finish. I'm never going to get all of them to 150. It's just not going to happen. Like even if I have one of the discounts from killing one of the random event bosses, I don't have enough to even level it to 112, let alone anything above that. Yeah, exactly. I was just like, hey, I fixed this thing that was broken. Love me, please. It's like, bitch, you're the one that broke it in the first place. your job to fix it since you broke it. Motherfucker. We gotta chain you in Griffey's basement some more. Jesus Christ. Deserves to be in Griffey's basement. Fucking puts the lotion on the skin, bitch. Sometimes. Sometimes instead of fixing it, he just rolls it back. And he's like, yeah, sucks and suck, bitches. Oh, you wanted to abuse it? Oh, well, you lost your account too while you're at it. It's like, bro, you're the one that did it. Because, yes, they abused it, but it's because you did it. You cannot put, hey, take all this for free. Put a free sign in front of people. Say, take as much candy as you want, and then punish them for taking as much candy as they want. Like, you can't do that. You can't put a free sign in front of them, let them abuse it, and then take it away. And be like, oh, well, you know you shouldn't have done it, but you did it anyway. So it's wrong. It's wrong because you knew it was wrong. Like, come on. The lava universe. It's true. It's true. You know, lava would be the kind of guy that you would go trick-or-treating at his house, and it'd be like, take what you want, and you take a handful, and a fucking trap door would open underneath you and be like, you took more than you're allowed. It's like, but your sign said take what you want. Like, bro. Like, I would be lava for you, man. I don't have a problem with lava. Like, I like his game. I don't really know him personally. I don't know anything about him. I just, sometimes I see stuff and I'm just like, why? Like, I couldn't do better. Don't get me wrong. I probably wouldn't have any better solutions. I wouldn't have any better implementations of things. I wouldn't be able to make a game nearly as good. But god damn it, sometimes, as a gamer, I just want to slap him in the face and be like, why? Tell me why. Like, god damn it. Does he not actually play the game? Well, play it as intended. Play it without giving himself free stuff. Like, if he played this game as a free-to-play person, I think he would have a different perspective on the stuff he throws at him. Like, throws at the game. Alright. Finally done with gaming. Jesus Christ. Until I get a fucking Omniproc for gaming. Also, can anybody explain to me when I get Omniprocs, why is there two Omniprocs for gaming? Why does one say gardening and one say gaming? And they both increase gaming? Like, why has that been a thing for God knows how many years? Nico! So true, Giggle. Yeah, but I'm not worried about the sailing avalanche. What I'm saying is, like, I'll have three things pop up. It'll say sailing because of the food, and then it'll say gaming, and then it'll say gardening. What up, friend? What's going on? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Avalanche is here. Why is there two different named procs for the same thing? One's called gardening and one's called gaming, and they're both for the same skill. Like it's fine when you get like a double sailing proc, sailing and sailing. That makes sense. Sure, whatever. One's Omni, one's your food buff. But why does it like why is there two for gaming when they're named differently? One is from the bubble? What bubble? What are you talking about? I mean, I know Avalanche said the same thing as like food and bubble, or bubble and elephant, but I don't. You guys make it sound like I actually do alchemy. Oh, I did do this one. So I mean, this is what I'm not worried about, Avalanche. I'm specifically talking about gardening, which was what was the other one? You said Sailor and Game Red Heart. The Game Red Heart is probably the one I'm thinking of. This one, right? I mean, maybe this could be it. Yeah. I just why is it named differently? Like, why is the wording different for it if that's the case? Why is one called gardening and one's called gaming? Doesn't make any sense. Just name it the same fucking thing. Oh shit. Works. Gaming garden. So stupid. So fucking stupid, dude. I fucking hate it. I hate the logic. I honestly hate the logic. It makes so much sense, but it's so dumb. God, is it dumb. Oh, I hate it. Like I said, I get it, Giggle, and it makes sense when you point it out, but God, is that dumb. Jesus fucking Christ. I remember the first time I saw the proc that said gardening. I'm like, what fucking skill is called gardening? Because, like, I went to my skills page and I'm like, alright, that's mining, that's smithing, that's chopping, that's sailing. And I went through all of them. I'm like, where's gardening? I was like, where is it? That's farming. And I'm like, oh, it gives me farming? Maybe that's farming. It's like, nope. That's what I thought. But this was before farming was a thing, right? Like if I looked at it now, I would think, you know, farming. But like, bro, what? Why call it gardening? It's called gaming, you piece of shit. Ugh. And it's funny too, because people are like, oh, if only Eidolon players learned how to read. Bitch, even if we read, you're not even writing the correct things on the screen. You want us to read? Write the right shit. Write what it actually does. Fucking God, dude. So annoying. I really need to use my exalted stamps. Maybe you guys can help me. I got 7 exalted stamps, and the only stamps I've exalted is Crystal Spawn. There's one other one. Um, did I not do another one? I thought I did another one. Okay, maybe I didn't do any other ones. I thought I did another one. Oh, I need to finish unlocking the rest of my stamps. We're not talking about that. We're specifically talking about what the ones I currently have. We're not talking about that. Ignore that. Ignore the ones I'm missing. So you think the shop one's worth it? Okay. Okay, getting my stamps is on my list. It's next. It's next on my list. Coming up. Like next week, I'm gonna do it. Just we're not talking about it. No, I don't. I don't even know where it would be. Is it in miscellaneous here? Yeah, if it's supposed to be here, it's not here. In 6 months? No. Okay, it might be in 6 months, but not really. I'm trying to finish my statues, but I am actually going to do my quest next week on my DK, or my Deathbringer. I'm gonna do it. I work this weekend. I'm probably gonna do it this weekend just to try and get it out of the way. But I'm gonna do all my quests on this guy and get it done, so I have all the stamps. I mean, I don't buy bag dailies, but I do. I mean, I'm really bad about buying my dailies. But most of the time, I buy like my foods, I buy my wraps, I buy all this, I buy these, my statues, right? Um, but like, I don't, and I buy my eyes. Usually, I buy my eyes, but I haven't been buying things in a while because I've just been lazy. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what to like. I don't mind holding on to a couple exalted stamps for when I do unlock some stamps, but I did hear that the vendor stamp is kind of nice, especially with the new stones. Because if it gives you an extra stone, it allows you to max out your gear faster. Five bags, really? Interesting. So anyway, how many stamps should I hold on to or how many exalted stamps should I hold on to for ones that I need to exalt once I unlock them? And that tells me how many we can exalt right now. I thought about the Krug stamp, but it's not really leveled and it's not really giving me much of any, so I felt like it was kind of a waste right now. I mean, but mine's only 2.03 times on exalted. I don't think 22%. Would that only put me to like 45%, 46%? I mean, probably closer to 50%. The 50% increase to shop quantity, if it starts with 2, would still only put me to like 3 or 4, maybe. Am I reading this wrong? Is that not how math works? Anyway, we need to do Omniprox. I was hoping that you guys would have some definitive answers for me, but think about it. Let me know. We're gonna go and do our Omniprox really quick. Oh, so you have almost 3.5 times though. I only have like a 2. I haven't upgraded that much of any. That might be why you're. Yeah, because I feel like with only a 2 times at 20, like let's say 23%, would only put me to like 46%. Field, did you just send me? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I will look at that later. We'll hold on to it till then. Charts are nice. Yeah, he sent me a like tier list kind of thing, so that'll make things easier for me. I really need to sit here and just claim my refining because it's like every 16 minutes I can claim it. I really just need to get that over and done with. Trying to finish up my vials. But yeah, like I said, like I am completely and utterly stuck at 111. Like even doing Turkey, the high like closest I got to with like AFKing for like a day was E100. Like I'm nowhere near being able to get there. Not even close. I mean, what do you mean? A diamond show? I mean, it doesn't really go up by much. It's already whatchamacallit it. It's already prismed at 2.1 times and it's 2000. I mean, I could push it further, but it doesn't really move. Oh, I know there is. I'm just saying, like, that's the main one that I have access to. I mean, I tried leveling up the tables with my salts. I leveled them up as much as I could. I did a bunch of bravery. I haven't done bravery in a couple weeks, so I should definitely go and do that. You're definitely right on that one. I forgot to do that last week. I think my vault almost done. If it's 250, I don't know how far this goes, but yeah, I could definitely do this a few more times. So that's one. I thought this one was done. I don't know how much more I need to max it. It's a lot of money. 500 meg, yeah. So I got a lot of money to make. A lot of money to make. My money making is really bad. That's something we can do. We can like try to money farm soon and finish leveling up the vault. Not a bad option. Just don't know where to go to money farm at this current time. Because my Gmush farm is pretty low. I probably just need to Gmush farm for a while. Bro, I wish these were all like in a line. I don't have to like click on them and then click on them again to make them go away. It's like so annoying. Same thing with like the Windwalker upgrades. Like there should be like a simplified view. Like standard view and then simplified view. Like, what's the point of like having this really convoluted, stupid ass fucking floating icons that like you can't see what's behind it or click behind it, and you have to like close it, and in order to close it, you got to click on something else. It's like so fucking annoying. Ugh. It's snowing again, bro. It's been snowing for fucking weeks here, on and off. I still have snow all over my driveway. All right, we can finally do our damn Omniprox. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so I tomorrow I need to remember I need to quest on this guy to get all of our stamps unlocked. That is like my goal for this weekend. All right, see you, mate. I'm gonna be jumping out here soon too. So I appreciate you for being here. Have a good time. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. I'll catch you on Monday. Hit me in the Discord if you need me, as always. It's snowing. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, 4 on, 4 off kind of sucks, but it's also kind of cool. And the only reason why I say it sucks is because you're going to you're not gonna have the same days off every week, right? Like you might have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday off this week, but next week it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and it's just like, ugh. But at the same time, like if you worked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right, every week, then you would never have those days off or anything. Like, it kind of does suck, but it kind of works because you at least every so often you do get like weekends off, you do get like weekdays off and stuff like that. So it's I don't know. That's why I like my bi-weekly schedule, Joy, is because like if you like look at my schedule, I'll work Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? So I only have Wednesday and Thursday off on week 1. But on week 2, I only work Wednesday and Thursday, right? So I have Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So every other weekend I have off, every other Monday and Tuesday I have off, and every other Wednesday and Thursday I have off, right? So it's like I always have these days off every other week. So it's like I can always plan something because I know what days I have off every single week. And it's just an alternative, right? So I work week 1, right? While the other guy's working week 2, right? So when I'm working Monday and Tuesday, he's off. And then when I'm off on Wednesday, Thursday, he's off. And then the next week, when I'm off, he's on. So it's only 2 of us working the night shift. And we just alternate, right? And it's kind of nice. I like that a lot more. I mean, I work 12-hour shifts, which a lot of people dislike, but it's nice because I literally work 50% of the year. Most people work 5 days a week. You know what I mean? Sometimes 4 days a week. They might work Monday through Friday. They have Saturday and Sunday off every year. And if you add all those days up, that's not a lot. 52 times 2, that's 110 days off. I literally have 50% of the time off. 50% of the year is off for me. So 365 divided by 2, that's like 180 days. So I get an extra like 80 days off a year for working 12-hour shifts. And then to top that off, if I take a Wednesday, Thursday off with my PTO time, I get the entire week off So I get Monday through Sunday off for just taking off 2 days. It's so nice. It's like God tier. Gaming Garden. I fucking hate it, bro. Absolutely hate it. Bro, it's so stupid. Gaming Garden. Like, what the fuck were you thinking? Forklift driver for BMW? Whoa. 6 days, 12-hour shifts. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's a lot of working, not a lot of downtime. Like, so like work to life balance isn't really there, but the amount of money you would make for working that many hours, because I don't know how your country is, but anything over 40 hours is overtime. Like, unless you're getting paid salary and you have like a flat rate of pay no matter how many hours you work, anything over 40 hours is time and a half. So if you get paid $20 an hour for the first 40 hours, anything past that 40 hours is $30 an hour. Like, you do that for 10 years and you have a lot of money stocked away. Like, you're good for a while. Right? You can invest most of the money and you could probably retire early if you do good, if you do it properly and you do it well. And then now you have a lot of work, like life balance. Because, yeah, you worked your ass off for fucking 10, 15 years with not a lot of downtime. But bro, you have so much stocked away and you have like, and you invested it properly, so you're making returns on it. Now you don't have to work. Yeah, see, you got salary, right, Giggle? Like, salary is, depending on the company, salary is the way to go. Because my company, I get paid salary, but I average, I think, 42 hours a week. You work hour, well, then how do you get paid for 40 if you only work 20 hours? Do you just fudge the numbers? That's interesting. That's interesting. How do you get paid a guaranteed 40 if you only work 20? So do you just get paid a flat, oh, you get paid for 40 hours a week no matter how much you work, but if you go over 40, we pay you more? Double pay on Sunday? Yeah, some companies will do double pay on weekends and holidays, or some of them will do triple pay on holidays, which is insane. Yeah, over 40 is overtime. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, it's a crazy thing you got set up for work, Giggle. I've never heard of that. I mean, 9 to 5:30 isn't a bad shift. A lot of people don't want to work that shift. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have a small window where there's nobody or not very many people, but there's almost always people there. You can only work like the 4 hour shift. Yeah, nice. 9 to 6. Yeah, that's not too bad, Joy. Yeah, I work 6 to 6. Like I said, it's not bad. I work from home. I literally stare at a computer screen all night. I track job completions and file transmissions. And if anything dies, I either fix it myself or call the representative that needs to fix it. And I track the incident, and that's basically my job. I'm a hall monitor for IT. So I watch anime all night long. I'll play like idle games on the side, you know, like this game right here. I'll play this on the side. I'll let it do whatever it's gonna do on the side in the background. I don't play anything that like takes my focus away, but I mostly just watch anime and eat food, hang out, do some workouts, you know. I'll do a little bit of yoga, do a little bit of tai chi, do a little bit of body lift, you know, body weight exercises, you know, push-ups, sit-ups, lunges, crunches, squats, things like that. Things I can do in my office, you know. I really wish I had a walking pad, but I can't find a walking pad that's like bigger than like 15 inches. I think I found a 17-inch once, but it was like bad quality, and I was like, yeah, I'm not chancing that. It's hentai, not anime. Hey, mister, I got my I got my Discord hacked because I was clicking on some fishy little links and stuff. Mr. Hentai Watcher. Don't be pushing off your you know your extravagant stuff onto me. You know, what is that? What is it when you like when you push it on to somebody else, like you make it look like whatever you're doing, you make it look like the other person's doing. I don't remember what this is. Not gaslighting. What is it? Not imprinting. What the fuck is that? Not scapegoat. No, it's like when you're trying to like I can't even explain it. I can't think of the word. You were a butcher for 5 years. 7 to 4 a.m. I mean, that sounds a lot like the Panera bakers. Have you ever seen the Panera bread bakers? They show up at like 10 o'clock at night and they bake through the night with nobody in the store, just them, until like 4 or 5 a.m. and they bake all the bread for the day. It's really cool. They just have the whole store to themselves. I mean, it is a form of manipulation, but there's a saying, it's a word where you it's like when you know when you're a cheater and you're like, oh, why are you cheating on me? I think you're cheating on me. It's possible you're cheating on me, and you're like you know what I mean? You're like pushing the agenda onto the other person, making it seem like you know you don't trust them because they can't trust you. I can't think of what it's called. That word, thank you, projection. Yes. God, I could not think of what it was called. Yeah, Chris is over here projecting his hentai onto me. They even tried to buy an Amazon gift card? What the fuck? You know, if you would have said they tried to buy a hentai, I would have definitely understood. I would have definitely uh laughed on that one. I think that would have been hilarious. But project these nuts. Got him. Yeah, it's not specifically gaslighting, Joy. It's projection, right? So your insecurities you're projecting onto the other person because you're insecure about it, so you're trying to make them feel insecure about it. So it's like a form of gaslighting, I would say, but it's more of a projection. It's like you're projecting your thoughts and feelings towards the other person. Are wait, which one? Are you talking about the screenshot giggle? Or are you talking about the tier list? I'm assuming he doesn't care about the tier list. Yeah, the Reddit link. Okay. Yeah, the screenshot. Okay, hold on. I'm scrolling. Hold on. I'm gonna throw this out there. I scrolled back on your messages and I don't see it. I think you've sent too many messages, so it's not here. Here, let me just permit you. I think that's how you spell permit. There you go. It's just a Reddit link with a screenshot in it of what Giggle accomplished. Just a screenshot. He finally hit a milestone that he was working towards. I don't know, man. I don't know, okay? If we had to throw them on the table right now, I would lose, okay? It's like freezing cold in here. It's not my fault, okay? It's not my fault. I was born that way. It's genetic. Don't make fun of me, okay? Jesus. Gotta try and make me feel bad. It was funny too, Chris, because like the other day when all that happened with your account, Marley messaged me and she sent me a screenshot of the message you sent her. And she's like, did Chris get hacked? She's like, I haven't talked to him in like 2 years and he's randomly sending me this. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I saw you sent me messages. I was like, I didn't even look at him. I was like, well, if he sent that to you and then he messaged me, I'm like, I'm pretty sure he got hacked. And I was just like, and then I saw later, I think you deleted the messages that were sent to me or something. I just thought it was hilarious. Unfortunate, but hilarious. You only had 300K. Yeah, I mean, how active have you been recently, Chris? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Like, what kind of gaming you been doing? You just been doing like work stuff and IRL stuff, or have you actually been gaming and just avoiding us? Keeps popping up with pics of my ex and me. Oh, fuck that. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you, Joy. I don't know how much you are into social media, but I'm gonna tell you for personal opinion of mine, social media is the worst. The minute you unplug from it, and after 30 days of not being on it, and realizing how much happier you are without fucking social media, you'll realize it was the best decision of your life. Social media can suck it. I will say, with the added caveat, the only form of social media that I find acceptable is YouTube Shorts because those shits are funny. That shit is so funny. Like, you get those funny cat videos, the funny dog videos. You get the little YouTube Shorts of like, the little blow up like things for like Christmas decorations and stuff. That you got Santa Claus over there twerking in the wind, and then people are like adding music to it, so it's like boom, 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 and you got Santa over here twerking in the wind. Like, those fucking videos, totally worth watching. But anything else can suck it. You get off the social media, you'll be a much happier person in life. Promise. I don't even watch the news anymore. Only thing on the news is fucking agenda pushing, one political side or the other. Oh, well, this person shot this person for no reason, and then the other person's like, well, in this video you can clearly see there was a reason for it. Well, in our video there's no reason. It's like, yeah, because you guys are cherry picking what side of the fucking video you want to watch from. Like, you got to watch it from start to finish, all aspects included. Like, that's why I don't like the news, because everybody has their own fucking agenda. Nobody tells it how it fully is from start to finish. And at the same time, you can't know everything from start to finish because you weren't part of it. So it's like when you have two friends that are arguing, right? You have two friends that maybe they're dating, right? And they break up, and one person tells you one side of the story, the other person tells you the other side of the story, but they're still both leaving stuff out because you weren't part of the whole situation, so you don't know what's left out, so you don't know what side to take. It's like, that's the news. No matter how much they try and give you all the information, they always leave stuff out. And it's impossible to not leave stuff out because they don't even know everything. So it's just like, fuck the news. I don't watch the news either. I don't go on social media. People are fucking idiots. People are backstabbing, conniving pieces of shit that are egotistical and self-centered. 99% of the population is that way. Now, there are a lot of people that are very nice, don't get me wrong, but most of those people are only nice to the people they know. They are not nice to strangers. They are rude and just intolerable to anybody that they don't truly know. But if you know them, they're the nicest people in the world. I hate it. It's not that they're two-faced, it's just they don't care about people that they don't know. But then once they get to know them, like, oh, you're such a nice person, I'm sorry I was so mean to you. It's like, bitch, you should have been mean to me to begin with. All these bad things about me. Like I said, I have nothing against you guys in chat. Like, I don't see you guys one way or the other. I appreciate all of you for being here. I see you all as like friends. unless you're an asshole. I treat you the way you treat me. It's that simple. I treat you the way you treat other people. As long as you're nice to other people, I will be nice to you. As long as you're, I don't really care if you're mean to me. Like, that is whatever. Like, people are a dick to me all the time. I can take people being an asshole to me and bullying me. People do it to me all day long. But if you're rude to another person in my chat, there's another story. Oh, I'm an asshole, Joe. Don't get me twisted. I am not a nice person. I am one of those people that I am really nice to the people I know and I like, but I am really not nice to people I do not like or do not know. I am one of those people. That's why I don't like being online, right? Now, don't get me wrong. I am much more tolerant of strangers, right? But I also, since I do not know them, I don't know how real they are, right? So, for example, if I see somebody on the side of the road with a sign that says, need help, lost job, need money for food, okay? I can take you at face value and be like, okay, maybe he's hungry. Maybe he did lose his job. Maybe he needs money for food. Whatever, right? I can take it at face value. But I've been burnt too many times, seen too many horror stories of somebody giving away money to these people. They give them a $20 bill. Say, oh, okay, here's some money, go get some food, blah, blah, blah. That person turns around and goes and buys alcohol or goes and jumps in their fucking Ferrari or Lamborghini and drives away. And that motherfucker makes $200,000 a year begging on the side of the road because he doesn't actually need the fucking money. I do not trust people. There's a difference between me, being mean to people and me treating them untrustfully, right? If I see someone truly down in bad luck, like they're trying to carry their groceries and they're struggling, they need a door opened for them, right? They need help carrying something, they're old and they're trying to reach something, like they're short people trying to get something, like all that stuff, I'm down to help people. But I don't trust people at face value. I just don't. I remember this one time. I worked at Panera Bread, right? And I got off of work. I had a bag of food in my car. I was going home. And there's this bum dude. He looked like a bum. I don't know. Sitting on the side of the road. Said, hungry. We'll do anything for some food, right? Or money for food. I handed him a bag of chips. And he chucked them at me. I guess you're not that fucking hungry. Just saying. That's the world, bro. That is the world. Like I said, there are genuinely nice people out there. But majority of the people only are nice to people that they know or trust. And the thing is, you cannot trust people. So I don't fault people for not being nice to people that they can't trust or that they don't know. Because almost everybody is that way. Because why would you just give somebody money that you don't know they're actually going to use it for what they say they're going to use it for? There's too many people that lie, cheat, and steal to get what they want in this world, to trust somebody at face value. Now, if the guy is willing to follow you to McDonald's and you to buy him a meal, then you know he's real. You know he honestly wants food. Those people can be trusted. If I saw that person again, I would give him some money. I'd give him $5 to go get some food or something, right? Because he has proven to me that he actually wants the food. But the motherfucker that threw chips at me when I gave him chips when he said he was hungry, that motherfucker can go get hit by a fucking seagull. Just saying. And that's what I'm saying, Giggles. Like, we have all these bad experiences with trusting people, right? Or these horror stories that we've seen where people have given people stuff and they've used it incorrectly, or they've lied, cheated, and stealed to obtain what they want, and they want us to trust them at face value, right? We can't do that. And that's why I'm saying, like, we can't fault the people for not being nice to people that they don't know, because it's the norm. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, that is just society as it is right now, because how can you trust people when there's so many people that are untrustworthy? The untrustworthy make it so you can't trust the trustworthy people until you've learned to trust them. You can't just give trust away. You have to earn the trust. That's the problem. So I don't fault these people for not being nice to people they don't know, but there's no reason to be nasty, right? Like, there's these people that will go on people's TikToks, that will go on their Snapchats, that go on their Facebooks, You don't even know this fucking person, and they comment on your picture and be like, yo, you got a big fucking nose. Like, what is the reason behind that? Like, why do you need to go on someone's, picture and comment that they have a big nose? Or their shirt makes them look fat? Or their pants make them look like they're fucking, I don't know, they're ugly or whatever. Like, you don't need to add unnecessary rude comments to something that you're not even a part of, right? That's the ugliness that I want to avoid, that I do avoid by not going on social media, right? And it's the same ugliness you see in the news, where these people are protesting on stuff, or they're complaining about things that have happened, and they don't even know the full stories, and they're bitching and complaining, and they want change, and they want reform, and they want to kick people out of states, and they don't want certain government agencies being able to do certain things, but then they want help when they want help, but then they don't want help when they don't want help. It's like, fuck the cops, we don't need the cops. Oh no, I got shot, I need a cop. It's like, you can't have it both ways, people. Like, I understand there's faults on both sides, right? Not saying all cops are the best, not saying they always do the best job. They do the best with what they can. There are some bad apples. There's always going to be bad apples in anything we talk about. Gaming, social media, people, fucking kids, it doesn't matter. There's always a bad apple somewhere, and it ruins it for the rest of people, right? And I get it, I understand it, but you also got to understand that that's not the norm. That's not everybody. It's just like we've talked about before, is people doing the right thing, you don't notice them. They go under the radar because they're doing what they're supposed to do. The only people that we notice in society are the people doing the wrong things, and it's because they stand out and you remember them. Like when you're driving on the highway, when you turn on your turn signal and you notice that there's space to get over, but you didn't notice the guy that let off his gas to make that room for you to get over. You don't remember that guy. You don't notice that guy. That guy is not in your even like thought process. But when you turn your turn signal on and you look over and there's a guy flooring it to prevent you from getting over because he doesn't want you to get in front of him, you remember that guy, right? It's the same philosophy. It's the same problem, right? It's the same exact thing, just in a different, like, different situation, different circumstance. And people can't understand that. People can't fathom it. And it blows my mind. Like, how can you say that the world doesn't need cops? That they don't need presidents? That they don't need city officials? They don't need, like, you know what I mean? They don't need military. Like, you cannot say that a country can survive without a military. It is impossible for a country to survive without a military force. Because what is preventing any other country from coming and taking you over? What is preventing anybody from coming in with any type of violence or force or weaponry, right? And doing whatever they want to do if there's nothing to prevent it. Right? It's impossible. So you can't say, like, I hate it when people are like, oh, well, we need to get rid of the police. Oh, we need to get rid of the military. Oh, we need to get rid of this. We need to get rid of that. It's like, but it wouldn't work without it. We need those things in place. Now, I'm not saying that they don't need checks and balances, not saying that they don't need to be reformed or revised or probably have some sort of oversight or modifications to the oversight that's already in place. That's a completely different conversation. But goddamn, people are dumb. You know what I mean? People just be dumb. They trust whatever they see or whatever they hear and they parrot it nonstop without doing any type of looking themselves, without any type of like research or investigation or knowledge. They trust the one person that told them and they just run with it. They're like, oh, well, this one guy told me this. It's obviously true. It's like, okay, well, where did he hear it from? Is his source trustworthy? Like, you can't lie on the internet, guys. Just throwing it out there. It's, it just doesn't happen. There's a guy on the side of the road that says booking.com. What do you mean xenophobic? Avalanche. I don't know what that means. Sorry. I mean, bragging or not, though, Giggle, like, if someone's spewing nonsense out of their asshole, aka their mouth, I just don't want to listen to it, right? If you got a guy standing up in front of a camera, speaking on the news, saying, this government agency needs to get the fuck out of our state because they're making things worse, yeah, I don't think that's right. Right? Like, you're in a position of power and you shouldn't be speaking in those definitive statements to a mass of people that you're in charge of, because there's too many people that will take action into their own hand and make things even worse. So if you think it's wrong for that agency to come in and to try to make things better, and yeah, there's going to be some growing pains, some wrinkles, some mishaps that will happen that will make things somewhat worse in the short run. But if they're trying to make things better for you in the long run, why are you trying to kick them out? Because what is the alternative? You're just going to let the badness continue? So you're okay with all these rapists, all these murderers just running free that aren't supposed to be here, right? You're okay with people scamming people and taking money from anybody and everybody they can, and like, I'm just throwing hypotheticals out here, guys. I don't really know anything about anything. I'm just saying, like, would it be acceptable for all of that to be happening inside of your city? And you'd be like, oh, no one can come in and change this because they're just going to make it worse. It's like, so you're okay with the status quo of it being bad, but you're not okay with someone coming in, shaking things up, possibly making it temporarily worse to have the potential to make it better. Right? Like, that's what I don't understand. Like, yeah, bad things happen. It does, right? Mishaps happen, mistakes happen. You know what I mean? Like, unforeseen circumstances happen. But you can't say as a whole that they're not doing good. Right? Just like the military thing, right? Like, military people go in to do war stuff, bad things happen, good things happen. At the end of the day, you know, who really wins in a war? But you know what I'm saying? Like, if you defend what you were supposed to defend and you did the right thing and you protected the people you were supposed to protect, is that not a good thing versus going in, not doing anything at all and letting those people no longer exist? Like, what's worse? Like, and I love it because, like, these people in position of power, they think they know what's best, but they know nothing. For example, something I heard a long time ago, don't know how true it really is, but I was told that supposedly there was a person in position of power somewhere in the Senate or something that was trying to pass a bill for global warming, or some form of it, that they wanted to remove, like, you know, natural gases usages and stuff like that. So they wanted to limit how much boats and transportation fuels were used with, like, airplanes and ships and stuff like that. So their solution, hear me out, their fucking solution, the most god tier solution that they decided is to remove fossil fuel usage from ships and planes. The alternative that they wanted to do was to build a bridge from North America to Europe through the ocean. Well, a land bridge, or also known as ocean bridge, however you want to call it, that people had to drive across. So we wouldn't use as much planes or boats. What? You fucking kidding me? What fucking school did you go to? What planet are you from? You cannot tell me you can design a bridge that can go from one continent to the other across the massive ass fucking ocean that can withstand hurricanes, fucking sea winds, and fucking sea, what are those things called? Storms, the random ups and downs of all the waves, like the 10, 20, 30 foot waves that can happen out in the middle of the ocean. Oh, not to mention, oh, how are we going to get gas out there? How are we going to be able to sleep? Because you're not going to be able to drive that in one fucking sitting. Oh, and what about those places that you have to put out there for people to sleep and people to fuel up in gas or people to eat? And oh, the people that have to work out there, how are they going to get out there? They can't live out there. They can't drive out there every day. Like, what the fuck are you thinking, you piece of shit? Like, and that's the kind of people we put into position of power that we're supposed to listen to and think they have all the fucking answers, but they know jack all, and then they want to go on TV and tell us how we should think, how we should feel, and what we should believe in. Like, no. Do your own thinking, do your own research, do your own beliefs, follow what you believe is right, don't parrot somebody else. Have a brain of your own. Not saying you can't listen to what people have to say and you can't agree with what they have to say, but you need to have your own thoughts. You need to have your own, like, beliefs. You need to have your own fucking brain. Like, holy hell, people are just dumb. What up, Tom? I didn't even see your message earlier, sorry. He's saying it on the internet. You're not wrong, Tom. Whatever I'm saying could definitely be. I mean, you can't lie on the internet, though, Tom. I'm just saying. We're on the internet right now. There's no way I can be lying. Not possible, because you're not allowed to lie on the internet. We all know this. It's a fact. Stick with a nail through. Really, I don't think I've seen that one, Avalanche. Oh, I see what you're saying, Avalanche. I mean, I don't personally care where people are from or their religion or anything. None of that really matters to me. The only thing that matters to me is your demeanor, the way you present yourself when I meet you, and the way you treat other people. The first couple words out of your mouth determines the way I treat you. If I walk up and I hear you being, like, demeaning or degrading to another person, I will punch you in the mouth. I don't give a shit. If you want to be a fucking asshole, I'll treat you like a fucking asshole and I'll put you where you belong. I don't give a fuck. My wife hates it. Like, I've never gotten into a fight since I met my wife, but it's mostly because I don't go outside much. And if I was going to, she would make sure I wouldn't be able to. There's the one song that you're right, Joy. That's what I'm saying. Like, wars and stuff like that, bro, no one wins. Like, obviously, there's a fine line between when you need to use force and when you don't, but I mean, there's a time and a place for it, but God, they go to it way too easy. It's way too easy for them to, like, pull out the guns, boys. They don't want to listen to us, pull them out. We'll see who's bigger. Like, bro, obviously we're not going to see eye to eye. They have their beliefs, they have their ideals, they have the way that they want to do things, and they like to do things, and they do things, and we do as well. Like, you can't expect everybody to get along. You can't ever expect everybody to want to do everything the same way. There's compromise. It's like fucking marriage, bro. Like, you gotta compromise. You know, your wife might not like giving blowjobs, but I'm just saying, like, she might do it if you're willing to compromise, right? Or she might not be willing to compromise at all. So now you have to compromise and, like, try some other route, right? Get what you want. Just saying, like, all about compromise, man. That's how life is. Be single? Well, you know, hey, you don't need a wife to still get what you want. What did I turn into? I'm sorry. So sorry, Pig. I'm so sorry. Sometimes we take a left turn sometimes out of nowhere. Just my brain sometimes like, ooh, piece of candy. And I just, like, we take a left turn into outfield sometimes. It just happens. Impression. Great one, right? I'm so sorry. I got into a rant and it derailed about an hour ago, and I'm riding this bitch till it explodes and I die. Like, it's bad. I mean, I have a point, but I used a really weird analogy, right? Like, or a really weird, like, specific scenario. One of those scenarios that people are like, huh, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I hate that. I don't know how I feel about what he just said. Like the statement is true, but the wording I use and the scenario I use can be a little off-putting. I get it. I agree. I do that a lot. I use some weird analogies sometimes, and people are like, "Why would you even say that? Like, why?" Like, God, man. But yeah, like, I don't know what we're talking about, other than the fact that we're talking about how I hate people and I don't go on social media anymore. But yeah, that's why. A 1 hour rant of why I dislike people in general, right? Not everybody, right? People that come into here are typically really nice individuals, and when they're not, they leave really quickly because they get treated the same way they treat me or others, and they don't stick around very long because they don't like getting put in their place. They don't like getting treated like shit. So, like I said, general rule of thumb, this is the golden rule in life: treat others how you want to be treated. I live by that rule. I will die by that rule, and that's exactly how I treat every single person I interact with in real life and on the internet. So, you don't want to get treated like a piece of shit, don't be a piece of shit. It's that simple. You don't want to be treated like an idiot, don't be an idiot. I don't get me wrong. I speak bullshit out my mouth sometimes that I don't know because I'm ignorant, and you guys correct me on my ignorance, and I'm grateful for that. Don't get me wrong. Everybody is ignorant of something. Nobody knows everything. So when you guys correct me, I appreciate it. But I don't fall on the sword. Right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, the sky is blue. Well, you know the sky is technically clear, right? Like, no, it's blue. You're an idiot. I'm not going to fall on that stupid ass sword, right? It's like same thing with like stupid shit, right? I don't even get started on it. But you get my point, right? I'm man enough to accept when I am wrong and to take the, and hash it out to understand where I went wrong or what I was missing, to learn what I do not learn. Unlike other stupidity people. AKA the dumb piece of shit stupid senator that decided it was a good idea. Obviously this didn't pass, but thought it was a good idea to make a bridge from the United States to Europe to save on fossil fuels. I don't know what fucking planet they're from or what fucking school they graduated from, but that school needs to be uncredited and destroyed. Whoever fucking taught them that shit, there's no saving that. That's just dumb. That's what I'm saying though. Like, so the saying is a little too on the head, Avalanche, but yes, some people can have their off days, some people can have their on days, right? It's a sliding scale. So if you come in and you're being a dick, I'm gonna treat you like a dick in the meantime, and you're gonna be like, oh shit, sorry, I'm having a bad day. Okay, cool. You come back, you're in a much better mood, you're not having such a bad day. I don't treat you like a dick. It's in the moment, right? If you're being a dick in the moment, you get, yeah, exactly. It's in the moment kind of stuff. Now, I will say, if you have a tendency to 95% of the time be a fucking asshole, on the one off chance that you're being nice, I'm not going to be nice to you. Right? But like you said, it's that sliding scale. Depending on how many nice things you do, depending on how many mean things you do, you get treated accordingly to how positive or negative you are being overall. Not in the not at the one-time interaction. Now, the one-time interaction starts me off at a point, right? If you're starting off as a dick, I'm going to start off as a dick. That's simple. You can't walk up to me, punch me in the mouth, and say, oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. Start rubbing my back, right? And expect me to be okay with it. Right? It's not how it works. I'm going to treat you like you treated me. I'm going to punch you in the mouth back. You know what I mean? I'm not going to let you just punch me in the mouth for no reason. That's funny, huh, Avalanche? I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Pink. I'm just going to say, if the person is hot, and they give a really good back rub, I mean, I might be willing to take a punch in the face every once in a while. I'm just saying. Possible. You know, depends on the day. Depends on the day. Depends on the hotness, and it depends on the back rub. Just saying. Are we talking like just like a short little back scratching back rub? Are we talking like a deep tissue massage? Are we talking happy ending? Like talking front massage? Like what are we talking? Really depends. There's a lot of criteria that goes into that. Depends on the time of the day too, because you know, at 2 o'clock, I mean at 10 o'clock in the morning they could be a 2, but at 10 o'clock at night they might be a 10. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, depends on which head is awake at the time, I guess. My wife would slap me. You heard me say that. Like, shut the fuck up. You're such an idiot. Anyway, guys, I'm just trying to get through my fucking Omniprox, and I can't do it. Far from pretty. Yeah. Yeah, the one of the sayings around here is at 10 she's a 2 and at 2 she's a 10. Basically meaning like the later the night goes on, your standards go down and down and down, and you know, eventually something you wouldn't even think about, you finally settle for, right? Basically what it means. Or the drunker you get as the night goes on as well, right? Like I said, your standards go down hour by hour when your pickings get less and less. By 2 o'clock in the morning, you're just like, I'll take anything. Does it walk? Does it breathe? All right, I'm down. Obviously, I don't know how well this holds up with women. But I would say at least 50% of dudes, that's how it holds true to, because some dudes still hold their standards no matter what time of the day it is or how drunk they are. I wouldn't say it's rare, but it's not very common. Does it have a heartbeat? I mean, hey, sometimes it doesn't even have to have a hole, all right? Sometimes I can't even fucking find it, all right? I'm just gonna be real. Belly button, fucking back of a knee. Like, some guys don't give a shit, bro. It can be a wall. They can completely miss the person. Just saying. Some people are fucking idiots, all right? Fucking downright idiots. Yeah, exactly, Joe. I'm just saying. Just saying, man. Too much alcohol, too much sleep deprivation. You don't know what you're gonna run into. You never know. I finally got to my third character. I have to pee. Give me a second. Holy shit. All right. I feel much better. Holy God. It's Eidolon's kind of, is it? Bro, RuneScape music is fire. You know what's fucking terrible? I've been streaming Eidolon for almost an hour and a half. And I finally make it to my third character's Omniprox. Like, and I'm saying I'm going slow. I've just been stuck on gaming almost the whole fucking time. I get a fucking gaming proc, and then I'm just stuck on it for like 30 minutes. Like, holy shit. I mean, there is a small type of talking where I'm not really clicking on a whole lot, but most of the time, talking is happening during gaming. Like, if I'm being honest, most of this conversation has happened during our gaming sessions. More gaming. Oh my fucking god, dude. Yeah, and Joy's over here actually playing like a solid game, getting into it, having some fun, killing some wolves and skeletons and bears, oh my, and just having a good old fucking happy-go-lucky time over there. And I'm over here fucking clicking harvest all fucking 3,000 times and watching fucking log cards spin in circles. Like, Jesus Christ. Exactly. Who the fuck was it sitting here and use golden stopwatches? Like, are you a masochist? What's going on? Anyway, Joy, how far have you made it so far in your grind so far? Hopefully you finally stopped looking for that one page you were looking for. You don't know how to skill? Yeah, so I have a viewer that doesn't have access to a PC, Pink, and I'm helping them get the idle skilling trophy. I already have it for myself, so I reset my idle skilling, and I'm pushing through it for them. I'm currently on Fog, I think, but I'm taking a break from pushing portals to push out Afterlife pretty hard, and I've been pushing out Spelunking pretty hard, working on my breeding on the side, my trekking, and my flowers and my potions a little bit. I'm trying to get like everything unlocked so I can like speed run like the last half of it. So I don't know where you're at in your idle skilling, but if you ever run into a problem, I'll do my best to help you. Yeah, like it's on a one day. Yeah, it's ridiculous, Avalanche. It's fucking crazy. All right, at least we didn't get cucked with a shit ton of like fucking procs this time. All right, 6 days ago. Okay, well, if you want, I don't mind. Was that gaming and gardening both procs? Fuck you. I can open it up and answer any questions you might have for early game, or even mid game. Trying to give you some direction and help if you need it. There's obviously a really good wiki on it too. Not really good, but there's a lot of good information for certain parts of it that are very helpful. Like the Afterlife part of the wiki is actually really good. It gives a lot of like stage progressional team compositions and stuff like that. Same thing with like trekking compositions. It has a lot of stuff like that in there. Yeah, so Afterlife Potato is like a massive increase to the account, which is why there's two ways I play it. So the first thing I do is I put in a bunch of lizards or whatever for energy gain, so I can level up my my energy power quite a bit. And then while I'm doing that, I try and get it as many uh goblins as I can. So I kind of like maybe I'll do one full like I'll do like a couple days of just lizards. Like a straight up I'll reset and I'll have like 50 or 60 barn slots of just lizards. And I will level up my energy thing a shit ton. And then I'll sit there for like maybe another day or two. And I will just spam the coin increasement, the permanent coin increasement nonstop. I will level it to like 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 or whatever. This is what I did in my other account. I haven't done it on this one yet. So you do that to get yourself a ton of permanent point unlocks, and you get your really high energy cap, so you don't cap ever. But then you do a reset and you do nothing but goblins. Now you're not going to make any progress on these runs, right? You're not going to kill very many of the bosses. You're not going to push into the bosses at all. You're not going to even work on your vending machine. But what this is going to allow you to do with the goblins is it's going to allow you to finish 95% of your fence. So once you get the top row of your fence completed, maybe even one or two of the bottom ones done, and you're left with like 2 or 3 of the bottom ones left, bottom right ones, you can then go into a real push for a real setup, and you're still going to get flowers. They're just not going to be as fast or as many of them, so you're not going to be able to finish the fence for quite a while. But it allows you to get most of the fence done and focus on actually pushing, right? Now you could finish the fence before pushing on, but you're going to end up with extra flowers at some point that are useless, but it doesn't matter at that point. It's like whatever. Yeah, so you definitely want to do resets as well. So at some point you're going to have to do a reset spam, Potato, because you need to unlock. Oh, you guys have an ad. So I'll see you guys when you get back from the ad. And then we'll continue chatting. So give me a few minutes here. The ad gonna start? It said it was starting. And I guarantee you, once I start talking, it's gonna pop up. Oh, you're talking about the idle skilling avalanche? Yeah, before the update. Yeah, I didn't do it until like a year or two ago. So I had to push through it regularly, like after like all the nerfs and stuff. Oh yeah, Joy. Oh yeah, you said you found it 20 minutes later. That's fine. But like, what exactly are you doing? Are you still like searching for all the things like in the other zones for the other uh discoverables and stuff, or are you actually just main questing? Sorry, I didn't see your message other than you found it 20 minutes later. Or lagging you out? Really? That's crazy. Yeah, mine kind of stutters and skips a little bit, but I only have like 60 uh people in Afterlife. Well, I haven't really leveled it all that much. You're okay, you're doing side quests in the first town. Yeah, I mean, one thing I would definitely say, Joey, for the first time playthrough, I would take your time and I would do every side quest. Like, it's not the fastest way to level, but it's the most enjoyable way to experience the game is to go around, do all the quests, maybe read the quests if you want. I've never read them, but it allows you to go to all the zones. It allows you to kill all the mobs, experience everything that the zones have to offer to a point, and just you're kind of just have a good time. Like obviously, that's what the games are meant for. It's meant to have fun. If you're not playing a game to have fun, you've already lost. And then, like I said as well, once you finish all the stuff in Windsward, which is where you should have started, you can go over to Monarch's Bluff. There isn't a quest to bring you over there, but Monarch's Bluff does have a lot of other quests that are very similar to Windsward. So it's like kind of like you're repeating a lot of the quests, but in a different zone. But there's a lot of other quests that you can also get done over there if you're interested in it. Are you in an ad right now, Potato? I stopped talking because I thought you might have been in an ad. Printing, okay. Did everyone? Okay. So ice creams are in the portal section in the top right. You have to get to a certain threshold, but you unlock it. It's like what is it, like something dairy or dairy diary or something like that? I don't remember exactly. Also, Tato, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're enjoying, having a good time. But you have to get to a certain thing to unlock it, and then basically you have to buy this ice cream and complete an objective with the ice cream, and the ice cream like lowers your attack, like your accuracy, your damage, your survivability and stuff. And the more ice creams you go, the worse it gets. But if you're able to complete it, it gives you a bunch of bonuses. Now, I completed idle skilling without doing all the ice creams before. But you definitely want to do some of them because a lot of them are very useful and very strong. But I wouldn't worry about those right now. But back to what I was saying before I stopped talking about it, is you're going to need to do a bunch of resets on Afterlife because you need a ton of spirals. So what you'll end up doing is, what I recommend is when, I don't remember if it's like Afterlife like 23 or whatever, it's the one where you get to the purple purple HP. This is where you want to start doing your repeat resets because you can only do 6 purple health bars a day because you have a limit of how many of them you can sacrifice a day. So with that in mind, if you want to reset for a bunch of them, right, you stockpile all of your mobs for spiral entanglements or whatever the fuck those things are called, the things you get from resetting. You want to get the buff as many times as you can to increase how many you get. Let me pull it up. This is the wiki I was talking about. This thing is insane for Afterlife. But there is a specific trait. Where's the traits? This is, oh, I thought that said fruit. So there is damage, attack speed. It's a lizard trait. I'm pretty sure it's like an iguana or something. This one. The resetting gains 40% more enlightened things. So these come from the Balkan Gold, which I think is a iguana. I think it goes from the lizard to the iguana to this guy. Yeah, so it's from the iguana. So you stack these guys as many times as you can. The problem is each one gives extra such and such up to bagged pancakes. So you can only have X amount of these. So if your bagged pancake is level 2, you can have like 2 or 3 of these guys. Right? Then the rest of it is just whatever it is you want to do on top of that, right? So you need to get at least 2 of these or 3 of these before you do your reset. Yeah. And that's why I was saying before, the first thing you do is you energy farm. Right? Like I said, I'll open up my idle skilling and I'll show you some stuff. So you energy farm first. So you can buy a ton of those permanent coin unlocks, which will give you a ton of coins, right? Then once you have the coin unlocks, that's when you coin farm, but you leave open 2 or 3 slots at the end for the iguanas, but you don't progress your Afterlife past the purple, right? Your goal is to try to get to that purple limit and get those 3 guys as fast as possible over and over and over again. So you can reset for those entitlements or whatever they're called. Because those thingies are used to unlock tons of stuff. Extra barn slots, extra, what are those things called? When you beat the boss, you get the 3 portal options or whatever. They give you more of those are unlocked, like higher tier versions of them get unlocked as well. So you need to unlock those. They also give outside buffs, and a bunch of other miscellaneous buffs. So you need to get all of those upgrades done in there. So that's why I say energy farming first to get the energy, the permanent buff increase, to then farm money, to then use that money to upgrade that guy to do resets regularly. And then once that's done, then you money farm again, and you put all the money into your vending machine to get your barn up and your coin up, right, really high. Those are the only two you really care about at first. Once you get those pretty high, then that's when you do a reset for your farming plot for your fences. You get your fence finished, and then you go into a regular playthrough from there, where you still have a couple lizards, right, bringing you some energy. Everybody also generates energy, so you can use the extra energy on more permanent unlocks for more money. You have a ton of money generation mobs, and you're just juicing through the content, going afterlife after afterlife after afterlife, and you just go as high up on the afterlives as you can while you're leveling up your vending machine, and that's kind of like the end result. Push as far as you can at that point. Yeah, energy coin setup for now is fine. So what I would recommend if you're trying to do a combo is do because it doesn't matter how fast you do this, right? Since you're going for energy and you're going for coins. Let me log in and I'll show you really quick. Sorry, there's a lot, like there's a few things I'll show you. But basically you get one of the pigs, and he's the hippo that goes all the way to the end, and he gets a really good coin, right? So you get him, and then basically from there, you get a ton of gators. That's it. Because it's not the best money-making method, but each gator gives you a buff that per 100 levels gives you 20% more coin gain. And the hippo is what's generating all of your coin, right? Now, you can also get one goose, which will give you, was it 250 coin gain per highest amount of enhancements, and I'll show you that as well. Oh, it was refinery. Sorry, just trying to finish my Omniprox, and I'm like having 7 conversations right now. So let me just finish these last 2 Omniprox. So purple bar, you have to get that one pig, the horned pig, in order to be able to do it. But if you can't afford to get the horned pig, you're obviously stuck coin-wise, so you have to reset anyway. Yeah, there's going to be a lot we can teach, and a lot you're going to have to learn. All right, so this was, I think this one was a cooking. If I remember correctly, was this a cooking one? I don't remember if this was a cooking proc or not. It was, okay. So we switch over to potato. Oh man, I've done a lot of testing myself, and a lot of like I've looked up with so much stuff on so many games that, and I do things the wrong way so I can teach people the right way. So it's funny, people are like, look at this guy's Eidolon account, he's so bad at Eidolon, why would I ever listen to anything he has to say? The problem is I might say, I might do the wrong things, I might play very poorly, my account might look like shit, but the information that I will give you and the way I tell you to do things is the correct way. And it's because I've done it the wrong way, so I know how to do it the right way. Yeah, exactly, like Avalanche said, I know my shit. I just don't do it. I'm lazy, and I like to do things wrong. All right. Omniprocs are done. We can go back to farming sandcastles and ignoring this game. I gotta get off soon. That's 8 a.m. Wife's gonna be up soon. Steam? I don't know why it closed. That's going. Yeah, so I haven't taken my own advice and done the energy farm on this playthrough. I thought about it last night. I was like, I'll do it later. All right. So I'm money farming right now. But I'm also gaining energy while I'm money farming because I did this first. This is something I sat down for like or 3 or 4 days, and I finished. I finished the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth one in order. And then I'm trying to finish this last one here before I work on the very last one. They all go to level 12. Like level 12 is max. So more blossoms, minions cost less. You get more fruit, right? Fruit bonus is larger, so when you start working on your fruit, that's good. 96% chance to double your coins. And then you get 1.2 energy. Every character, like every person you put down gets 1.2 energy every hour. So you don't need gators in the long run once you have this. Every mob in the game will give you 24 energy a day. Or more, 26 energy a day or something like that. So this is what fixes that. So you don't need to stockpile energy people later, but you do it early. Oh, we hit it, let's go! So you do it early so you can get that early money gain going, so you can actually get your people to level 200 quickly. And then this one increases coin gain per 100 minion mobs, huge. And then damage per 100 minion levels, somewhat huge. Total damage for all minions per best afterlife, also pretty solid. So that's why I recommend doing the flower gain early, because here's the thing about the flower one, it doesn't require money. All you need to do is you buy one of these guys and you level them to like level 10, and you get as many of them as you can, and it makes you a goblin, and the goblin gives you just as much fruit as the lizard would, and the lizard level 200, right? It gives you the same exact thing as a goblin does, this right here, and it generates the same amount of flowers. So getting your fence done once you unlock it is very easy. You just do a reset and you just put a bunch of goblins in and forget about it for a few days, basically. And you just, every couple hours you click on it, you level the stuff up, you push it through, and you just move on and do what you got to do. Okay, so anyway, so this guy generates majority of the coin. This pig. Okay. This pig generates a ton. But as you see, I'm going for money. So I've made a bunch of those pigs. Probably not the best idea, but that's what I did, because each one of them gives me 10,000 or 10 bronze bars right now. And I can upgrade them more now that the cost is less than what they make per minute. This guy, he makes roughly the same amount, but he's a higher level, right? So you can do either one, it doesn't matter. But you basically just need a pig to make you money. And then you can do one of these guys because of this here. This blessing increases all coin gain by 250 per blessing you have the most of. So you know when you kill a boss and you get to select a blessing? As long as you pick the same one, every time you get one, like see how I have 13 of these? That's 250 times 13. Right? So it's a huge boost to coin gain just for having one of those birds. Right? And I have a 14 here, you know, so on and so forth. So like whatever one's the highest, that's where you get your 250 from. So another thing you can do is you can re-roll the minion thing up here with energy, and you can actually hit that bonus from this bird. You can actually hit this. And this is the best one to actually put there. So then you don't even have to have the bird. The thing is this is not limited. This does not have a stack limit. So if you look at some of these other ones, it tells you if it's limited. Trying to find one for you. See how it says doesn't stack and has a little X on it? This means that you can't have more than X amount of them, except for the bagged pancakes. The bagged pancakes allows it to stack further, but there is still a limit. The stork, aka the goose, doesn't have that limitation. So you can stack as many storks as you want, aka this is why I have so many. Right? Then you got the gators, which they're all the same way, but they have extra things. But it's this right here. Increase coin gain by 20% per 100 total levels. This is I'm getting 20% times 311. That's how many total levels I have across the board. So with these guys, you can get a lot as long as you can level it high, but it depends on how far in the afterlife you're going. If you're going far into the afterlife and you actually roll. There's a way to get infinite rerolls, so you can stack a specific thing on every kill. You can basically reroll indefinitely, so you can always hit either A, barn size, or B, it's coin gain. This one right here. So if you hit this coin gain one every single time and you stack like 20, 30, 40 of them, you don't need gators. You need the gooses, right? But if you don't have the rerolls, then the gators are more lucrative for you early on. And obviously the gators are like low level, roughly, right? The gooses are the lowest level. They're like level, I think you unlock them at 20 or 50. I think it's 50. And I think the gators are 50. So they're both relatively low level. So it depends on where you're pushing. If you're not pushing past purple, right? And you're not going to get a lot of rerolls and you're not going to get a lot of like stackable blessings, just fill your stuff with gators. Like get like 1 or 2 gooses to give yourself a lot, because like even if you hit like 3, that's still 750% coin gain, right? For having 3 gooses. Or for having 1 goose with 3 of these, right? So the goose is still worth it. So you could probably just stockpile gooses if you really wanted to, but if you want to do energy, the gators are your way to go. You're not going to get as much money, but you stockpile all the gators for all the energy. You get the pig or 2, right? So that helps. And you just keep leveling the pig. Keep leveling the pig, keep leveling all of your gators. Even though the gators don't, the reason I like the goose is because he gives you blessing of, money, but he also gives you money in return. The gator does damage, not coins. That's the problem. Actually, he does give coin. I take that back. I take that back. I forgot. So yeah. So you want to level the gators as well because they also give money. So you want to level everybody as much as possible so you can get as many levels as possible so the gators juice their money percentage out. But, combo it with gooses and gators both alike so you can get a bunch of energy, but you can also get a bunch of coin gain. And then in here, focus on upgrading your barn and your coin. There's only 2 you need to focus on. The rest of these will come later. Don't worry about them. Just literally just do these 2 so you can get as much coins as possible. And then keep dumping level the energy up a bunch of times, right? And then once it's leveled up to, I don't know, 50,000, 100,000 or whatever, it'll take you a little while. Don't get me wrong, it's going to take you a little while. But once you have a max energy cap of like 50,000 or something, you never have to think about it again. You'll never cap out. You'll always have energy, even if you don't come back for days, right? And then just purely dump everything into coins. Just dump everything into coins. And your coins are going to just skyrocket. That is step 1 of many steps in Afterlife. Right? It's 10% per. I've already done 100. That's a 1,000% increase in coin gain. I'm about to hit another 2. Like I'm about to go to be at 200%. 2,000% increase just from this one session, right? And I'm not set up for energy. If you're set up for energy, you can do way more, right? So the second thing you need to do is you need to be hitting these trophies. Right, I'm at 275 or 76 million% coin gain. And then I click this, 306 million%. So obviously some of these don't give you a lot. Some of them give you a lot more. But you need to push through these as best you can. Now, defeating the X amount of bosses in X amount of time is a tedious, annoying one. It's doable, but it's rough. But getting unique minions, really easy. You do a reset and you literally buy 1 of every minion. You buy 1 of every starter minion, right? That's 4. And then you buy another pig and upgrade it to the one of the tier 1s. And then you buy another pig and you upgrade it to the other tier 1. And then you do the same thing with the rock, right? So at that point you have 3, 6, 9, 12. You have 12, right? You gotta get to 40 or a few more. Those ones also upgrade above them as well into 2 different tiers again. So you see the daisy chain, right? You get the level 1 ones, you get the level 10 ones, you get the level 50 ones, and you're pretty much done. I have to still do that, but that's an easy way to get this one done. And then defeating these people, that will just come when you start pushing the maps, right? And then getting the coins will come while you're money pushing, right? Like when you're at my point and you're pushing Afterlife plus money, you'll get that one done as well, and your money will just fucking skyrocket, right? You broke your afterlife thingy, no. Okay, so those are the main things you got to focus on. When you are doing your resets on purple, like I said, in order to do that, you have to have this person, right? You have to have the rainbow hippo. That's the only way to do it. Once you have it, because right here, it's when banishing minions, deal purple damage equal to the realm XP gained. So if you click banish, you see down here, it'll say gain X amount of realm XP. That's how much damage he's going to do. The problem here is, this is why I don't want you doing this yet, is the higher your realm level goes, the more HP the mobs will have. So you don't want to start pushing them and pushing your realm level too far too fast, because then you're going to be stuck between leveling them up high enough to be able to do enough damage to kill them in one hit, and so on and so forth. So hold off on pushing purple for now and just work on resetting for this, right? Because like there's a lot of upgrades here, right? You get the blessing types. You need all the blessing types. Higher fight damage outside of realm, obviously really good. Barn slots, insane. Rerolls, really good to get you started. This one is whatever. When you get low on coins, you have a chance to refund a big portion. Pretty good. Not necessary. Chain levels can be pretty helpful. I mean, it's pretty good. It's outside of realm, so it helps you chain level things. You level it once, now it levels 3 or 4 times possibly. Field growth rate, if you've maxed it out, don't worry about this. You don't need any more field growth rate. AFK gains and skills per realm of 10, really good. So you need to max this stuff out. You need to max this out, and you need to put a ton of effort into coin gain. But the one thing I was going to say in here is, when you're doing your resets for purple and you're sacrificing whoever's going to give you the most, like he gives me E24. He gives me E24. If I level him up a little bit, he'll be higher. It doesn't really matter. So you level these guys up, you get their gain above whatever the kill is, you level up your afterlife, and you get through the bar. You want to make sure you use 25 energy so the next minion you banish does not get deleted. This way you don't have to delete something that's like a level 6, 700 and then have to re-level it. Does that make sense? So that's how you prevent yourself from having to re-level a minion over and over and over again by banishing it. So it prevents you from having to do that just by using 25 energy. And you get 6 banishes a day. So HP eventually will become somewhat of a problem. But at the end of the day, it's not so much about how fast you can kill the next wave, because you're going to be locked behind how many banishes. Like I said, you can only do 6 banishes a day. So even if you can one-shot the boss after you banish it, you can only do 6 bosses. So if you do the 6 bosses in 2 minutes, you can't do anything else in Afterlife anyway. So don't worry so much about the damage. Focus on money, because money is what matters for your vending machine. The vending machine is what's going to carry you outside of Afterlife, but also getting an Afterlife level higher will also carry you for things like this, where you get away gains per 10 realm levels. So getting your realm level up, really helpful. Getting to the further Afterlife levels will really help. And then the money, so you get damage outside. You get more perks outside. You get more cash earned outside. You get potion bonuses. You get away screen chance for re-triggers. You get, mastery bonuses. You get tank increasements, away gain increasements. Afterlife starting, you can do this if you want when you're doing a bunch of resets. I wouldn't worry about it. Ignore the broccoli. Jawbreaker, you get chain levels, really good. When you start doing ice creams, really good. Pancakes, only if you want to stack the non-stackable things really high, but it can be helpful. And then vending machine upgrades obviously are pretty solid. So all of this is really good. I mean, you can technically level this one, and this one, because this will lower the cost of everything, and then these are the 2 you're focusing on right now, and then eventually you'll level everything else up to increase your outside gains. But like I said, Afterlife itself is very simple. You do 1 reset to finish this, you do 1 reset to do your energy, and once those 2 are done, you do a bunch of resets in a row to just max this bitch out, and once those 3 things are done, it's all about sitting here and farming money. That's it. It's literally Afterlife in a nutshell. Now, there is the potential of making a bunch of these guys, because they do give the blessings that you get when you're picking all the blessings, you're doing all the rerolls and you're picking the same blessing over and over again, which is like coin gain or whatever, it can double the bonus. So instead of 25% coin gain, it can give you 50% and stuff like that. So this is very strong if you have a lot, if you're going to a high afterlife level and you're picking the same blessing on rerolls over and over and over again. So you can take advantage of this perk, and you can take advantage of this perk. Your money will be in the stratosphere. It'll just be ridiculous. But with this comes this. So whenever you're turning in resources to gain food bundles, you get a lot more. And this is something that is in-game. You got to come back to it once a day, basically, or every time you reascend or something. But it's basically a once a day thing where you turn in a bunch of ores to get a bunch of fruits, and then you use the fruits to purchase new fruit stands. So you can have X amount of fruit stands, and you re-roll what fruit you have, because you can have the same fruit multiple times, and you can re-roll the bonus, because you can have up to 3 bonuses, and they have tiers. So this can roll anywhere from a 10%, 25%, and I think a 50%. So you're going to use a shit ton of this stuff if you're trying to min-max this part. So, like I said, there's a lot to Afterlife that is going to be really juicy. Because like this, bonus from blessings. This helps in Afterlife. Eventually, when you're at a certain point, you don't need extra blessings. Sure, you can re-roll that. Minion cost reduction. Obviously, you don't need that as well all the time. There's other ones that help you with outside gains. So you get those ones to help with your outside gains once your inside stuff is just kind of coasting, right? So that's Afterlife in a nutshell. That pretty much explains everything you need to do. At some point, you will need to do all 4 torches. If you want to push like to 100 or beyond, you're gonna need to do the secret for the torch. Kind of a pain in the ass. The wiki has all the secrets. So that's something else. Now, one other thing I always recommend everybody to do is do your secrets. Do your secrets, all of them. Go to the webpage, go to the wiki, and do every single secret. So you can't see all of them, right? Because this portal, the secrets portal, only shows you a few of them. But there's like, you can see I have like highlights here. So there's like 3 over here, there's 3 over here, there's 3 here. There's like a whole slew of them. I think there's like 10 or 15 of them. You need to do all of them. They all give huge bonuses. For example, this one's the death one. This is really easy. Defeating monsters gives 104% more kills. So it basically doubles your kill count. The pig one gives you more AP. So it doubles the amount of ascension points you get. The whale one, the fishing one. This one gives you more fish XP and more fish. Doubles your fish. Pretty huge for getting more resources. And then the last one, which is the most useful, I would say, is the most time-consuming one, because you have to play for a certain amount of days to get the DPS increasements. There's tiers to the DPS. The civilization actually grows depending on the playtime. I'm at type 1. At 30 days, it goes to tier 2. And then there's a tier 3 past that. And I think it goes from 50% to 100% to 150% DPS increase. Yeah, and like I said, like all this stuff is, take it with a grain of salt, right? It takes time to work through these things, right? Like pets and farming, we can talk about that another day because that's a very slow progging thing. Same thing with Crusader, we can talk about that. Limbo, another slow prog thing. Don't worry about hitting all of these things yet. Ignore it. Claim them if you can. The only thing I would say you're trying to complete is purchasing the auto progressions. These will help you on these 2 purchases here. And I think there's one here, but I don't remember exactly. But yeah, getting the auto progressions are very useful. But other than that, just let it do whatever it's going to do. Upgrade them, level them, just let them do whatever they're going to do. Maybe buy some of these, let them do what it's going to do. Don't focus on these too hard because they're not going to do much for you right now. The best thing I would say is save up gems to get this. You 500 gems, and this in over 10 days, it'll give you 1,500 gems back. So it's 3 times, you basically triple your gems basically for buying this. So then you'll have 1,500 gems to spend. And then the things that I recommend personally would be at least one of these. And then a couple of these are really good, but those are later, right? You get 6 of these, you get this. Those are these are the first 7 purchases you get. You get Infinite Forge, you get 6 miners. You can get 1 hat if you really want. I don't really care about the hat because fishing is never really a problem. And then other than that, it's literally working on spelunking. Spelunking is going to be a godsend in progression for you. The only other thing I could recommend that's really strong is getting your, this can be useful later, but you're going to get more gems later, is your card slots. So you can start putting cards on, you can start juicing out your cards and getting some stuff. So for gems, come into your arcade every couple hours or whatever, or once or twice a day, collect your balls, launch your balls. That's one way to get gems every day. The second way to get gems every day is to unlock the basketball secret. You can play basketball once a day. Yeah, bro, no one likes auto skilling. No one likes it. It's fucking dreadful. I'm gonna snooze this ad because I'm gonna be just getting off here after I show you a few more things. So yeah, you do these balls every day, a couple times a day because it's a timer, right? 23 minutes for next ball. And after a couple hours, you'll have a couple more balls. So the other thing you do is you go to your portals. Obviously, you have to unlock the secret first. And you unlock the hoops, right? One of the secrets is actually to talk to him a metric fuck ton of times by leaving the screen and coming back to the screen. I've never been able to complete it, so I just gave up. But you go to hoops and you can play this every day. And I feel like there's a cap on how many gems you can get here because I've never gotten more than 26 gems. No matter, my best is a 46, and I've never gotten more than 26 gems. So usually if you hit somewhere around a 20 or a 30 count between all of your plays, you get somewhere in 20 to 26 gems. So as long as you do that, you're good, right? So basically once a day you can get 20 extra gems from this, and then you have your arcade on top of that. Really? I'm getting absolutely cucked. Yeah, so it's it adds up. So let's say you get, on average, you'll probably average somewhere around 50 gems a day, right? So it should take you roughly 10 days to get to the gem portal. And then you'll have 1,500 gems to buy those things I showed you. And then you're still getting 50-ish gems a day, right? You can get more, you can get less, but it probably averages around 50 a day. And then you start buying other things that would benefit your progression, right? And that's basically all it is. Like I said, we stream all the time. We have a Discord, Potato. So if I'm not streaming and you do have a specific question, you can always just chime in the Discord and ask me. I don't mind. If I'm streaming, you can swing by. You can always ask me as well. Anything specific, anything generic, I'll do my best to help you out, whenever and however I can. Like I said, I am leaving a lot of things out because I don't want to overflood the information, and I don't want to give you information on things that you're not currently working on. But that's basically it, right? So once you start leveling up that vending machine, I'm just gonna fail this because 26 gems, right? That's whatever. So once you start getting the vending machine, what you're gonna notice is when you click on something, you don't want to spam click. You don't want to click on this and then click on that and then click on that and then click on that to claim them quickly. You want to click on it and you want to wait, because you'll notice if I wait a few seconds, that's when the double trigger kicks in, right? I have a 50% chance to double trigger. And if I click too fast, I don't get my double trigger. Sometimes I won't, sometimes I will, right? Same thing with fighting. Fighting, I can get a double trigger. So if you're fast enough and you get the first trigger, you click the button, and then it double triggers, you can get another click. So you can go two portals at a time. That's where this double claim kind of really helps. When you get further, it becomes even more crazy. But it helps with double portals skipping here. It helps with double triggering EXP gains on these. When you get the chain levels as well, when you get one level, that could be 5 or 6 levels. Same thing for, you know, your mining. If you get a level in mining, you could get multiple levels in mining. And so on and so forth. So there's a lot that we could go over. There's a lot that we can answer. A lot we can teach. But basically, this is it in a nutshell. Right? And then the last thing I gotta check for the day is my tunnel. And this is why I said I recommend the. So remember I told you like the spelunking thing, right? I recommend buying the spelunking. So the first spelunking thing I told you to buy one of. It basically upgrades the first spelunker to a red guy. The red guy has increased speed, increased dig speed, and it gives you 3 bags when he brings back a bag instead of just 1. So you basically survive on this one guy in the beginning doing all the work bringing back the bags. Okay. The other guys, that's why I say you buy multiple canaries, because the first canary goes to the first guy, second canary, second guy, so on and so forth. The canary allows you to do a free super absorb, which basically says, oh, I'm at 10 levels, super absorb. I learned 10 things, and then I can do a regular absorb after that, and I basically get an extra double level. So if you don't have the canary, in order to do an absorb, like a super absorb, you have to pay 75 gems, which is why the canary is so strong. Saves you a lot of gems. Right, so now I got all these extra levels on this guy, and the thing about this guy is at 9 levels, he unlocks this. Learn rate multiplier for all spelunkers. So every time this levels on this guy or this guy, everybody learns faster. The faster they learn, the further they make it into the list, the more things they learn, the more levels they get on everything. There's other ones too, that like this one is a dig down multiplier for all spelunkers, right? And there's other ones that are multipliers for all spelunkers as well as you push further into this list, which is why you need a bunch of canaries. Because the more guys you have leveling up, right, the more juicy everybody's going to be. Yeah, there's a whole lot of, like, I don't care where I log out personally, Avalanche, but then this is where spelunking really excels. This is where all the benefits from spelunking come from. So, for example, this one, every time you level up this block, this top one, it's a multiplier for EXP gain rates for each brick that you have. So this is how you get massive EXP gains for all your rifts, which is what we were talking about earlier, these things. These things level so much faster. The faster they level, this is going to give you coins, this is going to give you H2O, strength, HP, mining, you know, so on and so forth. There's a whole slew of them. So that one, it's not super insane, but it's good. The one below it, this gives you damage per luck of all spiriting skillers. Now this one is nuts because there's ways to increase all 16 of these guys' luck to a very high level. So let's say each one of these has a luck level of 200. So 200 times 50, which is what mine currently is 1,000 damage, and I have 16 guys. $2 million perk points? Yeah, that sounds about right. So, like I said, spelunking, construction and spelunking is god tier for progression. So you have to actually go in and you have to unlock all the things. So you have to I have to build this one to unlock the next one. I have to build this one to unlock the next one. So you have to put some effort in. But once you put the effort in and you have certain things unlocked, you can get huge amount of progression, huge amount of damage, huge amount of like sustain and money gain and stuff like that for actual fighting for progression. At a certain point, you'll actually get so much attack speed that you'll be one-shotting, you'll be attacking like 50 times a second, and you'll have so many kill per kill that you'll insta-portal all the way up to like the end down here. And then on top of that, you also get kill per kill carryover, which is what I call it. So if you get 100 kills on this guy, 50 of them go to the next guy that you're not even unlocked yet. 25 go to the next guy, and so on and so forth until it goes to 0. So if you have 20,000 kills on this guy, the next guy is at 10,000 kills. So you only have to get 10,000 more kills on that guy to move on to the next guy. And then you just kind of daisy chain that down so it helps you progress faster. So there's a lot of progression increments that you're going to get as you push down the list. The only other thing I will give you food for thought, you don't need to do it anytime soon, is you're going to have to hit raids for huge progression at some point. One, each raid boss drops a pet for trekking, and also they have a lot of upgrades. So one is auto-casting your abilities, and then unlocking the abilities that they can cast. And then the other one is how much EXP these things give and how much EXP is needed in the starting level. All of these are very useful for getting your starting levels very high, getting the EXP requirements really low, and the amount of EXP you get is pretty good. Yeah, the pets are ridiculous. I've already got like 2 or 3 of them though. But it requires tickets, right? And tickets are given to you in a timed manner. So you need to stockpile these and use them in a, when you're good enough to fight like high tier mobs. But with the caveat that there is one of those afterlife scrolls that needs you to kill them in a specific order and a specific amount of times. So this one, defeat 16 chaotic sentinels. I have to kill 16 of them. Okay, so if we go here and look, I think it's in this one. Okay, let me do it really quick. Also, you gotta wait for their HP bar to show up before you can actually hit them. Just an FYI. You also use the number keys to use your abilities if you didn't know. You don't want to click. So here's a sentinel. So I had to do chaotic. So I had to do 16. It talks 3 keys each. So that's what, 18 plus 30. So that's 48 keys or 48 tickets I need just to do this one. Just to do the chaotic sentinel. And then the next one might be 10 of like nightmare versions, which is like another 100 keys. Right? So you're gonna need a lot of keys to push through that ticket, but that ticket's really good to push through. I would focus on doing the ticket before farming this guy indefinitely. But you just need a lot of tickets, right? You're gonna need to just wait for tickets to stockpile. And you have enough damage, so I would wait until you at least get enough like blue damage before you go in there, basically. You'll get the blue damage when you get to like QQQ or something like that. And then eventually you'll unlock Asylum, which is even harder. It's like basically this, but on crack. But the upgrades from this is ridiculous. So like this one gives damage for each strength level above 50. So obviously when you get pretty far and you have 3, 4, 500 strength level, you can see the damage could scale. Yeah. Same thing with this, bonus stats to all trekking equipment. If you get really good trekking equipment, you can actually break your character. Chance to not use up materials and smithing can be very useful when you're trying to like juice out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of levels on smithing stuff. Farm resources, also really good. This I'm always torn on. So you can level it so your speed goes down, but you get more cash. I don't know how strong that is. I typically don't mess with it. Yeah, you can actually break this game. Like, it's bad. EXP when any skill levels up. So the starting XP could be closer, so it takes less to level it, which means you can level it faster and more efficiently. All kills affects the next monster. Oh, this is the one I was talking about. So you level this up, and if you get this to like 50% of all the kills affects the next monster, and it trickles down. This one's broken. And then H2O, starting H2O level and chance for H2O level up twice, also broken. Idle gains on all screens, also broken. And then you got this one where you get damage, HP, and hatchery XP, also really good. So the key of this game, in my opinion, is damage. Damage is king, because when you get to a certain point, survivability doesn't matter that much because you're one-shotting everything. As long as you don't get insta-gibbed on your first hit, you're going to be fine. And your accuracy kind of takes care of itself. So you focus everything you can on damage, because at a certain point, you will not be able to kill these things in one hit. They have so much fucking HP. It's ridiculous. So damage is king. Chance to trigger chain leveling when any skill levels, pretty solid. Potions start with percentage HP at full bar when they brew. Can be helpful if you're leveling up your potions pretty high, but majority it's just this. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was saying before. If you get enough attack speed from like in here, right? So you got this one, idle attack speed, right? You got this one, that's idle attack damage. So that's the basic attack that automatically hits, the one that you're trying to increase the speed of. If that can one shot, you don't even need to use your spells anymore, right? But you got more attack speed here. And then further on down the list, you get even more attack speed. Like this has attack speed, right? So there's a lot of places to get attack speed, and then there's gear for it, there's potions for it, there's some cards for it, there's ascendancy points for it. Like right here, you get this one. Idle attacks are faster, right? So it's just at a certain point you're going to be ascending repeatedly for millions and millions of ascendancy points, right? Like it's just that's just how it is. Anyway, I've covered most of the, and obviously you're going to eventually have to rebirth multiple times as well to unlock some other stuff. And eventually you will unlock things that are T perks, which give you even more damage, right? And there's other ones like this one gives you even more damage. This one gives you even more damage. Some of them give you kill per kill. Some of them give you more rebirth points. Some give you more, HP, whatever. There's a lot of really good ones in here. Anyway, we're going to have an ad in about 30 seconds. I'm going to let the ad play. We'll come back. We'll do our outro. We'll call it a night. I am almost 2 hours past my stream time. Everybody's going to be up in like any minute now. If you guys need me, obviously, like I said, I do have the Discord. Hit it up. The only thing is, don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need help, and want to share something, show something off, or if you ever have any questions, feel free to chime in at any time. And we do have the VODs channel down below, so check that out. If you ever want to rewatch a stream, catch up on a stream, find something you missed, whatever, maybe clip something, that's the best place to do it. We're about to hit with an ad. When we come back, we'll leave, and we'll call it a night. But I got a few more things to say when we come back, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, Potato, you haven't made it anywhere. If you're in Mountain, you haven't touched this game yet. You're nowhere to be even, you're not even remotely started. Like I said, we can talk more about this another day. I'm going to be working all weekend, so if you need me, at me in the Discord. The ad's about to start, so. Yeah. I kind of just want to get my outro done, but I know this ad's going to cut me off. I just want to say, hey, I'm going to be streaming the weekend. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you guys have a good weekend. Hopefully I see you on Monday. We'll be back on Monday. We'll be playing New World, and then we'll do some Eidolon after, and we'll help people out in the meantime. Okay, ad's not here. Okay, I'm out. See you guys. Holy fuck this ad. That can go suck a dick. Jesus Christ. All right, see you, Joy. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Sorry to assume if you're a man or not, but I appreciate you for being here. Hope you had a good time. And yeah, hopefully you had a good time. Talk to you guys later. See you. Bye. Thank you. See you guys on Monday. Bye. If you need me anytime, hit me in the Discord. I love how I now just do my final sentence and an ad pops up, bro. This shit can go suck it. I'm out. See you guys.